Some interesting stuff going on, chat. GameStop's down a lot. It's down a lot. I literally sold like 10 shares at the high. I probably should have sold way more, obviously. Hindsight. I think we lost like 40 plus grand. Oh, good times, good times. Should we look? I think it's kind of funny. No, because I don't have both accounts combined. But yeah, I think we lost like 40 grand, 50 grand on this little move here. It's pretty hilarious. Pretty hilarious. I love it. I love it. I mean, not really, but it is funny. Yep. Okay, I just want to look at some of that. eBay's still up. But I guess let's get into it. Ryan Cohen had an interview today. Why does it say 5'9"? Who do they do it with? CNBC? CNBC? I haven't even watched this yet. 16 minutes, good lord. Why? Oh, this thing's tweaking out. What's up, Moose? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to cover, so figured I'd hop on early here. Try to pump some videos out. What's up, Moose? What's up, Moose? It's kind of interesting seeing the stock down this much, because I mean, I knew this was going to happen because of the dilution in the debt, but beyond that, just how excited everyone was, how many people were posting on Reddit. It was so obvious it was going to sell off. It was extremely obvious. But I took such a small profit, it doesn't even matter. I think I made like 40 bucks, like straight up. So, whatever. Made 40, lost 50,000. Made $40, lost 50,000. That's a good trade right there. I think it was more like 45,000, but still funny. Still funny. Took a nice $40. I don't even think it was 40 bucks. I think it was like less than 40. Took a nice little $40 profit and lose 45K in unrealized gain. Let's go. I'm gonna go get me a Mickey D's. A Mickey D's. Ah, man. I really thought I knew the stock was gonna go down. I felt like that was pretty obvious. But I thought it would be after the deal. So, maybe the deal's going through. Or the market's preempting the deal. Because, you know, I knew it was going to go down. It's pretty obvious. Anyone who isn't an emotional, euphoric person who wasn't all excited about that little move should know that this was going to go down. But I didn't know it was going to be today. I thought it was going to be after the deal. But yeah, the market doesn't like this deal. They don't like all the debt. They think it's a risk. It is a risk. It's a huge risk. Like I said, like I was saying in yesterday's or last night's stream, like this is a massive risk. What was I saying yesterday? I said something. I can't remember. We talked about so much last night, and I was so tired. I was like half asleep doing that stream. What's up, RL? It's been a while, bro. Hope you're doing good. Aaron. Hugh G, thanks for sending me all the stuff, Hugh G. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Do you like the deal? I mean, I didn't sell, so I didn't sell. But I think the stock's fucked. I think the stock for the next 2 to 3 years is kind of fucked. Unless something's gonna happen in the next 5 to 6 months, like if they accept the deal and they do a stock offering and raise a bunch of money, I think that'll be fine. But I think the stock's fucked for the next 2 to 3 years. They literally are restarting everything they've done. They're using all of their assets to buy eBay. Every single dollar to buy eBay with debt, with 20 billion in debt. eBay itself already has 6 to 7 billion in debt, so 26 billion in debt. And then you have the warrants, so 30 billion in debt. And then you have the other 6 to 7 billion of liabilities eBay has. So you're going to be sitting on like 37 billion in liabilities, and you're going to have like 20 billion in assets. Sure, they're going to come in, they're going to reduce everything they said, that's going to be 2 billion in net income. Hopefully they get rid of the stock compensation and the buybacks and the dividend. So, they could be able to turn eBay into a company that's making $7+ billion in net income a year, and then GameStop should be making, anywhere from 5 to 700 million. So they could be pulling in close to 8 billion a year in net income. So they'll have the debt paid off. Well, I mean, I don't know how they're going to approach paying off the debt either. But if they don't do a stock offering and pay it off immediately, it's going to take over 3 years to pay off the debt. So in 3 years, you should have close to 30 billion in assets with almost no debt. You'll probably still have debt. But yeah, it's really risky. It's really risky. The only way this works, like in a quick manner, is if they come in and do a stock offering and raise, 30, 40 billion through a stock offering. That's the only way this works, man. I don't know, like you guys, maybe you're a little too excited or something. I'm not really sure. But this is an extremely risky move. And in the short term, I think the stock's kind of fucked. I don't know. Like if the stock's ever going to trade below $20, it's going to be now. It's going to be now. But I don't know if that's necessarily true or not. I think the stock's just going to be stagnant for a really long time, or it just depends how they approach it, though. It just depends how they approach it. There's so many things they could do. I'm not convinced enough to sell, obviously. I sold a tiny little bit. I sold fucking 10 shares. I sold 10 shares out of my almost 11,000 shares, so I'm still pretty confident, but it is risky. GameStop wasn't risky up until this point. This was an easy investment. This was so easy. It is so easy when you WEBBY. Easy when you WEBBY. But now it's risky. It's risky now. You don't know what's going to happen now. This is, taking on this much debt is fucking insane. But I think I saw somewhere in the interview they said they bought more than 5% of eBay shares. So we also don't know how much eBay shares they bought. If they own a lot more eBay shares, in the proposal it says 9.4 billion in cash, but depending how much eBay shares they bought, it could be, a little bit more in cash. So the dilution might not be as savage as what we're thinking. Look at the 13D. Is it out? I didn't know it was out. Should we start a fucking server? Hugh G's been sending me some stuff. Do you guys want to start a Discord server? I don't really want to, but there's a lot of information coming out. Like, do you guys want a Discord server? I don't even know if everyone in the chat uses Discord, but if you guys want me to make a Discord server so we can spread information, I'll do it. I guess. Nah. Yeah, I kind of agree. I'm down. I mean, some people want it. I don't really, as long as it's not negative like last time I made a Discord server. Last time I made a Discord server, it was extremely negative. And there was just a lot of people like messaging outside of the stream. And it didn't really turn out well. After I saw you missed the investor relation news, I figured I'd send you the development. Say I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I've been pretty slow. But I'll look at the. Someone calling me? Oh look, there's me. I'm in the Webby concert, chat. My cousin sent me this picture. You can barely see me behind Webby's arm. I don't know if you can see it on the... There's me. Look, I'm in the Webby photo. You guys see me? You can see like a quarter of my face. You can see like a quarter of my face. Yeah. Above the white hat. That's me. That's hilarious. And you can see like half of my cousin's face in the, like right there. You can see half of his face and then there's me. That's fucking hilarious. I was next to some like super hot girl though. They should have been showing her. Not me. All right, let's look at this sorry, I'm kind of scattered right now. It's really early. I don't remember last time I started a stream up this early. Let's see. 13D. Yes, it is. May the 4th be with you, chat. May the 4th be with you. Gamestop. 25,000 shares? Only 25,000? That's like nothing. $25,000 shares? That's literally nothing. Wait, what is this? As described herein, the additional 25,000 shares of common stock beneficially owned by the directing person. It also has acquired economic exposure of 22 million. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay. 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 Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. That's still only like 5%. Exposure to 22.17 million shares of common stock underlying put call pairs. Together, the 25,000 shares of common stock beneficially owned directly and the shares underlying put call pairs constitute approximately 5% of the outstanding common stock based on the 444 million shares of common stock stated by the issuer as being outstanding as of April 24th. Okay. In the event of physical settlement, GameStop would have the sole power to vote or direct the vote of the shares of common stock underlying. Wow. So if they don't accept the vote, they're just gonna exercise. That's very interesting, because if eBay doesn't accept their offer, They're going to get eBay for cheaper, most likely. I wish it gave you like the strike prices and stuff of this. Let's see. What are you guys saying? Sorry, I am like so tired right now. I don't know why. eBay responded to the proposal, didn't shut it down outright, but taking time to review. Trust Cohen, we're good long term. I mean, yeah, long term it's fine. But the short term is going to suck, I think. I mean, we'll see actually. I don't know if the short term is going to necessarily suck. It's starting to look like it's going to suck. That's I'm getting wrecked. I think I've lost like over 50 grand now. I think I've lost over 50 grand now, so it definitely sucks. Unless the deal doesn't go through and GameStop profits off the 5% shares they own of eBay. That's fair. Where's the confidence we're good? It's an investment. It's risky now. It's not the same investment as it was when I got in it. It's completely risky now. I don't need confidence. I know how to do analysis. Like, yeah. It's risky as fuck now. Which is, it's positive. More risk, more reward. But if you don't think it's more risky now than it's ever been, you need to redo your analysis because it is extremely risky now in the short term. If you're looking out 3 to 5 years, I mean, it's still risky. It's a lot more risky than it was, but the gains are a lot higher. The gains are much higher, but it is way more risky. Waiting for a better interview. I think Ryan Cohen wanted to fuck with these CNBC analysts. Yeah, we'll watch it in a second. I haven't even watched it. Ryan Cohen has his Jensen Huang jacket for the interview. He means business, does he? Oh, we'll see. They hold options and shares. What's up, Isaiah? How you doing, bro? We're good either way. We'll see. I think you're a lot more confident than I am. After I saw you, let's see. I wouldn't hate it. Almost at 10%. Buying more. Ryan Cohen says the details are on the website. Yeah, we looked at them last night. We had a whole stream last night and talked about this. I don't think Ryan Cohen wants them to take the deal. See, that would be interesting. That would be interesting because if they didn't take the deal, the market is just shorting GameStop stock because they think that they're going to take on a bunch of debt and a lot of dilution. So anyone who's shorting right now would be absolutely fucked if this deal didn't go through. I kind of disagree. I think Ryan Cohen wants the deal to go through. I think he wants to give shareholders more time to buy more shares. I think that's the goal of a lot of these things. Even though it sucks, like, bro, I'm fucking down like 50 grand. This sucks ass. Like, I'm literally down like 50 grand. Like, this fucking blows. But at the same time, it's giving us more time to accumulate more shares. Like, if this stock doesn't move for the next 2 years while they're trying to figure this out, that's extremely beneficial. You know, the short term fucking blows. But being able to acquire more shares, like, there is nothing negative about that. I'm about to sell my house. Dead ass. Like, I'm about to go sell my house, bro. Fucking nuts. Cohen looks like he does not want to be in there in the interview. If it's risky for us, it's risky for Ryan Cohen. If we don't get paid, he doesn't get paid. Yeah, but Ryan Cohen's a billionaire. It doesn't matter what happens to Ryan Cohen. Ryan Cohen interview was badass. Is he going on pain? I have no clue. He told them to their face on air, confronted them, and they didn't have anything to say. I haven't watched it yet. I'll watch it here in a second. Stream from a park bench. Yeah, I'm gonna go homeless, bro. I'm going homeless. I mean, I'm basically homeless after today's price action. I'm basically homeless now. I just lost someone's fucking Hyundai Elantra. I just lost a fucking... I just lost a fucking Tesla. 2 Teslas, actually. I lost 2 Teslas. That's crazy. Heard whispers he's going on C-Pain at 2, but no official confirmation. He still wants to make a name for himself and have a good reputation. He has money, but he's not invincible. He can still make mistakes, bro. He can still make mistakes. Taking on $26 billion in debt. If you don't think that's risky, that's crazy. That is extremely risky. I don't care who it is. I don't care what it is. They're taking on so much fucking debt, and they're diluting the absolute shit out of all of us. You know, he's diluting the shit out of himself, but it is a interesting move. But you weren't homeless last Wednesday when we were at the same price. Exactly. Well, I'm homeless now. Hyundai to Ferrari. Exactly. Hyundai to Ferrari, baby. Otis Julius. Oh, man. Otis! Save me, Otis. Hilarious thing is all the price action is just speculative. Technically, GME is green on their eBay derivative position as long as eBay goes up. Oh, yeah. I mean, I wonder when they position, does it even say? May 3rd, GameStop submitted a non-binding letter. Company submitted to acquire 100% of eBay, reporting its combined beneficial ownership of economic exposure through derivatives to eBay. Consummation of the proposal would be subject to customary closing conditions, including receipt of shareholder approval of both the company and eBay and receipt of risks. There can be no guarantee that the company will enter into a binding agreement for the proposal, either on terms favorable to the company or at all. Yeah, see, the market's just like preemptively shorting this. Did Michael Burry really sell? Did Michael Burry actually sell? Like, that's crazy. Oh, man. I think that's funny. So there's no like date when they acquired the position or anything like that. Doesn't say. I don't see a date. GameStop purchased 25,000 shares reported herein. Total of 3 million basically. Source of funds used by GameStop to purchase was cash. GameStop entered into a series of options transactions. GameStop to exercise the put call pair at any time. Upon exercise, GameStop will be entitled to settle put call pairs. GameStop shall be entitled to election. Settlement will be based on strike price upon exercise. No portion of the purchase price for either of the shares common stock beneficially owned directly. Yeah, it doesn't have like a... I wish it had like a date when they acquired it. That would help a lot with analysis. Yeah, there's no date. Trading data? What's that? Exhibit 992 trading data. How do I find that? Ooh, right here. Yes! 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 Let's see. Oh, wow. They bought at the highs, too. Wow. Very interesting. Dude, this is fucking... Oh, my God. This is crazy, dude. Oh, like I said, like, GameStop at this... Up to this point was not risky, but it is fucking interesting now. Don't be promoting people in my chat, bro. I don't know who that is. I don't care what people on Twitter or Reddit have to say. If it's not a valid source, I'm not worried about it. People on Twitter and Reddit don't fucking know anything, so if you're taking the opinions of people on Twitter and Reddit, then I don't know. They've never been right and never will be right about anything. Hilarious things that all of price action speculative. Technically, GME is green. Yeah. Let's see. So this is the bottom. Who knows? I wonder if Amazon's going to come in and give eBay an offer after GameStop did. Probably not. Till now, everyone has been wrong about everything regarding GME, and nobody has a clue of what's going on actually. All this is so random and senseless. I don't know how to really respond to that, because we've been fairly accurate on our eBay or on our GameStop analysis. So, you know, the people you've been reading and talking about on Twitter and Reddit, yeah, they're probably wrong. But if you've been in this stream for any significant amount of time, there's been a lot of pretty accurate analysis that's gone on here. You know, we're not 100% right about everything, but for the most part, we've been able to predict this story every step of the way, as far as like the financials and stuff go. Burry said he's going to sell some of his position, maybe not all. Michael Burry said he would be selling some of his position this week. That's whack. I mean, I sold a little bit at the highs, but not enough. Not enough to care. It's kind of a joke, actually. Burry selling GME's peak squeeze indicator. I don't think the stock's going to squeeze. I mean, it depends what happens. If this deal goes through, the stock's not moving for 2 years. It's not moving. If this deal doesn't go through, then people are just shorting for really no reason. But if this deal goes through, the stock's not moving. It's clapped. eBay is a dying platform. Well, you're uneducated, so get out of my stream. Come back when you actually have an educated take. Saying eBay is a dying platform just shows how stupid you are. That's all that it does. So when you actually have an educated take, come back here. We don't need retards in my chat. How much would the stock have to fall to get Roaring Kitty to tweet? I don't care about Roaring Kitty. Roaring Kitty doesn't do anything for me. they started accumulation in February. It says March 4th. I feel like I remember reading they began building a position in February, but I've read so much shit the last 24 hours, I don't know what to say. Well, this says 3/4/2026, buy, sell, applicable strike price, net premium. So they don't have any details on it, but 3/4. Oh, and right here, I guess it says titled to exercise any time before expiration date. Oh, you guys are reading this probably. The expiration date on those eBay options is February 23rd, 2028. So they're fucking 2-year leaps, which is pretty nuts. On March 4th, 2026, the reporting person entered in a put call pair referencing 12.5 million shares. Oh, so maybe they were acquiring in February because they only acquired 12.5 million on March 4th. What was eBay trading at on March 4th? Because that's probably huge. They must be up massive on their position. March 4th. eBay was $88 on March 4th. Holy fuck. All right, we got to do some analysis. Oh my god, there's so much to do, chat. And it's not even things I can make videos about. It's just fucking shit I want to look into. Details of them building the position was hidden in the 10K? Where? We read the whole 10. I read the whole 10K. There was nothing about that. Are you talking about that 700 million thing? Because that would be all the way back in after, or didn't the quarter ended after January or February 1st, didn't it? So the 700 million thing would be in a Q4 of 25. But I guess, yeah, I guess you're right. They would have been, yeah. Good point. Actually, yeah. So the 700 million would have been put in, and then that they would start the purchasing later on. Let's see. Where's a eBay? We need a eBay, and we need to go to. See, they don't even have February options on here. This was a private deal or a OTC deal, over the counter. You can't even buy February options. Where'd that? Here it is. Let's see. March 4th, reporting person entered put call referencing 12.5 million shares. Title exercise at any time before expiration date of February 23rd, 2028. Yeah, so this was an OTC option deal. Let's see. So what do you think their strike price is? Does it say? I don't think it says. Yeah, it doesn't say. But I guess maybe we can figure it out. Do 12,576 million divided by $88, what eBay was trading at. No, that's not gonna work. I don't think there's any way to figure out the strike price. Probably 100. I mean, I guess we'll just assume, unless you guys can find a way to find the strike price. We'll just say it was 100 strike. I feel like that's probably the most likely because it's probably the most liquid. So we'll just say 100 strike. But this isn't even February. This is January 28th. So this option on March 4th was $15. Holy dude, they're oh my god, bro. Bro, They're almost up 100% on this option position. They're up like 70%. Bro. They're up like 70% on this option position. So that means they have, if they bought 20, and who knows how much the other 10 million is. This is just referencing this. They're up bro. They have like 18 billion in eBay. From the, bro. 18 billion? Probably closer to 15 billion. Bro. I want to know when they bought the other 10 million options. Like, what if they bought the other 10 million? Wow. So 12.5 million shares. So if we assume their average is like $14 per option, you would do what's the total again? 22,176. Can I just copy this into the calculator? Paste. Nice. All right. So 22 divided by 100. So that would be 221,760 call options. And you'd multiply that by 13. We'll just do 14, I guess. We'll just assume 14. So 3.1 million. They spent 3.1 million on the options. Okay, so they're not up as much as I thought they would be. Okay. So 3.1 million on the options. So they're up like, oh man, this is not, this is not as good as it seems. But I mean, they're up, 3 million on their option position. So much going on with GME that we have a Ryan Cohen interview on the back burner. Exciting times. I'm just trying to build a story, bro. I'm just trying to build a story because this just seems fucking insane, bro. This just seems insane. Let's see. In the first paragraph of the 5-3 news release, it says they started accumulating on February 4th. Okay. Let me know what your thoughts is. eBay, good purchase for GameStop. It's risky. I don't fucking know, man. we had a full stream last night talking about this. I think my take is that it's risky, but if they do it properly in the next 3+ years, it's going to pay out way more than just focusing on GameStop alone. But they could also take over and then do a stock offering and raise, $30 billion immediately, if that's what they're going to do. And then they can come in and make eBay a company that's making like $7 billion in net income, and then you're making, $500 to $700 million on GameStop. So you could be making over $8 billion in net income a year with both the companies combined. So there's a lot of opportunity, but it is a massive risk with all the debt. That's really what it comes. And the dilution isn't, as a shareholder, the dilution sucks. But it depends how much they dilute. The eBay asset should kind of counteract the dilution in a lot of ways. But yeah, it's risky. That's about all I can say. This is GameStop hasn't been a risky investment. It's been fairly simple, fairly straightforward. but now it's a high risk, high reward. What's up, P? I don't know, Cohen did some crazy shit with options back when he was working with BBY. Bought a shit on an 80 call when stock was trading at like 20. Yeah, but we just did the analysis. Like, they only spent like $3 million on these options, and they have the $3 million position on the stock, so they're only up like probably less than 3 million on the option position. Like, that's nothing. That's literally nothing. That's literally nothing. So the only reason they even have the option position is if eBay doesn't accept the deal, and then they're going to exercise, and 22 million shares of eBay at probably $100. I don't even know. What was it again? Do I still have this? Oops. 221760. Wait, did I not do the math correct? Or did I not do the math correctly? Oh no, I did the math correctly. Okay. So 22 million shares, 76000 times like 100 strike is 2.2 billion. Yeah, it's interesting. My biggest fear is the dilution. You're talking about creating billions of shares? No, you're not. Your analysis is so inaccurate if you think they're creating billions of shares. The shareholders voted in 2022 that they could only issue up to 1 billion. So at most, they're going to issue like 450 million at the most. They're not issuing billions of shares. You're going to take on eBay's float as well, so you'll be sitting around 1.4, 1.5 billion in shares outstanding total, but they're not diluting billions of shares. And even if they do, get this deal and then dilute another 400-500 million because eBay's trading at all-time highs, you're going to raise over 30 billion in cash. So how is that even like a fear? That doesn't even make sense. And why would you be afraid of dilution after all this time? You've been diluted on like fucking 4 times in the past 2 years. Literally. So having a fear of dilution literally makes no sense. If you're afraid of dilution, you should have been out of this stock a long time ago, cuz they've done nothing but dilute shareholders. Well, I guess the bonds and stuff aren't really dilution. It's potential future dilution, but yeah, I don't really understand that. Doesn't really make sense. In the CNBC interview, it seems like they really wanted to get Ryan Cohen to straight up say he was going to dilute. I love the idea of owning eBay, but it's really ambitious. I don't think it matters that it's eBay. Like, take away the name eBay. The only thing that matters is what it can produce. It doesn't matter what they buy. What can it produce? How long is it going to take to pay off this $27 billion in debt they're about to take on? Like, there's a lot more questions and a lot more important things than, oh, they're buying eBay. Like, I don't give a fuck that they're buying eBay. They're taking on $27 billion in debt and then another $7 billion in liabilities on top of that. Like, screw eBay. Screw the name. Like, the name eBay is irrelevant. Look at the balance sheet. Look at the financial analysis. That's what matters. Why would you fear that? Moas is out of the menu. Ryan Cohen said clearly he won't allow Moas by diluting each time shit spirals out of control. He said clearly he wants long-term valuation. This would change the business fundamentals incredibly. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's gonna make the fundamentals look like shit. You're gonna have, oh, you're gonna have like or like 35 billion in liabilities with like 20 billion in assets. Like the fundamentals are gonna be absolute dog shit, bro. They're gonna be so bad. But it's gonna, in 3 to 5 years, it's gonna be, if it works out, it's going to be way more exponential than just making like a billion and a half on a GameStop. So in the short term, it's trash, but the long term, it should be extremely valuable. And if the stock stays above $20 anyway, like, does it really matter? Not really. If the stock continues to trade above $20, the dilution in the debt literally doesn't matter. Like, if the stock was ever going to trade below $20, it would be now or after the deal. But what happens if it continues to trade above $20? Like, that just means the stock was about to absolutely fucking rip and they stopped it. Which, you could be mad about, whatever, but that's extremely valuable. Keeping the share price low so you can acquire more shares. Let's see, I trust in the CEO. I like this price. I like it, I'm sold. And say now these guys are throwing around the term billions. So deals go through, I'm only buying from eBay. I'm gonna go buy me some used underwear, bro. I'm gonna get me some used underwear. Let's go. Maybe Ryan Cohen will sell his used underwear on eBay. Oh shit, that shit's funny. I love dilution at this point, the new normal. It's fair. And also, you have to think of it in terms of economics. Like, sure, cash has been extremely valuable the past couple years. They've been making a fuck ton of money on cash. But, the Fed's going to start cutting interest rates here soon, probably in the next couple months. And who knows how much they'll cut in the years going forward, but cash isn't going to be valuable relatively soon. So, instead of diluting for cash, they're diluting for a business, which is very smart because they're taking advantage of the economic. Well, they took advantage of the economics for the past 2 years, 3 years, because cash was really valuable and you were making a lot of money on cash. But here in the next like 2-3 years, cash isn't going to be as valuable. You're probably only going to be making like 2% on cash. So, I prefer this than them raising convertible notes or something again. I can say that. I'm just worried about the debt. Like, personally, like, everything is fine, but they're taking on literally $26 billion of debt. Like, 20 billion from the loan, and eBay has 6 billion. eBay has like close to 7 billion in debt, actually, and they have a lot of liabilities, so you're just taking on massive amounts of debt, and that's really the only thing that worries me. I don't know how they're going to approach this to pay off the debt. And that's my biggest worry, but I've done the analysis on eBay. They can turn eBay into a company that's making, over $10 billion in the next like 3+ years, I think. But if they don't do anything about the debt, it doesn't matter how much money they're making. Because, I mean, like I don't know what the interest rate on the debt is either. Like, 26 billion, imagine it's like 9%. That's 2.3 billion in interest every single year that they have to pay. Which, I guess when you break down the numbers, that's not that much. That's pretty much how much is going to stock buybacks. But that's still a lot of interest to be paying. And what if it's more? You know, if it's like 15%, they're paying like over $3 billion in interest on the debt. So I'm just, I'm curious to see how they handle that. That's just wild, bro. That's just so much debt to be taking on. Why is GameStop buying eBay shares to sell after they go up in value or for hostile takeover? They only bought 25,000 eBay shares, and then they have the exposure of 22 million through options. So if they don't accept the deal, I imagine they're just going to go through the market and take over eBay, or, you know, get a majority shareholder and vote to take control of eBay. And if they do it that way, I think they'll get it cheaper. But I don't know. Don't want the price to go to 13. My average used to be 16.5, now 20.25. Why does that matter? In 5-10 years, you think you're gonna care whether you bought GameStop at 13 or 20 or 30? Like, do you really think you're gonna care? People are I don't know. A lot of people are way too focused on like things that don't matter. If you're in this investment for the next 5-10 years, it doesn't fucking matter what price GameStop price is. It literally doesn't matter. Varley, what's up, Varley? And Ryan, what's up, Ryan? Would be nice if they bought something they can kind of integrate with. eBay's perfect match. Debt we would have to take on would hurt, but fundamentally we would produce way more income. Yeah. What's up, fake roaring kitty? I'll buy way more at 13. You're just throwing around numbers, bro. Why should we trust your evaluation? Wait, me? Oh, that guy? I mean, Rex has been here. I mean, Rex got timed out one day for promoting Litecoin, and now Litecoin's in the shitter, so I love Rex. Rex has been a supporter of the stream for a while. He comes in and out, but I would not trust his analysis personally. Sorry, Rex. Sorry, bro. I'm just being real. I'm just being real, bro. Your analysis is very emotional from my perspective. eBay's collectible market is a primary driver in revenue. I don't know much about eBay's business, to be fair. Would be nice if they bought something they can. Oh wait, I already read that. Ryan Cohen says he will cut $2 billion in costs within 12 months, cutting expenses. Yeah, I've already looked into that. They're gonna cut way more than $2 billion. But that doesn't matter. You're taking on 20. Like, what is it? Like, do you guys not understand? Like, what taking on $26 billion in debt means? Like, that is so risky. That is so risky. If you don't think this is risky, you're insane. I'm not saying it's not going to work out. I think it's going to work out. But if you don't think this is risky, you're fucking tripping, bro. You are absolutely tripping if you don't think this is risky. Interesting point on the rip. Could you elaborate more? How and why they stopped it and who are they? I'm just talking about GameStop. They stopped it by, you know. I mean, the crazy part is you haven't even had the dilution. You haven't even gotten the deal accepted. So the market's just like preemptively shorting the stock because they think they're going to take on all this debt and dilution. It's very interesting. Very interesting. But also the stock is extremely volatile. Like, the stock could shoot up here in like the next hour or two back to $25, $26. Like, it is extremely volatile right now as well. You have to also take that into consideration for the short-term price action. But Yeah, the debt's risky, man. The debt's risky. When the fake Roaring Kitty's back, you know it's going down. It's going down. Meet me in the mall. But yeah, I don't know exactly what you're asking, Brute Force. What's up? Hey, Power Ranger, how you doing? Enjoying all the videos, live streams you're putting out. Thanks for sharing your thoughts on GME. Hey, I appreciate you supporting, bro. Thank you for supporting. I appreciate it, my friend. I appreciate it. Who the fuck's even on the eBay board? I'm not sure. We'll do more research. I still need to watch the interview. I haven't even watched the interview yet. We've just been talking. We've just been talking and trying to like build a story for this. I haven't even watched the interview yet. I'm trying to build a story for myself. Let's see. Rosh. What's up, Rosh? Good to see you, Rosh. Time is ripe for a tweet. Now is for this move. Isn't the majority eBay shareholders the same as GameStop, like Vanguard and BlackRock? Yeah, the largest shareholder is BlackRock. They have like 42 million shares. So eBay or GameStop's going to be, you know, if they actually exercise the options, they're going to be Whale Wisdom, eBay. You go to Whale Wisdom. What the hell? How come it's not bringing up Whale Wisdom? Okay, I'll go this way then. eBay. I think GameStop's going to be like the 5th largest eBay shareholder, I think. Something like that. Yeah, around 5th. Because BlackRock has 43 million, Vanguard has 34 million, Vanguard Capital has 33 million, Vanguard Portfolio has 23.5 million, and then State Street has 23 million. So you're going to be like the 5th largest shareholder in eBay if this ends up happening. All right. I don't think we need to do anything more on this. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Let's see. Down 700 or 7,300 on that account. Down 8,000 on that account. Okay, so I haven't lost as much as I thought I did, but I still lost like 20, 30 grand. That's pretty cool. All right, enough of that. We don't need to look at that anymore. That's just disappointing. That's just disappointing. All right, should we watch this interview now, I guess? let me catch up with the chat before we do this. Mine else says to buy and hold GME. What's up, Elvis? Elvis, I did flip the coin and like say I wasn't gonna ban you, but I will ban you if you're just gonna be a weirdo. Like, and you just, I don't know, if you're just gonna continue to be a troll and bring no value to my stream, I will ban you. Like, you think I care? I don't. This is your last warning, straight up. You know, I've been super lenient with you, and I've been nice, but if you're gonna continue to bring no value to my stream, I will ban you forever. You won't have a coin to save you this time. Even Ryan says it's risky. 30 mil volume so far, exciting. I mean, I wonder if the deal's gone through. What if the deal's gone through and you're just seeing the dilution in real time in the market? You never know. Because personally, I didn't think it would go down like this until the deal went through. So it's either the deal's already gone through or the market is just preemptively shorting because of the deal. It was also risky when Ryan Cohen sought to buy GameStop. GameStop had like, what, 4 billion, I don't know, like 5 billion in debt. GameStop's debt was nothing. This is 26 billion in debt, my guy. This is, yeah. GameStop was a little baby fucking they didn't even have, I don't even know how much debt they had, like 1 billion, 2 billion. We're talking 26 billion in debt, my guy. GameStop was also dog shit. So you can't compare what GameStop was to this. This is insane. You can try to spin it positive all you want, but it's not. It's not positive. It's interesting and it should work out, but it's risky, and that's all there is to it. It's massively risky. You're taking on 26 billion in debt and another like 7-8 billion in liabilities while using all of every resource you have from GameStop. And then you take on eBay's assets. So maybe you're sitting on 19 billion in assets with 35 billion in debt, or 35 billion in long-term or liabilities, and 26 billion of its debt. Like, yeah, I mean, you can try to spin it positive all you want, but this is fucking risky. Even if they dilute, they can't sell it now. Like a 5-year term, I mean, sell it now. Oh, that's not even in the question. They're not gonna sell. eBay board owns less than 1%. eBay shares, that's crazy. Debt collectors call me every day. My dude need a new phone number. Damn. Hit like if you want real GME news, no hype, sugarcoating. No, what do you mean, bro? The stock was going to the moon. Didn't you see everyone yesterday? The stock's going to the moon, bro. You didn't watch all the other YouTubers and all the Reddit posts and all that? You didn't see that? It's going to the moon. You know, nobody wants to come to this stream and get a reality check. Why would you want a reality check? You want to live in your nice little happy ignorance bubble. You don't want a reality check. You don't want to see reality for what it actually is. You just want to stay ignorant and be like, yeah, it's going to the moon. Yippee. And then you get wrecked. And then you get absolutely wrecked because you listen to people who have no fucking clue what they're talking about. All right, GameStop will just change their investor relation phone number. Problem solved. Who knows? Maybe that's what Ryan Cohen meant when he said it hasn't been done in markets before, taking on a fucking 26 billion debt and then making it work somehow. See, I'm sure there's been something similar to this. I'm sure. The only way I feel like it's something that's never been done before is if they come in and do a stock offering and raise 30 billion, and then literally that debt doesn't matter because they're just going to pay it off immediately, and then it would be a debt-free business with like 20 to 25 billion in assets. Like that's where it potentially is interesting. But if it's just, they just buy it with a bunch of debt, bunch of shares, whatever, like, and then it takes 3 to 5 years to turn it around, I don't know how interesting that is. Like, it'll work out, it's going to be an exponential gain if it does work out. But the only way it's like truly interesting is if they raise a bunch of money through stock offering. But I just don't think that's what they're going to do. I think they're trying to keep the share price down. They don't want the share price up. They don't want the share price up. They want to keep it low so people can continue to accumulate. But I mean, even if they did do a stock offering and they raised, 30 billion or whatever, that would still dilute the shit out of the shares, so potentially they would still even be down after that. But yeah, man, this is crazy. This is honestly insane. Debt absolved. Honestly, I'd wait to see if there's a Payne interview later like last time, then watch the CNBC one. I mean, I'll watch this one. I'm just reading the chat. What are the pay package tranches? And every couple years he has to meet specifics. Nah, it's just in a 10-year period you have to meet them. I don't think they have to meet them like one every single year. It's just you either, however many you can meet in 10 years, that's what you get. Let's watch the interview. All right, one sec. Let me catch up with the chat. I don't think paying interviews today. Just announced a different guest. He'll definitely be on soon. Haven't watched yet. All right, I'll start it here in a second. What a masterpiece, Ryan Cohen in the interview. It's going down when Elvis is about to be banned. I'm just not in the mood to fucking, like, I don't know why people can't, especially like someone who's literally been in this stream since I was streaming in 2021. I don't know why you can't just like be a positive person and like bring value to the chat. I don't know why it always has to be like trolling and fucking being whack as fuck. Because the only reason you're trolling is because the stock's down. You didn't have anything to say when the stock was going up and absolutely ripping. The only reason you're trolling now is because the stock's down. And guess what? I'm still up massive. I may have lost 30 grand today, but I'm still up massive. So like, you can troll all you want, but I'm still crushing. So I don't know. It's just weird. People just wait. They're just rubbing their greedy little hands. They're like, oh, I can't wait till the stock goes down so I can go in Corey's live stream and say something fucking retarded. Like that's crazy, bro. That's insane. GME still looks good, only down to last week. It's only good for GME. It's interesting. Michael Burry said he sold after eBay announced. I think he's going to sell or something like that. I don't know. I'm a troll that likes to bring value. If the deal doesn't go through, it'd be a payday for GME selling that 5% stake. Not really. It's a small stake. Well, I guess it depends on the strike price. I guess it does depend on the strike price. That's actually a very good point. I didn't think about that, because if the strike price is like $100 and the stock's trading at 115, 22 million shares at $100, that would be 2.2 billion. But if the stock's trading at like 115 or something like that, 115 times 22176,000, that'd be 2.5 billion. So that would be like a 300 million gain. I may have done the math wrong on the options or something. Oh, I did do the math wrong on the options because it's $14. No, I didn't do. No, it's 14 times 100. So I did do the math wrong. That's why it was so. Okay. Yeah. That's why it was a 3. Okay. Yep. Okay. I got you. I did do the math wrong. So, yeah, they do have a pretty exponential gain on the option position. Through like a share perspective. The options, they're not up that much, I don't think. Well, I actually got to redo the math now. So 2216000. Whoops. 22176,000 divided by 100. All right, 221,000, and then you would buy the options at $14 a piece, but it's 14 times 100, so it'd be 1,400. So you would do 221,760 times 1,400. So yeah. Okay. So I did the math wrong the first time. So it's they're actually up over 300 million on their eBay position, or the option position. Okay. That makes more sense. Shout out to whoever, Trip Hazard. Thank you, bro. You made me redo my math, and now I know this. I did my math terribly the first time, so thank you for making me redo it. How would you feel if eBay offered to buy GME as a counter? That wouldn't work out. I gotta go back to work. Good luck on the stream. All right, Isaiah. Appreciate you stopping in, bro. What's going on about GME? Please tell us about GME going down. I don't care that the stock price is going down. That's irrelevant. The price on the screen going up or down is completely irrelevant. I know if you're 30K down and upset, but play the video already instead of blabbering. Wait, I'm upset? I'm really not that upset, so. But don't tell me what to do. See, now I'm going to wait longer. Now I'm going to read the chat more. You just made it so I'm going to read the chat more. I didn't know I was upset, though. Am I upset? That's interesting. I mean, maybe you would be upset if you lost 30 grand. Maybe you would be upset if you lost 30 grand, but I'm not upset. It sucks, you know? I could have went and bought like a new car or something. But if you think I care about losing 30 grand, you don't know me very well. I could lose 100 grand and still not care. And I'm not even rich. I'm just confident in my bet. Something you can't really say. You've probably never been confident in anything. Risky move, yeah, but not worried about it. My risk tolerance is higher. That's fair. Is eBay a failing company or in trouble? It's definitely declining, but it's mostly because of the stock buybacks and the dividend and like the compensation of the board. They're going to do a lot of cost cutting on eBay. Like I said, they're going to be able to pull like 7-8 billion in net income once they do all the cost cutting. Potentially more. They could be pushing 10 plus billion on the cost cut after the cost cutting on eBay. 10 plus billion of net income. So like there's a lot of positives, but that initial debt is just pretty risky. Quick question, doesn't GameStop 5% ownership push eBay institutional ownership to 100%? I'm not sure on that, but GameStop doesn't own 5% of eBay. They just have the options, and they can exercise the options to take 5% ownership. But while you're holding the options, you don't own 5% of the company. It's not until they exercise the options will they actually be a 5% owner. But I'm not sure on that. I'm not exactly sure on that. I haven't really researched eBay much, if I'm being honest. I'm sure over the next like month or so, I'm sure we'll be doing a lot more research on eBay, but I don't know eBay that well. Only thing I think of is Bear and Monsanto. Bear took like 60 billion in debt from them. Wait, what? I don't know what you're talking about, Rosh. Mr. Cohen put down tempting worm, eBay like. Let me read that card again. Wait, what? Hit the like button? Yeah, hit the like button. There's like 50 people in the stream. Nobody's hitting the like button. Let's say the eBay deal never gets through, then what? Side trading for another 3 years straight. Also, what's some reasonable time span for the deal to make it till December 2026? If the eBay deal doesn't go through, you're just going to go back to trading like normal. Like, I think people are preemptively shorting because of the dilution in the debt. So if you don't take on that dilution and that debt, I mean, GameStop's just going to continue to trade how it was trading, I think. But I think even if you, man, good. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. Wouldn't that be market manipulation if they sell for profit and call off the deal? No, I don't think so. How would it be market manipulation? That's a stretch. Shout out to the chat. Fact checks. Read it in Pig Latin. Here's more chat to read. Corey looks happy to me. Oh, I'm hyped. I'm hyped. I wish he had the Luigi hat in, but that's another story. Nah, no Luigi hat. No Luigi hat. Maybe the Mario one. It is red. For the deal to go through, basically either stock has to go to 50 plus or more. Shares need to be authorized. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Go watch the video for yourself. You can't wait. Some people aren't too bright. Yeah, they're just all emotional. You know, they probably FOMO'd in on GameStop this morning and they're getting absolutely wrecked. Is what it is. Is what it is. based on speculation, how much and how fast can the debt be paid off, like 5 billion right off the bat? I think it just depends how they approach it, but I would say it would take at least 3+ years to pay off all the debt. But it really depends how they approach it. If they just come in and do a stock offering and raise 30 billion through eBay's shares, you know, they're going to pay off that debt instantly. But if they just take the slow route, it's going to take at least over 3 years to pay off that debt. And it could take longer. Like, I think 3 years is kind of that's kind of like a very low time frame. It could take longer. I think it just depends. I think it just depends. But you know what's awesome? At least GameStop's not taking a bunch of debt to build a fucking AI data center or some bullshit. At least they're buying a real business and they're doing real business. Like, imagine if they were taking debt to build a fucking AI data center. Oh god. That would be trash. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. I might be indifferent to this move, but at least it's a real business. If you look at input versus output, could this be institutions controlling the price for accumulation? I don't look in the market that way. Like, if the market's down as much as it is today, or if the stock's down as much as it is today, it's telling you that people are shorting the stock and people are positioning shorts because people think this deal is not great. If Ryan Cohen exercised the option that takes profit after pumping eBay stock with the failed bid, seems like market manipulation. Sounds like SEC would look into it, but they didn't pump the stock. How did GameStop pump the stock? They didn't pump the stock. They're buying a position like a normal investor would. Did Michael Burry pump GameStop? No. GameStop is an investor buying shares of a stock, buying options of a stock. They're not manipulating it. They're not pumping it. They're doing what you get. Like, you guys buy and sell stocks all the time. Are you manipulating the stock market? No. No. You're just buying and selling shares. Like, they're not manipulating the market in any way. Brute Force, stop talking about kids on Twitter. I'm sorry, bro. I'm removing your messages, but don't talk about kids on Twitter in my stream, bro. I don't care about kids on Twitter's point of view. They're irrelevant. You might think they're credible, but none of those people know what they're talking about. They don't know business. They're not stock traders. They're people who post on Twitter and think they know they're literally just people who post on Twitter. They don't even know anything about anything. They just post and they get some likes and they get some views and they get paid by Twitter. Like, they don't have any value. They have zero value to bring to the table. I'll read your message, but you got to stop promoting random kids in my stream. You might find whatever they're saying valuable, but I don't. I don't find fake traders valuable. I don't find people who post on Reddit and Twitter valuable. I like real information. And I don't like people who cry on Twitter. They're arbitraging price, which is normal apparently. Yeah, pretty much. Apparently they're shorting since they're front running the dilution. By announcing a value of 125 per share, then selling at that price instead, following through and buying, I'm pretty sure that would be questionable to the SEC. No, it wouldn't. I disagree. I disagree. It's not market manipulation. It's an acquisition proposal. Yeah, exactly. It's not market manipulation. I don't even know how you I don't even know how you like come up with that perspective. But all right, let's watch this interview. We've been bullshitting long enough. Let's watch this interview. Ryan Cohen had an interview with CNBC today. Let's check it out.
The big deal news of the day, GameStop offering to buy eBay for $56 billion. The stocks are both up big in the last month. In the pre-market, CEO Ryan Cohen saying that combined company will be a real competitor to Amazon. And joining us right now live and exclusively is the man himself, Ryan Cohen. Good morning, and thank you for joining us.
Ryan! There he is, chat. There he is. Let's go. I'm hyped for this.
Morning.
It's great to see you. So there's so many questions about how this would all work. But before we get to any of that, just give us the backstory here and the rationale behind wanting to go ahead and try to do this.
eBay has the second largest commerce franchise, and there's a big opportunity to do something much larger and to pull costs out of the system, as well as accelerate revenue growth and leveraging our physical infrastructure.
Yeah, the leveraging their physical infrastructure, what we saw in that report, that they could turn their stores into broadcasting studios where they could start doing live selling. Super interesting. But yeah, the cost cutting and interesting to hear him say that he could also increase revenue. This is already pretty interesting.
Our focus on collectibles could be a much larger business, but bringing in an entrepreneurial mindset is what I plan on doing into eBay and building something much larger.
Okay, so you've built up a stake in this company already. You've had conversations with the company. You've tried. What's happened here?
No. We're just starting.
You're just starting. And one of the questions I had was, why not try to initiate conversations outside of the public sphere before putting this into I don't know if we're putting it in the context of hostile necessarily, but unsolicited, if you will.
For obvious reasons. eBay is a public company. There's all kinds of perverse financial incentives from the board to the management team. So there's only one way to approach something like this.
Invariably, the audience, and I know a lot of people are going to ask, how does the math for you? Given the price tag, $56 billion, given the market cap of GameStop, which is a fraction of that. I know you have this $20 billion financing letter from TD, but sort of walk us through how you could get to that price and how it would work.
Very good question. I hope Ryan Cohen actually answers this without being like super vague like he normally is. I like this question. And good interview so far. We're only 2 minutes in.
It's on our website. It's half cash, half stock, but the details are on our website.
This guy, bro, of course he gives like the most vague answer. He's like, do the research yourself, buddy. You want me to tell you? Too bad. Go do the research yourself. Yeah, I mean, I figured that's what he was gonna do.
Can you help? I've read them, but can you help our audience understand them?
Yeah. Which part exactly?
Well, I think we can start with the idea that the market cap of GameStop is, call it, $11 billion. You have $9 billion on your balance sheet. Arguably, if you're providing effectively all of your stock, and then the cash that gets you to 20, you have this letter from TD, that's another 20. We're now at 40, but we're still off by, call it, 16. And the 20, as far as I understand, while it's considered a highly confident letter, meaning TD saying they're highly confident that they would provide the financing, it's not locked financing.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Oh my god. This is the worst interview ever, bro. This is so bad. It's so funny, though. We'll see what happens, he says. Oh my god, dude.
I hear you. I understand that. I'm just trying to understand where the rest of the money would come from.
It's half cash, half stock.
I hear you. I'm just saying that math doesn't get you to the price that you're offering.
Why? Why does there gotta be an ad? Oh my god, that is so funny, dude. Holy shit, that's funny. Oh my god. I just messed it up. Alright, I'm gonna have to edit this video a little bit.
So, Brian, that's a pretty straightforward question. I don't get it. Like, where's the rest of the money coming from? Andrew laid it out pretty clearly.
I don't understand your question. We're offering half cash, half stock, and we have the ability to issue stock in order to get the deal done. But the full details of the offer are on our website.
But you're on our air. We thought we'd get...
So, but I don't understand.
Bro, this is the most insane troll I've ever seen in my life. Holy crap. This is crazy, dude. This is insane. He is I love Ryan. You know what? I don't even care how much debt they're taking on. This interview alone, this is fucking awesome. This is so funny, bro.
And your question.
So, Ryan, sorry, it's Melissa Liebeck at the NASDAQ. Basically, you know, you've got $20 billion presumably from TD. You've got $9 billion of cash on your balance sheet. So that's 29. Half cash, half stock. You might issue more shares. That's what you're talking about. So it could be dilutive to current GameStop shareholders. I want to move on, though, in terms of your vision for this combined company, because saying that a combined company could rise.
I think it's hilarious that they've had to go through 3 different interviews now. They're like, I cannot interview this guy.
Rival the likes of Amazon sets the bar pretty high. How do you foresee that happening, given some key differences between your model and Amazon's model? Notably, Amazon has a huge logistics hub, able to, you know, offer all this other sort of delivery service, and GameStop and eBay would be confined to the platform.
There's an opportunity to build a much larger business, to make the business much more efficient and to accelerate revenue growth. And eBay's a very strong business. You look at GameStop as an example. GameStop, very difficult business, should have been bankrupt multiple times over, and it's doing okay. It's making a few bucks. eBay is in a very, very strong position, but it could be in a much stronger position, and it could be a much larger business than what it currently is.
Ryan, you mentioned that, you know, GameStop.
Wow. What? Dude, there's so many ads. Is this how you guys feel watching my stream? There's so many ads. What the hell? So many ads, bro. Oh my god, this fucking interview is insane, dude. This interview is absolutely insane. Wow. I don't understand your question. It's cash and half stock. That shit is so funny, dude. Oh my god. So funny, bro. So funny. This is the best interview yet, for sure. This is the best interview yet. I think it's interesting how, you know, he's saying GameStop is doing okay. Like, he definitely, he sees that, GameStop, it's not going to produce what he wants it to produce. GameStop isn't going to become this company that produces 5, 10, $20 billion a year. Like at the most, GameStop will probably be able to make like 2 to 3 billion in net income. So, this is why he's going for eBay, because he thinks he can make 10, $20 billion a year in net income from eBay, most likely. And also, eBay is going to get you in those EBITDA targets extremely quick, even with the debt. So, you're going to have those EBITDA targets taken out, and then we'll see how the market cap targets go, I guess.
Last 4 years or something like. Ryan, you mentioned that, GameStop's in a tough business. I mean, revenues are down like 40% in the last 4 years or something like that. eBay's been a public company for a couple of decades. Where's the evidence that you kind of know how to grow a mature consumer business?
I don't know. I mean, didn't you guys call for GameStop's demise multiple times? Like it should have been bankrupt by now.
So it's not dead, therefore you know how to grow it? Is that what you're saying?
Well, look at our financial performance. Is it better than you guys anticipated? Because you guys said it was going to be doing really, really poorly, and it's actually doing okay.
Ryan, let me come at this a slightly different way. Assuming...
Dude, he just called them out so hard. Oh my God, bro. This is so funny. I can't stop laughing. I literally can't stop laughing. This is so funny, bro.
That you were able to get this half cash, half stock arrangement effectively by diluting your shares. I imagine that's how you'd have to do it, but I still don't understand fully how that would work. And you were able to capture more cash, I guess, from others. In terms of paying it down, can you walk us through the math of that? Because if you look at both of these companies in terms of just how much cash they produce, it would be a tight bill.
Very, very good question. Very good question.
The materials that we posted online?
I have looked at the materials that you've posted online, but we also have an audience that I'm hoping is going to want to understand this and hear from you, so that you can walk through this, because people do look at these numbers and they say that they're trying to wrap their head around it. I don't think that everybody automatically says, oh my goodness, this absolutely makes 100% sense, and he can write the check tomorrow, and if he wanted to close the deal tomorrow. In fact, I am sure that if you were the CEO of eBay and the board of eBay today, you would say, I don't know whether they have the money to be able to do this, and they're watching us now, and other investors of eBay are watching us now, and they're not going to call eBay's board and say, you need to talk to these people, unless they understand how this all is supposed to work.
Well, we have a 5% stake in eBay. It makes us one of the largest shareholders. So they have a fiduciary duty to their shareholders to evaluate this proposal. And in terms of the actual earnings power of the business, this is a business that is under earning and can make a lot more money. And GameStop is a good blueprint for that. Obviously, you guys thought the business wouldn't be where it currently is, and eBay could be making a lot more money. So there's going to be some leverage on the balance sheet in order to make an acquisition possible, but it's also going to be making a lot more money in the future than it is today, because it's going to be run a lot more efficiently. And when a business is not growing users and spending $2.5 billion in sales and marketing, there's a lot of fat to cut. And the earnings power, as we laid out in our investor presentation, could be way higher, double the earnings in a pretty short period of time. And
wow, and he's not even talking about how he can get rid of the dividend and the buybacks and the stock-based compensation to save another $3 billion. They can save so much money on this deal. This is insane, bro. This is insane. At least he actually answered it that time, but whatever. Let's keep it going.
So it's a business that can take on more leverage because it's going to be making more money in the future.
My understanding is that in terms of running a proxy contest now, that would be uniquely complicated. Is this something that you would try to do in the future?
Allergies and quadruplets means
Oh, dude, so many ads. Oh my God, so many ads. I'll get to the chat here in a little bit. Oh shit.
What?
I apologize.
What did you say?
I was saying, could you imagine uniquely complicated? Is this something that you would try to do in the future?
You cut out. What?
I apologize.
What did you say?
I was saying, could you imagine running a proxy contest against this board in the future? It looks like from a timeline perspective, that would probably be very hard to do now. But in terms of trying to do that on a long-term basis, maybe next year, if, for example, they don't come to the table.
Well, there's ways to do something before next year, but we're going to do whatever we need to do in order to protect our investment and pursue this. I said before, it's a long putt, but there's a lot of upside potential in something like this. You have a very strong business, and if it's in the hands of a capable operator, it can be a much larger business.
Since you put this news out yesterday afternoon, have you heard from anybody at eBay or people behind the scenes, advisors and the like?
I am sure they've hired the most expensive advisory firms and lawyers to help them navigate this. So, no, not yet. I'm sure we'll get a bunch of scripted responses and they'll load up because, of course, I mean, you're dealing with a company that is very entrenched. It's a very good company. It's maybe one of the greatest companies, but they're going to do whatever they can to, it's survival. So they'll do whatever they can to protect themselves. So no, we haven't heard anything yet.
Ryan, you alluded to it before, but there are a lot of people who sort of were betting against you, let's say, in GameStop. And I know you don't appreciate that. There are some skeptics, though, surrounding this deal who will say that, oh, that Ryan Cohen, he wants to make sure that he hits a minimum threshold to receive his first tranche of compensation, the minimum threshold being $20 billion market cap for GameStop or $2 billion in cumulative EBITDA. Is that the case, that this is a bid to make sure that you're going to get paid in that first tranche to boost the GameStop's market cap?
I hope that he answers this properly and is like, I don't get paid. I get the option to buy shares at a certain price. Hopefully he answers this properly or he trolls him again.
I mean, I obviously want to build something much larger, but I don't benefit unless shareholders benefit. So my compensation package is aligned with shareholders, and I want to build a much larger business.
So just larger means successful. Larger means aligned with shareholder interests.
Larger means maximizing shareholder value and increasing earnings.
Yeah, Ryan, just to touch on that point, I don't know all the details of your compensation package. Maybe you can clear it up for us. If you get to a larger market cap by taking two smaller market cap companies and merging them together, or swallowing a much bigger market cap company, does that count? Because those shareholders wouldn't necessarily see the same gains that they would if you just grew market cap by, growing operating earnings. I don't know what the details of your compensation are, though, directly. Does it matter if you swallow a bigger company and that's how you get the market cap, or do the shareholders actually have to see the same gains?
I don't benefit, and I'm aligned. I'm aligned with shareholders. So, and unless our market cap increases substantially and earnings increases substantially, I don't get any salary, any cash, no golden parachutes, nothing. So it's It's pretty aligned with shareholders. There's
But the
there's no
individual
free lunch here in
shareholders
this
don't see that
situation.
huge benefit if you're combining a lot more shareholders in with that and then diluting shareholders by issuing more debt on top of it. You see what I'm saying? I get it. If you grow your market cap by 10 times, sure, I think you should absolutely get gains, but not if you do it by swallowing a bigger company and just kind of absorbing all of that into it too, because individual shareholders didn't see necessarily a huge gain from that.
What? That doesn't make any sense. If you're buying GameStop at 10 billion market cap and it goes to 100 billion market cap, you make a 10x. Dude, it's crazy how uneducated people are, bro. These are CNBC analysts, quote unquote. I don't know if they're actually analysts or not, but how do these people like not know these things? That's insane, bro. And like, what a terrible question. Ugh.
If I don't hit the thresholds, then I don't get anything.
Hey, Ryan, two final questions for you. One is just the 5% stake you have in the company is in the combination of stock itself, my understanding is, but also derivatives. Can you explain how that works?
It's currently mostly derivatives, and there's a little bit of stock that puts us under the regulatory thresholds, but it's currently the majority of the position is derivatives.
And was that when you first began that process in February? Were you thinking that you wanted to get a stakeholder in the company to ultimately buy it, or were you thinking that this initially potentially just could be a good investment on the back of it? Obviously, by the way, on the back of even announcing this news, the stock is up now at 9%.
It's a very good business. It's a very strong business, and it all depends on the future earnings power of the business. If I was running the business, I'd be making a lot more money.
Okay, and then here's my final question. Given the rationale for the transaction that you've laid out, which, by the way, I've heard relatively good things about, just the idea that, it's interesting to combine the idea of eBay and a GameStop, just as a concept. How would you feel if eBay called you up and said, we'd like to pursue a transaction with you, and we would like to buy GameStop at a, call it, 20% premium to your stock price? In that case, it would be, a different type of deal.
I have the same obligation to my shareholders as eBay has to theirs. And so, if something like that were to happen, then I have the same obligation to maximize value for my shareholders as eBay has.
Ryan Cohen, we want to thank you for joining us, especially as this news is just dropping over the past 24 hours, and we do hope to continue this conversation as this continues to play out. Thanks, Ryan.
What an awkward interview. What an absolutely awkward interview, bro. That was... Why? Come on. Oh, that was... I don't really even know what to say about that. I need to watch it again, because it was so funny. That was more like comedy than... Like, I don't know. He sounds so confident, bro. He sounds so confident. How can you not, like... How can you not invest in that? How can you not believe in Ryan Cohen? That wasn't the greatest stream clip. I want to watch that shit again. Can we watch this without ads by some miracle? All right, let me see what you guys were saying. What's up, Jedi? Let's see. Exactly. Let's see. Time for polite governance. You already know how this is gonna go. He should have put on that face squish filter for the interview. Confident that I don't have enough GMEs, must add. Billionaire announces intent to buy eBay. CNBC laughs at him. About 15K more today because the streets take it so far from reality. It's my autist. 100% agree about live streaming from stores. I went to MegaCon Orlando, and at least half the booths were streaming on Whatnot on eBay selling fandom products. We're actually a really good damn pair when you look under the hood. This interview was cringe. I don't know why people are praising Ryan Cohen for acting like that. What's the point of showing up for the interview if you're not going to communicate? Because you don't want to communicate to stupid people who have to have their hand held. If you want to be an investor, go and do the research yourself. Why should Ryan Cohen hold your hand through this investment? Why should he give you a roadmap? If you're not a shareholder and you don't have any interest in the company, Ryan Cohen doesn't owe you anything. You should be happy you got an interview from him. You got numbers on your fucking little news network because of Ryan Cohen. There's no other CEO in the market that brings as many eyes as Ryan Cohen. So the point of Ryan Cohen showing up is because it's beneficial to these fucking idiots. It puts eyes on their news streams and stuff, but Ryan Cohen doesn't have to give them anything. They don't deserve anything from Ryan Cohen. Like he even said in the interview, they just shit on GameStop and said he couldn't do it. And look at it now. So what's the point of I don't know. That's wild that you don't see the like you must not understand like media. They wish they could have Ryan Cohen on every single day acting like this. They wish they could have him on every single day. Sub Jedi. Your investors in eBay are listening, acting like a contemptuous girlfriend is awful. Your opinion on this interview is awful. So what do you got to say about that? He doesn't like them. I was dying. It keeps going. Cohen and Sorkin get to pure comedy. Where's the money? Bro's goated. You really see this positively? I think it's funny. Why are you so negative? Why do you care? If you're not a GameStop investor, why are you even here? Why do you give a fuck? Go take your stupid opinion somewhere else. Ryan Cohen the GOAT. Any debt is negligible to the profits that he will gain from optimizing eBay. That's what he's saying, but they don't want to hear. Yeah, exactly. Does he normally wear a leather jacket like that, or is he trying to channel Elon Musk? It's actually the NVIDIA CEO who wears the leather jacket. So, again, insane. Is the mathing? He's not saying anything. All right, well, I'm just gonna... Is Miguel still here? Because I'm just gonna ban that guy. He's obviously... Unless you guys want to continue to argue with him, but he's obviously just trolling. Like, if you don't like GameStop, good for you, but I don't know why you're in my stream. He could be explaining his vision and the case for eBay and his investors, but he's acting like a deadpan and refusing to elaborate. Again, he doesn't need to hold your hand, bro. If you need your little hand held through investing, this probably isn't the investment for you. So I don't know why you're here. Go buy an AI company or something that tries to sell you on AI when AI is fucking dog shit and all the stocks are extremely overvalued. Go keep investing in that. I know it's too hard for you to do research by yourself, but that's what GameStop's all about, is researching yourself. You don't need to have your little handheld if you actually know how to research. Where's he gonna get the money though? Talks cheap, he's saying watch loud and clear. Yeah, exactly. Simple. Demands explicit elaboration, but these guys want to giggle and shit on the anchors for asking questions we all need answers for. No, you might need an answer for it. I don't. You might need your little handheld, but I don't. I took profits today to add to my GME position. The more CNBC tells me to watch out, the more I know they're repositioning themselves Check the movement when the high volume today settles in a few weeks. Nobody's buying GameStop. If you think CNBC is buying GameStop, you are that's completely wrong. These people are fucking clueless, bro. You think they're educated enough to buy GameStop? No, they're not. Go to the website. Exactly. Go to the website. You use your little brain to read. I know reading is really hard because you scroll through TikTok all day and your little goldfish brain can't like focus on something for more than 10 seconds, but if you stop scrolling on TikTok and you actually like use your brain, you might be able to like learn something instead of just having an emotional response to everything you see. I don't get your question. Are you seriously only laughing at the anchors for asking legitimate questions and expecting a mature response? You're satisfied with how Ryan Cohen conducted himself and how he responded? I'm laughing at Ryan Cohen's response because it's people like you and these CNBC analysts / interviewers who think they deserve like an explanation because they're too lazy to read, because their little goldfish brains can't fucking focus on a little piece of paper that gives you all the information. But it is funny how Ryan Cohen responded. I don't give a shit about the anchors. Who cares? And most of their questions are fucking terrible anyway. On this deal, 100% he's getting it one way or another. Everyone already knows CNBC doesn't get GameStop. That's why they're surprised at the success. Ryan Cohen's basically saying he has got this, and watch him. I wouldn't doubt him. Such a hostile interview, and Ryan Cohen handled it calmly and as smooth as you can given such shenanigans. Yeah, they had like 5 different interviewers ask him the same question. Literally. They literally had 5 different interviews ask him the same question because they couldn't accept his answer because they're too lazy to go read the fucking details. They could go read the details and report it on themselves, but instead they're harassing Ryan Cohen because he's not giving them the answer they want. Oh no. He didn't answer the question the way I wanted to. Fucking idiots. He's lecturing Ryan Cohen about his compensation package, the direction to take this interview. We are offered, you want to be rewarded for making money. That's just icky. Yeah, they don't even know the details of his compensation package and they're trying to like criticize him for it. That's fucking stupid. It's not even a compensation package. It's a stock option award. So Ryan Cohen's not even given gifted shares. He's getting the right to buy shares at 2066 or whatever it is. He still has to buy the shares with his own money. These people are fucking clueless, man. I hope he does what he did last time. He goes on Fox Business to give a less hostile interview. CNBC did say it was an exclusive interview, so we'll see. Interview was the greatest. It was funny. It was definitely funny. It'd be foolish to underestimate Ryan Cohen. May the 4th be with GameStop. So he's pretty much saying if you all don't sell us games to eBay, that we'll just find another way to acquire it. Pretty much. Pretty much. Cohen can sell GameStop? What are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about. Hit the like button. CNBC sucks dick. Miguel sucks banhammer. I'm a GameStop investor. Well, then quit fucking crying that he didn't hold your hand. You're a GameStop investor. Learn how to read, bro. You don't need to have your little hand held. You're a little pussy GameStop investor. You might be a GameStop investor, but you're a little pussy if you're complaining about this interview. Sorry to say. That's just that might hurt to say, but fucking quit being a little bitch. Grow some balls. Go to a different investment where they hold your hand and try to sell you on a story. This investment isn't for you, apparently. GME virgins? GME people only get pussy, so you can be banned for that one. If you're a GameStop holder, you get nothing but pussy. Or if you're a girl GameStop investor, you can get dick down. Friggin' Miguel, am I right, gang? This goofy ass boy. Is it true Michael Burry might get out of GME? I have no clue. They just want to criticize, but they can't find something because he won't say. Half cash, half stock. Seems pretty straightforward. Point of the interview isn't for the anchors to learn the details themselves. It's a medium for viewers to learn the details. Okay. So you think people who know nothing about GameStop and are too lazy because they have TikTok brain, they're too lazy to research for themselves, you think they deserve an explanation of what's going on? They don't. Go research yourself. Put down the TikTok and go research. You don't deserve an explanation just because you're watching a fucking CNBC interview. That's insane. That's insane. Half cash, half stock seems pretty straightforward to me. Exactly. Point of the interview, let's see. Learn how to read, exactly. Learn how to not go to an interview if you're not going to talk. All right, well, you can be banned since you, like, for some reason are too dumb to, like, get the point of media. Do you not know how media works? They get paid with the view. They get paid by having the interviewer or they get paid because Ryan Cohen's on here and a bunch of people are going to watch this interview and watch ads. It doesn't matter. Like, you must not understand media. This interview gave me FOMO. I definitely don't have as many shares as I want, even after 5 years. Kindergarten interview, amateur CEO, shady business equals game scalp. Well, maybe one day you'll get educated, because that is a completely uneducated opinion. Crazy. Man, there's a lot of stupid people in my chat today. There's a lot more chill people in here than normal, but good lord, there's a lot of fucking idiots in my chat today. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Here, the last part again on question: what will he do if eBay offers to buy GME? Have you never seen a Ryan Cohen interview? This guy's notorious for not sharing info. It's like pulling teeth. This interview is actually pretty tame compared to previous ones. Yeah. I mean, it's whatever, bro. So why watch the interview? Exactly. I mean, great point. Couldn't have said it better myself. Why watch the interview? It was odd how hard the reporters tried. Maybe they were under pressure. I have no clue. I feel like they just think they deserve like an explanation when they don't. They don't deserve anything. And that's the same issue with fucking Miguel and people who think like Miguel. You don't deserve a fucking thing from Ryan Cohen. You don't deserve a single sentence, let alone a word. Ryan Cohen could come on that interview and not say anything, and it would be more valuable than literally any other person coming on and talking bullshit. None of you deserve a single word from Ryan Cohen. If you can't do the research yourself, that sucks for you. It's probably why you're not successful. Maybe try learning how to do research for yourself, and maybe you'll find success. instead of trying to get your hand held in every step of your life. eBay doesn't have as much cash as GameStop. They wouldn't try to buy them other way around. It's a silly question. They would know if they looked at eBay's books. Yeah, those interviewers were not good. I mean, that's a whole other thing. Like, those interviewers were garbage. How can you talk shit on Ryan Cohen for being a bad interviewee when that interview was trash? All the questions they asked were trash. He answered their questions, and they still continued to criticize him for answering their question. And it's like, that's a whole other thing. Why would Ryan Cohen give them a proper interview when they're just fucking shitting on him, and in the past have shit on him? They don't deserve anything. They're lucky they got him on the fucking platform so they could get some views on their website. Because I'm sure other than that, their website's fucking dead. Just kidding, it's probably not, but I don't know. I bet this is the most views they've had on their website in the past few months, though. Ryan Cohen brings the eyes. Everyone wants to hear from Ryan Cohen. So, wait, how is Ryan Cohen going on CNBC beneficial if he's not going to talk? Oh, it's just because of his presence. Tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people are going to watch that interview just because Ryan Cohen's on it. But you probably don't understand media. You probably don't understand how media works. What's up, Ziggy? Very curious the Charles Payne interview is going on today. I have no clue. It's like a dad that didn't raise his kid that made it as a pro athlete asking for money. Can't stop, won't stop. Would be funny if they pulled Ryan Cohen in the interview and he just stares into the camera without saying a single word. Oh, it's coming. One day, maybe. It was less than an interview and more of criticism by the journalist. How dare you try buying a company we like? Yeah. Yeah, that was a weird interview. I want to watch it again. Do you guys want to watch it again? That was really... I want to watch it again without commentating over it. Even though I didn't even really like my... I didn't really like the comments, or yeah. I didn't really like the stream clip I made for that. But let's watch it again. It was funny enough to watch again. It was definitely funny enough to watch again. Oh, we need sound.
GameStop offering to buy eBay for $56 billion. The stocks are both up big in the last month. In the pre-market, CEO Ryan Cohen saying that combined company will be a real competitor to Amazon. And joining us right now live and exclusively is the man himself, Ryan Cohen. Good morning, and thank you for joining us.
Morning.
It's great to see you. So there's so many questions about how this would all work. But before we get to any of that, just give us the backstory here and the rationale behind wanting to go ahead and try to do this.
eBay has the second largest commerce franchise, and there's a big opportunity to do something much larger and to pull costs out of the system as well as accelerate.
Sorry, I'm going to restart it. I'm going to try to do another stream clip, actually. Because I think, hopefully it doesn't play ads, because that kind of ruined the flow. Is there another way to watch this? Probably not. I don't think there's another way to watch this. But I'll try to do another stream clip, I guess. Because I really didn't like the first one. I was just, I was laughing too hard. Where's my ad blocker? I wish I had an ad blocker still. I miss having an ad blocker.
The big deal news of the day, GameStop offering to buy eBay for $56 billion. The stocks are both up big in the last month. In the pre-market, CEO Ryan Cohen saying that combined company will be a real competitor to Amazon. And joining us right now live and exclusively is the man himself, Ryan Cohen. Good morning, and thank you for joining us.
Let's go, Ryan! Yeah, dude, this is crazy. If he thinks eBay can be an Amazon competitor, that's impressive. That's all you really got to know.
Morning.
It's great to see you. So, there's so many questions about how this would all work. But before we get to any of that, just give us the backstory here and the rationale behind wanting to go ahead and try to do this.
eBay has the second largest commerce franchise, and there's a big opportunity to do something much larger and to pull costs out of the system, as well as accelerate revenue growth and leveraging our physical infrastructure, our focus on collectibles. Could be a much larger business, but bringing in an entrepreneurial mindset is what I plan on doing into eBay and building something much larger.
I mean, he answered that question extremely properly. A lot of people are upset about this interview, but that first question, he answered it perfectly. Like, that's what they're going to do. He didn't give a lot of details, but you guys don't deserve details. Go do the research yourself. But I will give you a detail from my research. They're going to potentially use their physical stores to create live broadcasts and sell stuff live, kind of like Whatnot or eBay Live. They're going to be able to use their stores as like broadcasting studios, which is really cool. You know, that's just one little detail I saw from my research.
Okay, so you've built up a stake in this company already. You've had conversations with the company. You've tried. What's happened here?
No. We're just starting.
You're just starting. And one of the questions I had was, why not try to initiate conversations outside of the public sphere before putting this into I don't know if we're putting it in the context of hostile necessarily, but unsolicited, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ryan Cohen's given them an extremely good offer, and if they don't take his offer, he will do a takeover, and it will potentially be a lot cheaper for GameStop to do a hostile takeover rather than the offer they've given them. And I also think it's really impressive that Ryan said they could increase revenues, because obviously they think that eBay is extremely mismanaged. And if you look at the balance sheet, eBay is pretty mismanaged. There's a lot of cost cutting they could do to bring in multiple billions of dollars, not just the $2 billion they say they could cut. They could cut exponentially more, and eBay could be a juggernaut, and the debt might not be such a huge deal.
For obvious reasons, eBay is a public company. There's all kinds of perverse financial incentives from the board to the management team. So there's only one way to approach something like this.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great answer, because if eBay doesn't take this offer, it's because the management team's just making so much, controlling eBay, and Ryan Cohen will come in and take over and fire all of them if they don't accept his offer, most likely. This is so interesting. I'm so interested to see how it'll play out.
Invariably, the audience, and I know a lot of people are going to ask, how does the math for you? Given the price tag, $56 billion, given the market cap of GameStop, which is a fraction of that. I know you have this $20 billion financing letter from TD, but sort of walk us through how you could get to that price and how it would work.
It's on our website. It's half cash, half stock, but the details are on our website.
Yeah, I mean, everything you would want to know is on the website for the most part. Obviously, the more research you do, the more questions you have, but I think it's simple, man. These people don't deserve Ryan Cohen to lay down the map and tell them everything. He's giving them what they need to know, and if you want to know more, go do the research yourself.
Can you help? I've read them, but can you help our audience understand them?
Yeah. Which part exactly?
Well, I think we could start with the idea that the market cap of GameStop is, call it, $11 billion. You have $9 billion on your balance sheet. Arguably, if you're providing effectively all of your stock, and then the cash that gets you to 20, you have this letter from TD. That's another 20. We're now at 40, but we're still off by, call it, 16. And the 20, as far as I understand, while it's considered a highly confident letter, meaning TD saying they're highly confident that they would provide the financing, it's not locked financing.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Dude, that is the funniest answer ever. We'll see what happens, bro. That is hilarious. I really think that they think the stock is going to go up and they're going to be able to do a stock offering while the stock's trading at like $50, $60 potentially, but I don't know, man. I don't know. It's pretty I just love how Ryan Cohen is just so vague about this part.
I hear you. I understand that. I'm just trying to understand where the rest of the money would come from.
It's half cash, half stock.
I hear you. I'm just saying that math doesn't get you to the price that you're offering.
Oops, it's your hormones.
No!
There's a
No! Bro, that shit is so funny. I mean, the interviewer is right. I'll wait till this is... I mean, the interviewer is correct. It doesn't get you there, but I don't think they're factoring in what happens if GameStop stock goes up. Potentially, they could make a lot more from the shares they're going to issue than what people think right now because, you know, GameStop stock's not moving. Very interesting.
So, Brian, that's a pretty straightforward question. I don't get it. Like, where's the rest of the money coming from? Andrew laid it out pretty clearly.
I don't understand your question. We're offering half cash, half stock, and we have the ability to issue stock in order to get the deal done. But the full details of the offer are on our website.
But you're on our...
I don't get how they don't like just accept his answer. It's such a simple answer. Half cash, half stock. Obviously he thinks the stock price is going to go up and that's how he's going to get the other 16 billion. Man, it's crazy because I think like 3 or 4 different interviewers come in here and ask him the same question and he gives the same answer every time.
We thought we'd get...
So, but I don't understand your question.
So, Ryan, sorry, it's Melissa Liebeck at the NASDAQ. Basically, you know, you've got $20 billion presumably from TD. You've got $9 billion of cash on your balance sheet. So that's 29. Half cash, half stock. You might issue more shares. That's what you're talking about. So it could be dilutive to current GameStop shareholders. I want to move on, though, in terms of your vision for this combined company, because saying that a combined company could rival the likes of Amazon sets the bar pretty high. How do you foresee that happening, given some key differences between your model and Amazon's model? Notably, Amazon has a huge logistics hub, able to, you know, offer all this other sort of delivery service, and GameStop and eBay would be confined to the platform.
There's an opportunity to build a much larger business, to make the business much more efficient and to accelerate revenue growth. And eBay's a very strong business. You look at GameStop as an example. GameStop, very difficult business, should have been bankrupt multiple times over, and it's doing okay. It's making a few bucks. eBay is in a very, very strong position, but it could be in a much stronger position, and it could be a much larger business than what it currently is.
Gosh, dude. I love that part so much. saying that eBay can be a much larger business, increase revenue. And him to just say that GameStop is okay, that's awesome, because you know, if they're going to get to that multiple $100 billion valuation like he says, GameStop alone is not going to do that. GameStop's business is too small. It doesn't really have much room to become much greater than it already is. Like, obviously it's going to continue to grow for a while, but I think there's a cap on how much you can grow GameStop's business, whereas eBay and GameStop combined, potentially there is, you know, unlimited upside, just like Amazon and Walmart.
Ryan, you mentioned
Adobe Acrobat
Come on.
Studio is all new.
What the heck is going on here? What the heck just happened? They just clapped the... I just got clapped. God.
Because any car...
Come on, dude. I hate this website. Oh my fucking god, dude. This website is trash. I can't even, like, turn the sound on.
Offering to buy
There we
eBay
go.
for $56
Good
billion.
Lord.
The stock $11 billion locked.
So Ryan, sorry, it's Melissa. You know, offer all this other sort of delivery service, and GameStop and eBay
Much more efficient and to accelerate revenue growth. And eBay's a very strong business. You look at GameStop as an example. GameStop, very difficult business, should have been bankrupt multiple times over, and it's doing okay. It's making a few bucks. eBay is
I just love this part, man. I just love this part.
in a very, very strong position, but it could be in a much stronger position, and it could be a much larger business than what it currently is.
All right. I think this is where I stopped, so. All right. Here we go.
Ryan, you mentioned that, you know, GameStop's in a tough business. I mean, revenues are down like 40% in the last 4 years or something like that. eBay's been a public company for a couple of decades. Where's the evidence that you kind of know how to grow a mature consumer business?
I don't know. I mean, didn't you guys call for GameStop's demise multiple times? Like, it should
So
have
it's
been
not
bankrupt
dead,
by
therefore
now.
you know
And
how
look
to
at
grow
our,
it? Is that what you're saying?
well, look at our financial performance.
Dude, he just calls them out right there, and the dude tries to interrupt him. So funny. So funny, dude. I love this interview so much. It is fantastic. You know, there's not much, like, really to this interview, but some of the responses are just so funny.
Is it better than you guys anticipated? Because you guys said it was going to be doing really, really poorly, and it's actually doing okay.
Oh my god,
The best
another
meals
ad.
aren't just about
Another
food, it's
ad.
about creating
Imagine
connection.
that. Imagine that shit. Well, God, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Oh yeah, I think it's very interesting that Ryan Cohen says GameStop is doing okay, because GameStop is absolutely crushing, but in Ryan's eyes, he's like, it's doing alright. I think we can do better.
Ryan, let me come at this a slightly different way. Assuming that you were able to get this half cash, half stock arrangement effectively by diluting your shares, I imagine that's how you'd have to do it, but I still don't understand fully how that would work. And you were able to capture more cash, I guess, from others. In terms of paying it down, can you walk us through the math of that? Because if you look at both of these companies in terms of just how much cash they produce, it would be a tight bill.
Did you look at the materials that we posted online?
I have looked at the materials that you've posted online, but we also have an audience that I'm hoping is going to want to understand this and hear from you. so that you can walk through this, because people do look at these numbers and they say that they're trying to wrap their head around it. I don't think that everybody automatically says, oh my goodness, this absolutely makes 100% sense, and he can write the check tomorrow, and if he wanted to close the deal tomorrow. In fact, I am sure that if you were the CEO of eBay and the board of eBay today, you would say, I don't know whether they have the money to be able to do this, and they're watching us now, and other investors of eBay are watching us now, and they're not going to call eBay's board and say, you need to talk to these people unless they understand how this all is supposed to work.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan Cohen doesn't deserve to tell you, or you don't deserve Ryan Cohen to tell you exactly how it's going to work. Go do the research, try to come up with a story yourself, get off TikTok and, do some research. You don't need to have your hand held through an investment. If you actually go do the research and you can form a story for yourself, it's very clear how this is going to play out. There's some unknowns, and there's some very interesting unknowns, like if they do a stock offering right as they control eBay and raise a bunch of money to pay off the debt. There's a lot of interesting aspects to this, but overall, do the research for yourself and build a story for yourself. That's, what Ryan Cohen wants. He doesn't want to just hold your hand.
But we have a 5% stake in eBay. It makes us one of the largest shareholders. So they have a fiduciary duty to their shareholders to evaluate this proposal. And in terms of the actual earnings power of the business, this is a business that is under earning and can make a lot more money. And GameStop is a good blueprint for that. Obviously,
Come on, bro. So many ads. This ad's like Frozen. Dude, this website is trash. There's so many people in my chat crying because they didn't get the answers they wanted. It's kind of pathetic. Like, aren't you guys like grown men? He didn't give the answer I wanted. I'm gonna go in a random YouTube stream and cry about it. Grow the fuck up. Grow the fuck up. Are you guys like babies? He didn't answer the question the way I wanted it to. Wah. Fucking pussies in my chat, dude. Such pussies, bro.
Blueprint for that. Obviously, you guys thought the business wouldn't be where it currently is, and eBay could be making a lot more money. So there's going to be some leverage.
I think that's where I don't remember where the ad went off.
Blueprint for that. Obviously, you guys thought the business wouldn't be where it currently is, and eBay could be making a lot more money. So there's going to be some leverage on the balance sheet in order to make an acquisition possible, but it's also going to be making a lot more money in the future than it is today, because it's going to be run a lot more efficiently. And when a business is not growing users and spending $2.5 billion in sales and marketing, there's a lot of fat to cut. And the earnings power, as we laid out in our investor presentation, could be way higher, double the earnings in a pretty short period of time. And so it's a business that can take on more leverage because it's going to be making more money in the future.
See, I don't know why so many people in my chat are crying that Ryan Cohen didn't give proper answers in this interview. That was like the best answer you could give. Like, come on, chat. Like, seriously, it's insane how many people have come in my chat today and cried because they didn't get the answers they wanted. You got some really good answers in this interview. Sure, there was some awkward, cringe, funny moments, but overall, this is a really good interview. If you, stop being emotional about everything in your life. This is the second time I've watched this interview. The first time I was just laughing the whole time, so I didn't really get to take in the interview properly. But if you actually watch it a second time and you put your emotions to the side, you would see that this is actually a really good interview and he gave you a lot of information.
My understanding is that in terms of running a proxy contest now, that would be uniquely complicated. Is this something that you would try to do in the future?
You cut out.
Another ad. Another ad.
What?
I apologize.
What did you say?
I was saying, could you imagine running a proxy contest against this board in the future? It looks like from a timeline perspective, that would probably be very hard to do now. But in terms of trying to do that on a long-term basis, maybe next year, if, for example, they don't come to the table.
Well, there's ways to do something before next year, but we're going to do whatever we need to do in order to protect our investment and pursue this. I said before, it's a long putt, but there's a lot of upside potential in something like this. You have a very strong business, and if it's in the hands of a capable operator, it can be a much larger business.
And the only capable operator is Ryan Cohen, baby, because he doesn't have perverse incentives. He wants to make a large business, and he wants to benefit shareholders, unlike every other business who just wants to benefit themselves.
Since you put this news out yesterday afternoon, have you heard from anybody at eBay or people behind the scenes, advisors and the like?
I am sure they've hired the most expensive advisory firms and lawyers to help them navigate this. So, no, not yet. I'm sure we'll get a bunch of scripted responses and they'll load up because, of course, I mean, you're dealing with a company that is very entrenched. It's a very good company. It's maybe one of the greatest companies, but they're going to do whatever they can to, it's survival. So they'll do whatever they can to protect themselves. So no, we haven't heard anything yet.
Wow, Ryan Cohen saying eBay is one of the greatest companies. Whew, that is fire. That is absolute heat right there.
Ryan, you alluded to it before, but there are a lot of people who sort of were betting against you, let's say, in GameStop. And I know you don't appreciate that. There are some skeptics, though, surrounding this deal who will say that, oh, that Ryan Cohen, he wants to make sure that he hits a minimum threshold to receive his first tranche of compensation.
Dude, what is up with all these ads? And then it like freezes. It doesn't even play the ad, it just freezes. Ugh. So frustrating. What a garbage website, dude.
One of the greatest companies, but they're going to do whatever they can to, it's survival. So they'll do whatever they can to protect themselves. So no, we haven't heard anything yet.
Ryan, you alluded to it before, but there are a lot of people who sort of were betting against you, let's say, in GameStop. And I know you don't appreciate that. There are some skeptics, though, surrounding this deal who will say that, oh, that Ryan Cohen, he wants to make sure that he hits a minimum threshold to receive his first tranche of compensation, the minimum threshold being $20 billion market cap for GameStop or $2 billion in cumulative EBITDA. Is that the case, that this is a bid to make sure that you're going to get paid in that first tranche?
It's actually, he has to have the market cap and the EBITDA. It's not one or the other. These people don't even understand Ryan Cohen's compensation package. It's not even a compensation package. It's a stock option award. He gets the option to buy shares at 2066 whenever he completes one of the tranches. It's not a compensation package. He's not getting given shares by the business. He has to buy the shares with his own money.
To boost the GameStop's market cap?
I mean, I obviously want to build something much larger, but I don't benefit unless shareholders benefit. So my compensation package is aligned with shareholders, and I want to build a much larger business.
So just larger means successful. Larger means aligned with shareholder interests.
Larger means maximizing shareholder value and increasing earnings.
Yeah, Ryan, just to
Dude, another ad? Come on, bro. Ugh. I know you guys keep saying go to YouTube, but it's already almost over.
I don't know all the details.
Maximizing shareholder value and increasing earnings.
See, I think it's super interesting that he's still talking about maximizing shareholder value because he thinks even, you know, taking on 27 billion debt and the liabilities of eBay is still going to be maximizing shareholder value. So that's a super interesting point.
Yeah, Ryan, just to touch on that point, I don't know all the details of your compensation package. Maybe you can clear it up for us.
If you don't know the details of the compensation package, why are you talking about it? Go and read. Isn't that these people's job to read before they interview someone? Aren't they supposed to do research before they interview someone? Come on, bro.
If you get to a larger market cap by taking two smaller market cap companies and merging them together, or swallowing a much bigger market cap company, does that count? Because those shareholders wouldn't necessarily see the same gains that they would if you just grew market cap by, you know, growing operating earnings. I don't know what the details of your compensation are, though, directly. Does it matter if you swallow a bigger company and that's how you get the market cap, or do the shareholders actually have to see the same gains?
Her question literally makes zero sense. If they take control of eBay and the market cap goes up, GameStop shareholders benefit because if you're buying shares at 10 billion market cap in GameStop, and then eBay and GameStop's shares like merge, if that's what's going to happen, and it's trading at a 20, 30, 40 billion market cap, guess what? You made 2, 3, 4x. Man, that's crazy. Yes, Becky Quick needs to stick with interviewing Warren Buffett. A 97-year-old man is more on her level.
I don't benefit, and I'm aligned. I'm aligned with shareholders. So, and unless our market cap increases substantially and earnings increases substantially, I don't get any salary, any cash, no golden parachutes, nothing. So it's pretty aligned with shareholders.
But the
no
individual shareholders don't see that
situation.
huge benefit if you're combining a lot more shareholders in with that and then diluting shareholders by issuing more debt on top of it. You see what I'm saying? I get it. If you grow your market cap by 10 times, sure, I think you should absolutely get gains, but not if you do it by swallowing a bigger company and just, you know, kind of absorbing all of that into it too, because individual shareholders didn't see necessarily a huge gain from that.
Dude, Becky Quick has no fucking clue what she's talking about. It's actually insane how many of these high-level reporters, or, you know, high popular, I don't even know how you would put it, like Moist Critical, Meet Kevin, Becky Quick, like these people have no clue what they're talking about, bro. And it's crazy because these people have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of followers that just like are anchovies on SpongeBob. Like, meep, yep, I agree, Becky Quick, Ryan Cohen doesn't know what he's doing, meep. Like, come on, dude. You think Ryan Cohen doesn't know what he's doing? He turned GameStop from a company losing hundreds of millions of dollars to potentially making billions in the future. You really think Ryan Cohen doesn't know what he's talking about? And like I said, if the companies merge, if the stocks merge, if it goes up to 20 billion market cap, 30 billion market cap, you make money as a GameStop shareholder. Like, her question makes no sense.
But if I don't hit the thresholds, then I don't get anything.
Hey, Ryan, two final questions for you. One is just the 5% stake you have in the company is in the combination of stock itself, my understanding is, but also derivatives. Can you explain how that works?
It's currently mostly derivatives, and there's a little bit of stock that puts.
Oh My God, another ad. What a surprise. What a surprise.
This under the regulatory thresholds, but it's currently the majority of the position is derivatives.
And was that when you first began that process in February? Were you thinking that you wanted to get a stakeholder in the company to ultimately buy it, or were you thinking that this initially potentially just could be a good investment on the back of it? Obviously, by the way, on the back of even announcing this news, the stock is up now at 9%.
Yeah, so the interview said they were accumulating the options in February, but if you go on their website, they accumulated 12 million of the options on March 4th, so potentially they got the February options for a little bit cheaper than the March options, so they could be up extremely massive on their option position, like 400 million in unrealized gains, potentially.
It's a very good business. It's a very strong business, and it all depends on the future earnings power of the business. If I was running the business, I'd be making a lot more money.
Okay, and then here's my final question. Given the rationale for the transaction that you've laid out, which, by the way, I've heard relatively good things about, just the idea that, it's interesting to combine the idea of eBay and a GameStop, just as a concept. How would you feel if eBay called you up and said, we'd like to pursue a transaction with you, and we would like to buy GameStop at a, call it, 20% premium to your stock price? In that case, it would be, a different type of deal.
God, what a terrible question. This is about GameStop buying eBay. Why would you even ask that question? So awful.
I have the same obligation to my shareholders as eBay has to theirs. And so, if something like that were to happen, then I have the same obligation to maximize value for my shareholders as eBay has.
Ryan Cohen, we want to thank you for joining us, especially as this news is just dropping over the past 24 hours, and we do hope to continue this conversation as this continues to play out. Thanks, Ryan.
See, I don't know why people are so negative about that interview, because that was like a really good interview. Of course, there was some, weird, awkward parts, some cringe parts, but like overall, that interview was really good. He gave a lot of information, so all the people in my chat crying about Ryan Cohen not answering the questions the way they wanted, cut your emotional response and go watch the interview again. It was actually really good. But on top of that, go do the research. You have all this information. You can go on their investor relation website, and they literally have a tab for eBay, and you can go read all this information and get everything you want. All you have to do is put down your phone and stop scrolling TikTok and do some reading. It's pretty simple. It doesn't take any skill at all. I'm glad we rewatched that, because I was too busy laughing the whole time the first time we watched it, so it wasn't that great. But now that I've watched it again, I mean, I'm glad I clapped all the people I did, because you guys are just crybabies. He literally gave you so much information in that interview. Let's see. I can't remember where I left off in the chat. I like Cohen being Wonka-esque when he does interviews. As long as he delivers, he holds his cards close to his chest. I think I like the deal more. What's up, Kenny? How you doing, bro? Great to see you while giving an incredibly hostile interview. It wasn't that bad. It was a lot better than... Like I said, I think if you rewatch it, it's not as bad as... I think a lot of people are just super emotional when they first watch it, and the stock's down a lot, so, you're just feeling all these emotions the first watch. If you actually just, chill out and you watch it again, it was actually a really good interview. There was only a couple parts where it was kind of, not great. But it was funny. Those parts were funny. What are you planning to do? Read the file? What are you going to do? Read the file? Take your eBay item to the store and have them sell it for you. Yeah, I mean, you could have it sold instantly. If they have someone doing a live stream, you could literally take your item to GameStop and they could sell your item right there on the live stream and give you like half of it or something, or whatever percentage they would give you. What's up, fishy friends? They want the cookie without going into the jar. They want to be hand-fed the cookie. But overall, that was a good interview. I don't know why like so many people are upset, and I don't know. I mean, what else is new? It's always just a bunch of negative crybabies talking about GameStop, and then you have the real investors who like actually have a brain. I've always thought Ryan Cohen is more of a venture-style operator rather than a traditional CEO. CNBC wants him to spell out his strategy, and Cohen doesn't want to show his hand. Yeah. I mean, because potentially they think the stock price is going to go up, and that's how they're going to get the rest. Or, they're expecting eBay to deny the deal, and then they'll come in and take it over. Why did I ban this guy? Oh, because he said could just say we're going to dilute shareholders. I think anyone with a brain knows what a share offering means. They were just trying to push him to say that he's going to dilute to then rip him apart when he does. I don't know about that. I think anyone who knows anything knows that share offering means dilution. Doesn't matter if he says it or not. I don't know. I disagree. Probably wouldn't want to say that he expects GameStop price to go up in order to make this happen. Yeah, that's that part I can agree with, but the other part I don't agree with. Seeing Ryan Cohen getting mad because of him questioning his ability to turn around eBay's business is epic. Wait, Ryan Cohen didn't get mad. What? Were we watching the same interview? Ryan Cohen didn't get mad. He was calm and cool that whole interview. Now they like, how is he doing these moves? You getting wrecked with them ads? Yeah, they had a lot of ads on that. And people are saying that interview wasn't beneficial. They just ran like 7 ads on me. Now imagine the other 10 to 100,000 people that watched that, how many ads they watched. CNBC just absolutely crushed because of that interview. And you guys are saying it wasn't beneficial. Ha! Okay. Must not understand media if you don't think that interview was beneficial. That was probably CNBC's most successful fucking interview they've had in months. He wants good long-term investors, not paper hands. Oh, that's why I banned this guy. You're on an interview, and if you can't answer basic questions, that's a bad look. He answered the questions perfectly fine, but okay. He's not hiding the info. It's in the website, investor relations. Yep. Apples to apples comparison, but I own a house and didn't have to pay $500K in cash to get it. Why did I ban this guy? Oh yeah, because this guy was crying because he doesn't know how to do math or something like that. If you're gonna cry in my chat, you can get clapped. I don't need little crybabies in my chat. We telling a billionaire how to make business. Yeah, bro. Everyone seems to know much more. Everyone, why aren't you guys all billionaires and CEOs of billion-dollar public companies if you guys are so smart? Why is Ryan Cohen the CEO of a billion-dollar public company? if you're smarter than him and you know better than him, huh? Pretty weird, right? It's pretty weird how all these brokies have an opinion. The brokest motherfuckers always seem to be the loudest. Is it possible for them to do a reverse stock split and raise the share price while also doing another ATM share offer to raise further cash? No, because that's not how a reverse stock split works. A reverse stock split wouldn't change the market cap. So, no. Stick with interviewing Buffett. He became billionaire selling dog food. Whenever they do that, they would make more sense than Ryan Cohen. Wait, what? They still can't believe what reality they currently live in. That's why it's so hard for them to imagine the future. They're looking with their head in the sand. Dilution under $30 would be suicidal. Probably not. You don't know. That might be your opinion, but that's not reality. They've diluted at $30 multiple times. Has the stock moved? No. So it's not a very good. It's not a very good take. Obi-Wan can blow me. That's a great name. I like that. Do we vote on the package? No. You would know if that was happening. It's not going to be something you're going to miss. The negative reaction of buying eBay is an extreme disconnect, and the high volume is incredibly suspicious with the dropping price. These trades settling will reveal a lot soon, not today though. Well, it's possible the deal's already gone through, and now you're seeing the stock price move because of the dilution. Just because the deal isn't public to the market yet, they haven't announced that they finished the deal, the stock price is acting like the deal is already done. Because I personally knew that the stock was going to drop, but I thought it would be when the deal was done. But the stock price is fucking clapping out. So either the deal is done, or people are just shorting the fuck out of it, and they're about to get absolutely wrecked. But potentially the deal's already done. You know, any time you've seen the stock drop like this was because of dilution. You know, the convertible notes, the warrants, the stock offerings back during the squeeze in 2024. So the stock is reacting like you've already diluted. So potentially the deal's already done. I don't know. Probably not, but that's how the stock's reacting. And if the deal's not done and the stock is reacting like this preemptively, what's going to happen if the deal doesn't go through? Like, man, I mean, I feel like people shorting this stock are putting themselves in a very risky position if the deal isn't done. If the deal's done, you know, this makes sense. It makes sense why it's down so much. Very interesting, very interesting. These trades settling will reveal a lot soon, not today though. Ryan Cohen's preparing this for years. He probably has already played the end game for eBay. The offer is just a formality. Yep, maybe. He did say in the interview that they're just starting, but he's probably been eyeing it for a while. He won't dilute under 30. GME has to squeeze for him to dilute anymore. That might be your opinion, but that's not reality. Should we compare his performance to his last CNBC interview with him on Chewy? Wait, what? I don't know what you mean like that. Should we compare his performance to his last CNBC interview with him on Chewy? Nah, the Chewy interview is not that good because the only reason they did the interview with him when he was on Chewy was because they made it a public company, so they wanted to talk about Chewy becoming a public company, but there's not that much info in that interview from what I remember. Ban season. God, there's just a lot of crybabies today, bro. It's a bunch of people who fucking FOMO'd into the stock in the morning, and now they're getting wrecked, and they're crying about it. It's like, good for you, bro. So many billionaires in the chat. I wonder if these pompous hosts are billionaires too. I say it's still Lambo season, so let it be written, let it be done. If eBay board accepts, no shareholder vote on eBay's side would be needed. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. Kudos to Ryan Cohen wanting to marry up. Getting wrecked and being at $24 feels kind of nice. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it continues or not. Who knows? They were allowed to post about it on Wall Street Bets yesterday. Guaranteed some bad bets were placed. Ah, man, we should have sold. we should have took profits. I could have went and bought a new Tesla or something. Whatever. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? I mean, I felt like it was pretty obvious, you know. Literally every time people start to get excited about this stock and you start to see a bunch of negative comments and whatever, like, it's pretty obvious what was going to happen. I just didn't know it was going to happen today. I thought it would be after the deal. I thought you would have more time, but apparently not. But that's okay. It is what it is. Was thinking that, but then fell asleep instead. I sold like the tiniest amount of shares at like 28.70 or whatever it was at last night. Like pretty much right after I got off the stream. I saw how excited everyone was, and I took a little bit of profits, but it wasn't enough to matter. It literally it wasn't even close to enough to matter. But that should show you my conviction in this. I sold 10 shares out of 11,000 shares. I'm not willing to sell. I don't care, bro. I'm not willing to sell. It's a long-term play. I mean, I don't even think you could have sold last night at like 8 or 9 o'clock when it hit 30. Didn't you have to wait until the open this morning? No. You can sell in after hours and pre-market. I did. I sold like 10 shares though, so it doesn't even matter. Made like $40. Oh. Made 40, lost 40,000. Made $40, lost 40,000. Awesome. Good trade. Please don't tell me that folks in here actually FOMO'd into this morning. I don't fucking know what other people did, bro. But why do you care? Why do you care what other people do with their money? Maybe you should try to worry about yourself, and you wouldn't be in some random guy's live stream talking about literally nothing. I have 550 shares and 55 warrants. I'm holding those till I'm dead or a millionaire. Well, you better start buying more, because I don't think 500 shares is going to make you a millionaire. You think the stock's going to go to $1,800 a share? Maybe in like 40 years, 50 years, it might be at $1,800 a share, but not anytime soon. Sorry to rain on your parade, but that's just reality, bro. You better find some way to make more money or something if you want to become a millionaire off GameStop. Because it's not going to $1,800 a share anytime soon. Overnight trading is exclusive to the small few that know everybody can do it. I mean, it's if you've actually traded on the market. Also, it depends on your broker. If you're using like Robinhood or some dog shit, you probably can't. But on TD Ameritrade or on the Thinkorswim or Charles Schwab, whatever, it's 24-hour trading. So you can sell shares at any time. If you have options, you're fucked. That's why options trading is stupid, because I mean, all the gains were in pre-market and after hours. So if you were an option trader, you got absolutely wrecked anyway. And you didn't make any money. Like always. Option traders always lose. Averaged up today, no worries though, because I'm long. That Cash App. Wish I had more money to FOMO. Go find a way to make more money, bro. Overnight trading is, let's see, volume's normal. I appreciate you taking the bullet for me. Only lost 1K so far. Nice to have a reminder, at least not 20. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care. It's just money. It's a number on a screen, bro. It's a number on a screen. What would I have done with 40K, realistically? Like, if I took profits, literally, I would have just turned around and put it all back in the stock, and I would have had an extra, like, 1,500 shares, which would have been nice, but I wouldn't do anything with that money, so it doesn't even matter. GME's offer is quite good. I believe eBay would be crazy to decline. I agree. I think they're offering a good offer, and if they decline the offer, I think you're going to get eBay a lot cheaper through a takeover. Options are good, though, for Gamma. Options are good for gambling degenerates who think they're, like, professional traders, but literally no option trader is profitable. Any option trader who acts like they're profitable has probably made profit, like, once, and they think they're cool. But options is a dog shit trading tool. Unless you actually know what you're doing. Which most people have zero clue what they're doing. Half stock is good for eBay because they get to continue the ride too. Yeah, for sure. Definitely. And who knows, you know, maybe GameStop stock goes up and they're able to make a larger offer. Who knows? Who knows? Long dated, really damn. I mean, options are trash, bro. Go look at anyone who's been trading options on GameStop for the past 2 years. Guarantee they've lost a lot of money. Guarantee it. There's no unless they're a day trader. If they're a day trader, maybe they've made money. But anyone trying to swing options on GameStop, you haven't made money. So you only trade stock? I invest. I don't trade. But I used to trade. And yeah, I only trade stock because if you want to be a real profitable trader, you need to be making trades that put the odds in your favor. Trading options doesn't put the odds in your favor. So trading stock is the only way to be a profitable trader. How much would the stock need to rise for them to pay it in half cash, half stock? Like between like 50 and 60 bucks, I think. Because if the deal's 50, well, it's 55.5 billion, so 55.5 minus the 29.4 that they have with the cash and the loan. So you would need 26.1 billion, which if you want 26.1 billion, you have to divide like 400 million, I assume, is what they're going to issue. So 400 million, it's about 65 bucks a share. And, you know, it'll be somewhere around there. Maybe they only issue. I mean, it depends if the stock's up. If the stock's up and it's at like $70, $80, they only have to issue 300 million. If it's, you know, only at like 50, $55, maybe they'll have to issue 450 million. So I think it just depends on the price of the stock, how many shares they'll actually issue, but the stock has to go a lot higher for them to get that extra 26 billion. So it's pretty interesting. So like if you do the research, it definitely seems like they think that GameStop's going to be worth like 50, 60 bucks here in the short term. But I don't know. I don't know. If we had time, I could tell you all about my GME option losses. Same. Yeah, I mean, we don't need to talk about it. I've lost on trades a bunch of times, bro. Like, if you want to be a trader, losing's part of the game, but don't be acting like options is a good way to trade or a good way to make money, because it's not. You're literally just gambling, and you would have a much better time trading shares than options any day of the week. The only reason most people trade options is because they're broke and they can't afford to buy like a couple $1,000s in shares to, get a good gain on a share trade. So they have to buy like $100, $200 option and hope it works out. Like, most people who trade options are brokies. Sorry to say. Like, that's just the reality of it. If you're not rich, you're not making any significant money trading. It's just not even real, man. It's just not even real. The only people who make real money trading are people who are already rich, and their decisions aren't made through emotion. Most people's trading decisions are made through emotion. And also, they're poor, so like, even if you do make money on the trade, you don't even make enough to make it worth your time. I definitely got lucky with options. I only got them long dated and not exclusively GME. I currently have 8K in GME 23 July. Okay. Doesn't sound like you're doing good. It doesn't sound like you're getting lucky on options. If you didn't take profits when the stock was up, I don't know. I made so much more money by just holding shares rather than messing with options. Yep. That's gonna be most people's story. People who are trying to convince you that options are a good trade or that they've made money on options. Yeah, they've probably made money on options, but how much did they lose? How much did they lose before they ever made money? Like, people are just so full of shit. I would never trust anyone who says they're like a profitable option trader unless they could prove it. My heart's been night and day better. Good, bro. I'm glad to hear that. Options should complement your long shares if you so choose to use them, and usually only 5% of your total cost of your share position, and there's an edge. If this concept is foreign, you're a square. Okay, well, you can be banned then because you're trying to promote options. You're okay. Somebody with AMC in their fucking username is trying to promote options. Yeah, listen to that guy. Don't listen to the guy who's actually a profitable trader and actually makes money in the market. Listen to some fucking loser in my chat with AMC in their name. Yeah, good idea. Good idea. Good idea. You should definitely do that. You should listen to brokies. You should listen to people who aren't even profitable traders. That's how you should approach your life. Holy shit. If you trade options, you that's fucking insane. Where's GME going? What do you mean? It's a number on a screen. What do you mean, where is it going? It's going to be a number on a screen today. It's going to be a number on a screen tomorrow. Like, what are you even asking? I think a healthy lifestyle all around has gone a long way. That's good to hear, bro. I'm happy about that. That's hype. I got in today after the drop. Only 0.01% make money on options. Then why are you trading options? You think you're the 0.01%? Sold 2K in calls Friday at 2:30 p.m. Bought 2K more in calls today when it was down 8% at 32 strike. Okay. So you got lucky? Like, what, you got lucky? Okay. How do you know that the 2K more calls you bought today are actually going to work out? Are you just you just made a super lucky trade on Friday and now you're hoping to do it again? I don't know. I don't know about all that. I kind of feel I mean, good luck, but that's that doesn't make any sense. Literally doesn't make any sense. I'm gambling on time. You're just gambling. You made a good trade on Friday and now you're making a dog shit trade. Because you got lucky and you think you're going to win again. Which maybe you will. But in my experience, doesn't matter if you get long dated options. You're going to lose because this stock's not going to fucking move most likely. If it does, you know, good for you. Good for you. But I've seen it all before, my friend. I've already seen it. You're not doing anything special. And a 32 strike? Okay. You expect to make money from a 32 strike? Why didn't you buy at the money? Good luck, though. Good luck. Why would anybody have a name called Unknown? Oh, Kristen, what's up? Long time no see. If that's even Kristen, but what's up? I still don't even think that's actually Kristen, but maybe it is. May the odds be in everyone's favor. I want the stock to go up as well. I own mostly shares. I don't want the stock to go up. Like, why are you assuming I want the stock to go up? I definitely don't. I want the stock to stay at the same price so I can continue to accumulate more over time. The stock going up isn't beneficial at all. The stock going up is only beneficial to gamblers who think they're going to make a quick buck off this. If you're a real investor, you don't want the stock to move. You want the stock to continue trading at low prices so you can continue to accumulate. So I don't want the stock to go up, so I just don't know why. And I don't think the stock's going to go up. If it does, you know, congrats. Good, you know, I'm happy for all the option traders and the short-term traders. If it does go up, you know, good for you. But personally, I don't want the stock to go up. And I don't think it's going to. My thought process was the strike for the issued warrants. I just gave myself more time. Yeah, but your options like $8 out of the money, so you're not even really gonna make money until it starts approaching $30. And how much time is even gonna pass before it hits $30 again? How do you know that this stock is gonna go up? What if this stock literally doesn't move for the next year or two? Like, I don't know. Like I said, good luck on your option trade, but option traders aren't profitable. The selling options, that was smart, because statistically selling options is a correct trade. You know, I don't remember the exact percentage, but majority of options expire worthless. So, you know, I can get behind selling the options. I can get behind that. But buying options, especially on a stock like GameStop that has historically not really moved, or, you know, it moves in waves and then it stays flat for a really long time and then moves and then stays flat for a really long time. Like I said, I've never seen anyone be profitable buying options on this stock, and I just have a hard time believing that going forward is going to be any different. You can't get emotional with stocks. They're just stocks. Well, most people don't look at stocks just like stocks. They look at their number on their account, and that's how they base their decisions, because they want the number on their account to go up. Or, you know, if the number on their account is going down, they make decisions based off of that. I don't think a lot of people make their decisions based off of business or like specific patterns, trading patterns that are actually, you know, the odds are in your favor. Most people's decisions are just completely random and emotional when it comes to trading. Till I lose faith in Jimmy, Ryan, I'm along for the ride. I'll keep buying and following close for now. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. I would have sold yesterday if I was going to sell. If the purchase doesn't go through, we still made a successful trade with eBay purchase of 5% as stock owners. Okay. The deal's going to go through. And if it doesn't, they're just going to take it over. They want eBay. So it's going to happen. Just let them trade whatever they want. Why so mad? I don't give a fuck what you do. I just want the people who actually listen to be successful. If you want to trade options and lose money, that's, you know, you do whatever you want. I don't give a fuck. You think I care? But you can be timed out since you think I'm mad. I'm not mad. I'm just someone who live streams and talks about their opinions on the live stream I do every single day. And if you don't like my opinion, I mean, I don't know why you're here. Why are you here? I'm just giving you my views as someone who's actually a profitable trader, someone who's actually made money in the market consistently for a really long time. I've seen it all. I've done it all. I'm talking about my perspective. And if you don't like it, I don't know why you're here. And if you don't want to listen to what I have to say, I don't give a shit. It's my stream. It's my channel. I'll say whatever the fuck I want. I've seen it all before. I've seen it all before. You know, if you profit on your option trade, that's great. but I don't think you're going to. Whatever, I sold my put credit spreads, sold some last week and this week, as well as rolling for credits and adding more GME shares. Easy, I almost FOMO'd. What? That doesn't even... A put credit spread? So what, you made like 30 bucks? I'm not selling my GME shares. I think you can go over 200 per share. Maybe in like 10, 20 years it'll be at 200 per share. Do you have the patience for that? What's your time frame on that? I think it can go to 200 per share also, but it's not going to be for like 10 plus years. On another note, there's a rumor of foreign funds coming in to help with the acquisition. No, it's not. No, it's not. They gave you the proposal for the deal. There's literally all the information is right here in front of your face. Well, not here, not there, but on the investor relation website. It's literally right here. Proposal's right here. Where is it? I actually don't think the proposal's on this. Proposal. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Consideration mix. 50% cash. 50% GameStop common stock. Where on that does it say that a foreign fund is coming? What that? You can talk about rumors all you want, but the information is literally right here, so your rumors aren't real. $9.4 billion cash, liquid investments on balance sheet. $20 billion HCL from TD Securities. The rest, common stock. Where on this does it say that a foreign fund is helping with the acquisition? Where does it say that? Because it doesn't say that. It literally doesn't say that. Get off the Reddit, bro. Get off Reddit. Kids on Reddit and Twitter have fucking no clue what they're talking about. Isn't eBay down from where GameStop purchased? No, eBay's at 110. eBay was at like 88 bucks on March 4th, and who knows when their first 10 million or the first half of the options was purchased. They could have bought the first set of options at like 80 bucks or something. Who knows? Who knows? Why are people still speculating when the facts are already there? I don't know, bro, because people get all their information from Reddit and Twitter, and like they think that people they follow on Reddit and Twitter know like something, when most of the people on Reddit and Twitter are just posting because they get likes and views and it makes them feel good to like pretend like they know what they're talking about. But overall, people on Reddit and Twitter have no fucking clue what they're... Most people in general have no clue what they're talking about. So, like, why would random people on Reddit and Twitter know what they're talking about if, you know, majority of people don't even know? Like, I think the only people who actually know are, like, GameStop executives. So if it's not coming from a GameStop executive, why would you even put any weight on the information? I think I saw it on CNBC. Well, clearly CNBC has no fucking clue what they're talking about either. Did you watch that interview? Clearly they have no clue what they're talking about either. So like I said, if it's not coming from a GameStop executive, like why would you even like give it any time? I wouldn't even give it the time of day. That's why I buy and hodl. Serious question, why was there a hostile comment about pretty much finding another way of taking over the business if they don't sell it to them? There's not been any response yet from eBay. Because it's just another option. If eBay doesn't accept the offer, they'll exercise those options, take a 5% stake in eBay, and then they'll take it to the shareholders. But if GameStop's one of the largest shareholders of the company, they'll have a huge voting right, which they should be able to get it passed that way. Why is a third-party acquisitions financing only TD Bank in your view? Why would you have multiple? Why would there be multiple quote-unquote investors? Why would you want a bunch of money from a bunch of different people when you can get all the money from one person? And maybe TD Bank offers the best interest rate. I don't know. How is Matt Gray? There's a lot of people that have got rid of their memberships. Cohen trolled hard. I think that interview was actually really good. There was a couple troll moments, but overall, that was a really good interview. Jimmy the Moon. At this point, we all just have to wait and see how eBay responds. Why would you want to owe multiple people? Yeah, exactly. But yeah, we just got to wait to see how eBay responds. I think the third part financing includes other than TD. That's why Cohen says we'll see when they talk about missing 16 billion. No, because clearly in the interview, and when you go actually read the information that they set out in the investor relation website, it's going to be 20 billion from TD Bank, 9.4 billion from GameStop, and the rest cash. Like, why are you guys trying to like spin it any other way? The information is literally there. Like, I don't know. That's crazy, bro. There's no other person providing a loan. It's going to be issued from shares. And they obviously think that GameStop share price is going to be up when this deal finally goes through or something. Like, I don't fucking know, but they gave you the information. They already gave you all the information. 1/2 cash, 1/2 shares. Like, you sound like a CNBC interviewer right now, bro. Are you one of those CNBC interviewers? That's crazy. Snakes, what's up, Snakes? I had fraud on my card and just never updated. Also, haven't been around for streams recently. Just do person things. That's good, bro. That's good. Just enjoy your life. You don't have to be at the stream. The stream's been dead for the most part anyway. I understand what GameStop can do if eBay says no to the deal, but I guess what I don't understand is why not give them a proper amount of time for a response for the hostile comment. Because it's going to be cheap. Like, they're giving them a really good deal for eBay, so if they don't take it, you know, they just have another route. It's negotiating. They either take the really good offer that they're giving them or they get taken over for cheaper. It's negotiating. Doesn't seem like a good way to negotiate. I mean, it obviously Ryan Cohen's the man, so It must be a really good way to negotiate. That's how he got into GameStop. It's what he was trying to do with Bed Bath & Beyond. It's the only way to negotiate. When you're dealing with management that is making millions of dollars doing nothing, running a company into the ground. eBay's company, sure, eBay's stock's doing great, but eBay's business overall is doing terrible because the management is dog shit. So how are you going to get a management team to accept a deal who has no incentive to sell the company because, they're not going to get their compensation if Ryan Cohen comes in. So they don't have any incentive to sell eBay. But with the potential hostile takeover, they either take the really good deal or get wrecked. If they didn't have the potential for a hostile takeover, eBay definitely wouldn't take the deal. The management team's making so much money through compensation. Like, why would you take the deal? You have to be forced into taking the deal. Good thing to know is a bank is willing to lend GameStop $20 billion. Yeah, that's a really good point. That's a massive amount of money to be getting lent. Who knows what the interest rate on it is, but the website says 50% cash and info says third-party financing. No, it doesn't. It says 50% cash, 50% shares. It's not that hard. The same way Trump negotiated. Wait, with what? What did Trump do this on? Happy Monday. How do you think Ryan Cohen handled that Squawk Box interview? He's getting a ton of heat for it. I think it was fine. I think there's just a bunch of emotional people who are getting wrecked on their stock position and they want to cry. But I thought it was a good interview. A lot of crybabies on the internet. It's called pressure. Yep. What were you talking about the Trump thing, though? What did Trump do? This is the only way. Leverage. Yep. Ryan Cohen's always been judge me by my actions, not my words kind of guy. Never really expected too much info from a Ryan Cohen interview. Yeah, exactly. Anyone who's, been around for a while, we all knew what to expect out of that interview. If you expected more, I mean, Ryan Cohen gave a lot in that interview, actually. I think people are just super emotional right now because GameStop's down a lot and they probably FOMO'd into the stock when it was, 25 plus. And I mean, it's the same shit as every time, bro. Even back during the Bitcoin thing, before the convertible notes, the stock was up massive. Everyone was all excited. Everyone was happy. It's going to the moon. And then they did the bond offering or whatever. And then the stock claps and everyone's fucking negative. Everyone's crying. Everyone's talking shit. It's literally the same story over and over again. Literally the same story over and over again. I hear so many people saying the math doesn't make sense, but 10 billion cash plus 10 billion TD loan gets them half the cash. Yeah, exactly. It's just too different. I think people just don't understand because if you were to offer shares at $30, you would have to offer like 600 or I think it was 800 million shares. Yeah, I think it's if you were to offer shares at $30, you would have had to issue 800 million shares. And, we've only voted on 1 billion shares total as the shares outstanding. So this just wouldn't make sense. But the only thing that makes sense is if GameStop stock's up, if GameStop stock's trading at $60, they only have to issue like 400 million shares to get that 26 billion. So I think, they think the GameStop stock's going to be up potentially. That seems to be, that's what I see. That's what I see. But Who knows? Who knows? I see now. It's not just lending GME 20 bill. It would be technically lending GME and eBay that money because they would own both if that money is used. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. All Trump has ever done is claim bankruptcy? What? That doesn't even make any sense, but okay. Let them short. Top 5 dogs at eBay made a total of $78 million in 2025. Ryan will fire all of them to save money. There's like $607 million of stock-based compensation total. And then you had $2.5 billion from buybacks, like $500 million from the dividend. So, you know, you get rid of all those things, bro, they can turn eBay into something crazy. It's just they're raising a lot of debt to do it, which, you know, is probably the most worrying part for people, I would imagine. I don't know though. CNBC is really trying to get Ryan Cohen to say dilution on air, weren't they? I mean, he did say they were going to do a stock offering, so that's what dilution is. I don't think I don't know. Board of directors owns less than 1% of eBay. Hollow men. The hollow men of the boardroom. eBay board was going to run it the edge with paying themselves. Yep. Pretty much. Pretty much. That's what it seems like. I wonder if there's any like YouTubers talking about this. I wonder if Penguins made another video or something like that. Let's see. Let's see. Let's do this week. We'll sort it by popularity. What the heck? Okay. Some Power Pack videos. Meet Kevin. Spawn Wave. Oh, Spawn Wave did another video. Oh, this is like a news video, though. Let's see. CNBC interview. Oh, I should have watched this on YouTube. I think a lot of people said that, though. I'm giving up on GME. Good for you, buddy. Promise nobody cares. We don't have remorse for paper hands. I don't have remorse for paper hands. Yeah, no large YouTubers talking about it. It's an investment. Yep. This ain't a pity party. Yeah, people are if you're thinking about selling GameStop, then you're in this investment for the wrong reason. I just lost 57K. Okay. That's nice. I lost a lot of money too. You think I care? Maybe you shouldn't FOMO into a stock that you know nothing about. Looks like it's headed for 17. Okay. You know, listen to the random guy in my live stream. He knows so much. You know how many people in my live stream for the past 2 years have said it's going to 15, 14, 17? Like, none of you know what you're talking about. You guys don't know how to predict short-term price action. And even if you do, are you shorting the stock? If you think GameStop's going to 17 bucks, are you shorting it? Because if you're not, your opinion is completely irrelevant. Put your money where your mouth is. You lost because you sold. I think that's debatable. I think that's a very debatable thing people say. If you lost money, you lost money. It doesn't matter if you sold or not. Because there's no guarantee that the stock goes back up. Obviously, you know, a lot of us are very confident in GameStop and think the next few years are very interesting, but if you lost money, you lost money. Doesn't matter whether you sold or not. It's just, is it going to recoup or not? We'll see. I think it will, but doesn't mean it's going to. I don't catch the part where Ryan Cohen said offering. That actually better, because at least he's being forthright about it. Long game. I can't remember exactly what he said, but half cash, half shares. He said it multiple times. I thought he said something about a stock offering, though, but I don't. I thought he said something like, we're going to offer stock and cash, like something like that. I don't remember, though, but either way, half cash, half stock. He said they're going to offer shares. He might not have said it the way you want it to be said. He might not have said dilution or whatever, but he said it. Does the verbiage really matter? Does the verbiage really matter? He said it. Only diamond hands around here, boy. Don't you get out of here with your paper hands. We don't want no paper hand investors in our stock, boy. You better get out of here with that. We don't want no paper hand pussies. We want real men. Real men. If you can't take a $40,000 loss, you a bitch. I'm just kidding. I mean, if you FOMO'd at the top and you're getting wrecked, I feel for you, but if you just lost like 40K of unrealized gains, stop being a fucking pussy. Like, straight up. If you lost a bunch of money of unrealized gains and you're crying about it, stop being a little bitch. You should have took profits if you were just gonna cry. I lost like 40, 50K of unrealized gains. You guys don't see me crying about it. Oh, I lost money. Oh. Imagine if I just came on stream and cried about how much I'm down, even though I'm up. Oh, man. What's my reason for being in the stock? Being diluted by Ryan Cohen with crazy attempts to take over a company? What? Because I like the stock. I like the business. Like, I don't know. How do I answer that? Don't be promoting other people in my stream, bruh. Sounds like he's in options. They would have shorted Friday. They're just talking today. Let's go to 17. I want to buy more. I was on my job just listening earlier and you were doing the crybaby voice and the customer walked in. She gave me the funniest look, like, what is this guy listening to? That's awesome. Oh, man, that's awesome. I love that. It's been an interesting stream day. Wow, we're almost hitting 4-hour stream. What the fuck? When was the last time we did a 4-hour stream? This is insane. This might be the longest stream we've done in a really long time. Risk Take. What's up, Risk Take? How you doing, bro? How you doing, Risk Take? Real men of genius. I mean, maybe. I mean, we'll be geniuses if it works out, but for the moment, we look kind of dumb. For the past, like, year and a half, we've looked kind of dumb, but I think I think with a long enough time frame, we'll look pretty smart. Dip price is fire. Or started at 10 a.m. Yeah, good point, good point. Dilution's short-term pain, but ultimately that means less debt that needs to be repaid. Yet it kind of hurts the fundamentals, look better long-term. I mean, the dilution should decrease the volatility as well, and potentially increase the floor of the stock price. So you might, I mean, it's selling off pretty hard right now, but it might not go below like $21, $22. I mean, what was the low last time you diluted? Or did the warrant? I guess you didn't even dilute. You did the warrants, but that was back in October. The low was 19. So I guess it could go back to 20, 21. But yeah, the dilution should decrease the volatility of the stock as well. So not investing in it to make money. I'm in it for money, not for Ryan Cohen. Ryan Cohen can please himself. The interview this morning had zero purpose. He knew he can't say all his cards right now. Why? What? What do you mean, bro? Of course I'm in this investment for making money. It's just I'm not trying to get rich tomorrow. I'm going to be a multi-millionaire here in 10, 20 years. So why would I care about short-term dilution and all these people's negative opinions when I know I'm going to be a multi-millionaire in 10, 20 years? Like, you might be upset and crying because you got wrecked, but this is just the beginning, bro. This is nothing. This is nothing. You think I'm not here to make money? Okay. I'm here to make millions, not to make fucking 40K or 20K. I'm here to become a millionaire. So, sure, you might be upset because you lost a little bit of money in the short term, but I don't give a fuck because I'm not here to make 20K or 30K or even 100K or even 500K. I'm here to make millions. So the price going up, down, literally is nothing. I don't give a shit about the price going down. And I'm probably the only profitable trader / stock market participant you've ever talked to as far as a YouTuber goes. So, like, to say I'm not in this for money is crazy because I'm probably the most successful trader you've ever, like, talked to. Straight up. Watching idiots panic over daily price action. How much do I got into it? A lot. Last time they diluted the stock, price eventually went back up. Doesn't sweat me. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And the floor got raised. And the floor got raised last time they diluted as well. Yeah, wasn't it October when they did the warrants? So it went from $28 to $20. What's going to happen? I mean, maybe it keeps selling off and it hits 22, 21, but if it doesn't ever go below 20, does it really matter? And also, I think a lot of people ignore this aspect. Like, why do you guys want GameStop stock up? So you can make your quick little bag. Like, why do you guys want GameStop stock up? I want GameStop stock to stay low. I want to continue to accumulate more shares at low price. I don't want GameStop to go to $30, $40 and then I have to buy shares at $30, $40. I want to buy more shares at $20. I want to buy more shares at $25. The stock going up is not beneficial at all. It's literally not beneficial at all. The only people who want the stock to go up are short-term traders and people who think that making like $10,000 is cool, which is, you know what? I won't even shit on the people that want to make like $10,000, $20,000 or a few $1,000s because you know what? I've been there. I've been in that position. There's been moments in my life where I thought like 5-10 grand was a massive win. But once you actually like see reality, it's not enough. It's just not enough. Not enough. Long-term investment, amen. He doesn't want paper hands investing in his business. Yep. He doesn't want traders to invest either. He wants traders to get wrecked. That's why anytime you've seen the stock get exciting and people get excited about it, you've been deluded or something's happened that dropped the stock. Because Ryan Cohen doesn't want traders to benefit. He doesn't give a fuck about traders. And traders don't deserve to benefit. Long-term shareholders deserve to benefit. And you know, there's some traders out there that have benefited. Shit, I've made money trading GameStop. My first like couple months of being getting introduced to this, I absolutely crushed trading GameStop, but Ryan Cohen doesn't want that. He doesn't want traders to win. He wants investors to win. And, you know, traders haven't won at all, really. I think there's some option sellers that have won, you know, but option selling is easy. Statistically, option selling is the easiest way to profit in the market as far as trading goes. But anyone who's been buying options, unless you've gotten extremely lucky with your timing, you have not made money. Let's see. No, that's all I wanted to hear. Some of these tubers sound like they are in it because they just love Ryan Cohen and Pikachu cards. I think Ryan Cohen's interesting. Like, out of any CEO in the market, like, Ryan Cohen definitely has the most interesting vision. But, you know, I'm not in this stock for short-term gain. I'm in this stock for a long-term investment and to become a millionaire and never pay taxes because I never sell. If you become a millionaire trading, you pay a lot of money in taxes. If you become a millionaire from investing, you pretty much never pay taxes because you can exit strategically. I mean, it probably depends where you live. At least in the US, you can sell quite a bit of long-term gains without paying taxes. So, investing is the most interesting thing. Short-term trading is, you know, you can make money trading. It's just statistically, it's not going to work out for most people. So, you know, I can't argue with statistics. And also, I've personally never seen anyone be profitable trading. So, like, it's pretty tough to take people's opinions on the internet for anything of value when reality is completely different. But, yeah. The only way this works out is because of Ryan Cohen and the team. That's really mainly what the bet is. Also, you know, GameStop shares are trading at fair value compared to the business. So there's that aspect, but Ryan Cohen is the bet. Been in since 2022. Today's a dip for Ants. No big deal. He wants investors that can see it out long term to grow with the company. Yep. You got faith in GameStop? Yes, sir. It's not faith. Faith +1. I don't trade. I bought all day. I'm not a big seller. No other good place to put money. Freaking Tesla's at 365 PE. Yeah. I mean, GameStop is literally one of the only fairly valued stocks on the market compared to the business. But it's definitely going to be a lot different if with all that debt. Definitely going to be a lot different. Like I was saying at the starting of this stream, I think, besides before 2020, is a really, really risky bet before 2020 or 2021. This is the most risky GameStop's been. Taking in all this debt, and this is definitely the most risky it's been. The past 2 years has not been risky at all. It's been very simple. But big risk, big reward. We'll see what happens. I'm more of a holder. Why are these people arguing here? Just don't invest then. Find another stock. 1.8 billion worth in warrants at $32 is significant. That's why GameStop needs the price to rise to at least $32. Yeah, but the warrants aren't even consideration of this deal. They're not even in consideration. They've already put up the cash. They've already gotten the loan. They need the stock to go up so they can issue the shares, issue enough shares to make enough money through share issuance. The warrants and the bonds are completely irrelevant to this subject. I don't know why people keep bringing up the warrants, because they literally outlined the deal and how it's going to work. So the warrants are very irrelevant. I think the only way the warrants become relevant is if eBay denies the deal. Because if eBay denies the deal, the market's should react positively, because there's not going to be any dilution or any debt taken on. So if eBay doesn't take the deal, the stock should go up, and then the warrants will maybe become significant, but that's to be determined. The way he acted with CNBC, that's how he feels about traders. They shorted GME trying to take it out. Yeah, they're shorting it today. Even Michael Burry's selling. Like, Ryan Cohen doesn't want those people in his fucking investment or in his business. Like, why would you want someone like Michael Burry, who's just like using the GameStop community to sell his fucking Substack? Why would you want that guy to invest in your business? I wouldn't. Michael Burry sucks. He got a bunch of people to FOMO into GameStop, and now the stock's dropping. Like, Michael Burry fucking sucks. Obviously, over the long term, the stock should go up, but Michael Burry sucks, dude. Anyone who promotes FOMO and gets people excited to buy something that's already up massively when it's clear that something negative's it's not really negative, but the dilution's gonna lower the stock. Like, you should not be supporting someone like that. You should not be supporting people who promote FOMO. It's just it's a joke. Michael Burry's a joke. Michael Burry promoted a bunch of FOMO, and then now he's gonna sell his position. Like, that guy's a fucking joke. Should I buy more GameStop stock? I don't care what you do, bro. I like Ryan more. After today, I get it. Opinion on shares tied up in 401k. I have every dollar in GameStop, so I'm in the same position, my friend. Roaring Kitty made money trading. Roaring Kitty made money by finding undervalued stocks and betting on them for long term. Yeah, that is trading, but I think there's a big difference between how Roaring Kitty and real investors trade, finger quotes trade, than your average person who just looks at a stock chart and fucking places a bet based off of emotion. Roaring Kitty's bets are mainly placed because of financial analysis. So I think that's completely different. hit the like button. There's actually a decent amount of likes on the stream today, but it's been popping. We're at 1,000 views, which that hasn't happened in a while, I don't think. At least as far as GameStop goes. You know, we've gotten 1,000 views on some of the earnings streams, but it's been a while since we've seen this much traffic on the GameStop front. What money has Kitty made since the last GME squeeze? He had a lucky opportunity. Yeah, exactly. Through financial analysis. Roy and Kitty didn't look at a chart and be like, yeah, I'm gonna buy GameStop, it's going to the moon. No, he did analysis and it worked out. He got lucky in a lot of ways. His analysis, you know, was proper enough to maybe say that it wasn't luck, that it was just proper analysis, but at the end of the day, I don't think anyone could have predicted that GameStop was going to go from $5 to $400. If the deal doesn't go through, think of the money GME will make on eBay stock depending on when they bought it. You know, Cohen will be long out of it by the time it hits the news cycle. They bought March 4th. They bought 12 million, well, I guess 121,000 of options on March 4th, and then they bought the other 10 million in February. It's all laid out. This is all information you can look up. So they bought those options when eBay was trading at $88 and possibly lower. You think he wants some racist intel investors? Probably. I think he just wants real investors. I don't know. Do we know Burry is selling? He definitely front ran his tweets, called the SEC. I don't know if Burry's selling. I just saw something about it. I don't even remember what it is. I didn't even read it. Didn't Hugh G send it to me in Discord or something? I don't remember. Yeah, this. Incoming Burry shitcoin. What's up, Lobster? Don't think Burry's selling. Let's see, it says, a manager with a reputation may not last the week with my GameStop position fully intact. I will certainly sell to an extent, perhaps all or some, but alas, no, not none. So he's going to sell. He might not be selling his whole position, but he's selling. So, yeah. I mean, a bunch of people FOMO'd into the stock just because of Michael Burry, and now he's selling some of his position. So, like, is that the person you want to listen to? I don't know. I don't know. Some people do, I guess. Last time Burry sold, it ran up. That's funny. I mean, that could be why the stock's down so much. Michael Burry selling. All his little followers are selling. That could be also part of the reason why the stock's down so much. All things considered, with what transpired today, I think the share price is holding up remarkably well. I mean, it's just the beginning, though. How's it going to react the rest of the week, or even, rest of the month, honestly? How's it going to react the rest of the month? This is just one day. We'll see. We'll see. We shall see. The establishment is corrupt and will push it down for a long time. No. No. This is people shorting because they think this plan's idiotic. This has nothing to do with whatever you're thinking. The market's not manipulated. Like, people think what Ryan Cohen is doing is stupid, and they're betting with their money that he's going to fail. It's as simple as that. If you think it's market manipulation or anything more than that, I would just question your I would question the validity of your stock market perspective. People are betting with their money that Ryan Cohen's going to fail. It's nothing more than that. Don't threaten me with a fire sale. I'll dip into my kid's tuition account. That's funny. I know that's not the popular opinion. Everyone wants to be like, the market's manipulated. It's not. The market's not manipulated. It's a voting system, basically. Essentially, that's all the stock market is a voting system. And people are voting that this isn't going to work. It's as simple as that. So you don't believe that institutional shorts are doing any of this via the ETF? Nope. Nope. I think that's a story you got sold by Reddit or and Twitter to not have like a real perspective on the market. If you had a real perspective on the market, I mean, how does a stock price go down? Someone shorts it. How does a stock price go up? Someone buys it. So the stock price is going down. Why? Because people are shorting it. Because they think this is a bad idea and it's not going to work. It's as simple as that. If people thought this was a good idea, the stock wouldn't be going down. Or, or they already did the deal and the stock got diluted and it's getting a re-rating because of the dilution. That's also a possibility, but if you think the market's manipulated, I just can't get behind that perspective. I think that's cope. People who say the market's manipulated are just coping. It's just 100% cope. Damn, the market's closed already? Oh my god, bro. The stream is flying today. Shout out to everyone here. I appreciate you guys all typing in the chat. It's nice when the streams actually has an active chat, bro. This is a good stream. You guys might not like my perspectives and whatever, and that's fine. I wouldn't expect anyone to like my perspectives because it's not like the fucking average moon man fucking Reddit, Twitter perspective. My perspective on the stock market is grounded in reality. This is what I do for a living. I'm literally, the stock market's how I live. So like my perspective isn't going to be like the moon men on Twitter and Reddit. So I'm sorry if my perspective doesn't like resonate with you, but I'm sorry. I just live in reality. So I can't get behind a lot of the things you guys talk about, but I do appreciate everyone sticking around and, bringing value to the chat, bringing some conversation, because the stream's been dead for a while. So it's nice to have some conversation and have an active chat. So I appreciate you guys all being here. That's crazy. We've done a 4-hour stream today. It doesn't feel like that. Definitely doesn't feel like that. Corey's manipulated everyone. They got a week before those swaps are due to be settled. Shareholder meeting in 6 weeks to vote a Ryan Comp package. The price will be up before the meeting. Are the swaps due? Is that even real? Can you prove that the swaps are a real thing? I know that's a common perspective, but can you prove that? People have been talking about swaps for the past 2 years and the stock hasn't moved, so is that just cope? Are you just coping? Or can you prove that the swaps are due in a week? Sounds like cope to me. I'm just saying. Sounds like cope. Michael Burry's selling. He's not happy. Good. Get Michael Burry out of here. Get Michael Burry out of here, bro. SR is active now since it dropped 10%. eBay may not work, but the fact they can go after eBay is a positive, isn't it? I don't think raising debt and diluting your shareholders is ever positive. But Ryan Cohen seems very confident, and he makes a good point of how he can turn it around, and also with my own personal analysis, I think they can turn it around far greater than what even Ryan or the GameStop team are bringing to the market. You know, they're saying they can only save eBay like 2-3 billion a year or whatever, cutting the marketing costs and stuff like that. I think they can come in and save eBay like $6 to $7 billion a year. So, you know, if Ryan's super confident with everything he's put out to the public, and also the analysis I've done, I think it'll work out, but it is still extremely risky. You're taking on a lot of debt and you're diluting the shit out of your shareholders. I don't know how positive that is, but it should work out. I hear what you're saying, but synthetic shares via ETFs do exist. FTDs are a real thing and it's all illegal. Okay. Your point? How does that benefit you? Can you prove that? Because I hear a lot of people talk about FTDs and synthetic shares and blah, 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 yet they can't prove it. And even if it is provable, how does it value you? It's not just GameStop, it's every stock on the market. So I can't get behind all the cope. I can't get behind cope. This is real price action. People are voting with their wallets that they think this is a bad decision. It's literally that simple. It's literally that simple. If you want to try to spin it some other way to make yourself feel better, that's fine. But the reality is, people are voting that this is a bad idea. But guess what? The market's not right. When has the market ever been right about GameStop? Always amazing getting your opinion on GME news. Hey, much love, Matt Romano. Appreciate you, bro. Cohen killed the rally. Cry about it. Go cry about it. Why don't you cry about it? We don't want burries. Want nice steady trajectory up and to the right over time. Yep. F Burry. Why do people still listen to Meet Kevin? I don't know, man. I don't know. If I knew it's manipulated, I wouldn't even invest in the market. Yeah, exactly. If the market was manipulated, why would you invest in it? Why would anyone bet on something that's manipulated? Yeah, I don't know, bro. I think people just want to cope. I think people just want to cope, bro. I think shorting XRT to lower GameStop's price is like the biggest cope ever. You know, dude, there's like, I don't know how many, but there's like over 100 stocks in the XRT ETF. So if they're shorting XRT to lower GameStop stock, why isn't every stock in XRT being shorted the same way? Like, literally, that is just the hardest cope ever. It's so insignificant. And FTDs, yeah, sure, FTDs are real, but guess what? It's insignificant. It has nothing to do with anything. There's FTDs on every stock in the market. It's so insignificant. You guys are focusing on just the wrong things instead of seeing the market through reality. If you had $1 million and you went and bought GameStop shares right now, the stock price would go up because you would be taking liquidity out of the market. You would be taking the people that are selling at $23.90, $23.91, $23.92, $23.93, up to however many shares are being offered. Like, it's truly that simple. It's just you guys have never made a purchase on the market large enough to actually see it move the stock. If you guys actually had enough money to go into the market and purchase something and see your purchase move the stock price, I think you would have a different opinion. But you want to base your opinions off of fucking Reddit tinfoil and Twitter tinfoil, where literally those people aren't even traders. They're people who post on Twitter and Reddit all day and act like they know about trading, yet they don't even make money through the market. You're going to listen to someone who doesn't even make money through the market, and you're going to take their opinion through as like face value? Okay, I mean, you go ahead, you do that, but I'm a real trader, I'm a real investor. My opinions about trading and stocks is all grounded in experience. It's not just something I'm making up like everyone else. Like this, I wouldn't be able to be on this live stream right now if I wasn't a real trader making money in the market. I mean, I guess I'm not really a trader for the past year or so, but prior to the past year of YOLOing all my money into GameStop, this is what I do. This is my life. So, like, I don't know. I can't have the cope perspective of, like, it's manipulated when it's not. People think this is a bad decision. They're selling. They're shorting. It's that simple. It's truly that simple. Market addiction is real. I did some napkin math, and I think there's a weird incentive for eBay shareholders. If you invest the cash you'll get from the acquisition into GME right now, you increase your ownership by 20 to 50%. I think is weird incentive for eBay shareholders. If you invest the cash you'll get from the acquisition into GME right now, you can increase your ownership by 20% to 50%. I don't think they'll invest their cash though, because they're going to get a stock offering as well, so they don't need to invest the cash. They're going to take the stock offering and take the cash, and then, I mean, who knows if they'll even accept this deal? What's the likelihood that they even accept it? But they're not gonna take the cash and buy GameStop shares. That's definitely not gonna happen. Especially if you're getting a stock offering on top of the cash. Like, you're gonna keep the cash from the, or you're gonna keep the shares from the stock offering, and you're just gonna keep the cash. CNBC is shitting on Ryan Cohen interview. Really? That's funny. It's up to you to do the research. He called them sleepy. They probably like, fuck this guy. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. If you guys have any more like conversation to bring to the chat, bring it. Let's talk about some more stuff. But man, this is a long stream. I need to go to the bathroom. Ugh. Oh man. Long stream, bro. Long stream. Can't type enough words in one message. This is assuming you keep the shares from the offering and also invest the rest back into GME. If the deal closes with GME at 50 and you buy GME at a cost basis of 50, when having 0.1% ownership of eBay, you'll end up owning 0.11 of the new comp. Lower cost basis would make this much better. I don't think I understand what you're trying to say. I'm sure they'll have a lockup period for the stock offering, I would imagine. So you wouldn't be able to sell the shares immediately. But they're not going to buy GameStop. If they take this deal, they're not going to buy GameStop with the cash they get, or eBay. They're going to take their cash and be billionaires. And then they'll have their stock, they'll have their stock options or their stock offering. So they'll already have shares in GameStop and eBay, but they're not going to use their cash to buy shares of GameStop or eBay. But I honestly don't understand what you're trying to get at here. There's a Deutsche Bank research analyst that recently acknowledged on the record that two big investors effectively controlled 108% when synthetic shares are factored. How's that fair? How's that not a form of manipulation? Because if you own X amount of GameStop shares and then you have a bunch of options or a bunch of swaps or whatever, you can essentially own more than 100% of a stock. It's not. And also, is that real? Do you have the facts to prove that? I don't care what a research analyst says. Where's the facts? Where's the information to prove that? A lot of people say a lot of things, but do they have the documents and the analysis to actually show you and prove it? Probably not. I think a lot of people say a lot of things. And again, why does that matter? Why does it matter? I miss your sentiment on the proposal. Do you like the deal? I think it's risky, but I think it's really interesting. Opinion on if the deal doesn't go through and Ryan decides to do a different path by acquiring another business or businesses, the market could shit on that by it not being the real path Cohen wanted. That's a good point. I'm not sure. I'll just be curious how the market reacts if the deal doesn't go through. Because if the deal doesn't go through, anyone shorting because they thought the stock was going to be super diluted and raising a bunch of debt is shorting for literally no reason. So I'd be more curious how the market reacts than what Ryan would do. If they don't accept the deal, Ryan will enter proxy with eBay. What would that look like? Will they just exercise their options, which is like 3 billion or something? I can't remember. Can't remember the exact amount. 2.176 times the strike price is probably 100, so you would buy 2.2 billion of eBay shares. You'd be a 5% owner. Maybe they would buy more, and they would try to get voting rights, and then they would just try to vote the deal. They'd try to get shareholders to vote the deal, but GameStop would have a majority holding in eBay, so their vote would matter probably more than anyone else's, or it would just be a huge majority vote. But it still doesn't guarantee that they would get the deal. I don't think. But I don't know. I've never really seen this happen or like researched something like this happening before, so I don't know exactly what it looks like, but I think they're just trying to get a if they don't take the deal, I assume they're just going to try to take a majority stake in the company and then vote the deal in themselves. Hey, don't be talking about broke losers in my chat, bro. Why are you trying to promote broke losers in my chat? That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Don't try to promote a broke loser in my chat. If it makes sense, I think it won't matter. They speak money. They don't care what happened before, mostly. If anything, it calls out the eBay board to do better. Yeah, I don't know. Isn't the same proxy battle play as how Ryan became the executive GameStop? I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure. I wasn't in the investment back then. I've only been in GameStop for like 2 years. So I'm not really too familiar on how that played out. And I don't really know how this is going to play out either. I have some ideas, but how it's actually going to happen, I couldn't tell you. Oh, here comes the haters, bro. Here comes the haters, the uneducated haters. Oh no, the stock price is down. Oh no, that tells you so much about a business. Oh no. Yeah, a stock price going up or down means nothing. Maybe you should try to do some research. Stock price means nothing. Stock prices go up and down on every single day. And there's definitely no blind loyalty on my end. I've probably been the only person criticizing this deal today. So sure, maybe there's a lot of people out there who are blindly loyal to Ryan Cohen, but for the first hour of this stream, I was talking about how I don't really like this deal, and I think it's very risky, so it's definitely not blind loyalty, but, I wouldn't expect a stupid person to know that. All right. Anything else, chat? I don't know. I don't know what we do from here. It's been an interesting day of streaming. Any hate comments here? Nope. Surprising. Why do the haters invest in then? If they hate Ryan/GME, they don't invest in anything. Most of them are traders who think they're smarter than they actually are. There's no real investors anymore. Anyone, I would say a solid 90+% of people who have an opinion on the stock market probably don't have a position. If they do have a position, it's like a couple $1,000. But I would argue most of them are just traders because people are way too scared to even put a position on the market and hold it. Because the second it goes down, they sell. So, yeah, I think you're giving people too much credit. Most of these people have no fucking clue what they're talking about. They just see a stock price go up and down, and that's how they view. That's how they create their opinions. They don't know anything about business. They probably don't even know anything about trading. They're probably not even profitable traders. But everyone has, everyone has an opinion about things they don't fucking understand. Literally everyone. Charles Payne did say he'll have Ryan Cohen on an interview soon. Nice. When Ryan disclosed his interest in an acquisition a month ago, who were the top companies you thought he would acquire? I thought it was going to be Target. Because I thought a physical brick and mortar retailer would be a easy thing to turn around, and Target seemed like the most obvious competitor to Walmart and Amazon, but it seems like Ryan Cohen thinks eBay is the most obvious competitor to maybe he's not trying to compete with Walmart, maybe he's just trying to compete with Amazon, but yeah, I thought Target was the most obvious choice. It was really easy to build like a story for Target. I didn't really know how to build a story for eBay until today, and now I kind of got the idea of eBay, and it makes sense. I just joined the stream. I just caught that you don't like the takeover. Can you give a quick explanation? I just think it's risky. You're taking on a lot of debt, and you're diluting shareholders. It's risky, and in the short term, it sucks. But long term, it should be just fine. Is there a way you can acquire the company without diluting shareholders? No, because they already have it in the proposal. They're going to dilute. There's no like speculation on this. They've given you every detail about it. They're going to dilute, and there's no other alternative. They already told you what they're going to do. That's what they're going to do. 50% cash, 50% shares. How are they going to get the shares? By offering them to the market. How are they going to get the cash? The loan from TD Bank and the cash they have. Like the deals, the proposal's already there. Like there's no hidden thing. There's nothing. They already told you what they're gonna do. Maybe eBay board's now rethinking because it got outed in their shareholders. They're sleepy and eBay can be worth way more. That's interesting, Ruben. That's very interesting. That's a very interesting point. Damn. Yeah, that's fire. That's fire. I like that. They're just paying themselves nicely. What's up, Skindle? But they dilute when the offer is becoming real and not before. Yeah. Yeah. The market's reacting preemptively, it seems like. Unless the deal's already gone through, you know? If the deal's already gone through and they just haven't made it public yet, I mean, that's why the stock's down so much. But if the deal hasn't gone through, the market is overreacting early. Very early. Market doesn't like dilution, as you've seen in the past. You know, the convertible bonds weren't immediate dilution. The convertible bonds aren't dilution until 2030, but you saw what happened when they issued the convertible notes. The market hates dilution. And, you know, this isn't just dilution, it's dilution and debt. Sure, you're taking over eBay's assets and everything they own, but you're also taking on their debt. So not only are you taking the debt from, you know, not only are you taking the 20 billion debt from TD Bank, eBay has 6 billion in debt. So you're taking on 26 billion in debt plus the liabilities that eBay has. So you're taking on like 35 billion in liabilities. And yeah, maybe you'll have like 20 billion in assets with both companies combined. So you're just taking on a lot of debt, and they have a decent amount of liabilities. But Ryan Cohen thinks that they can come in and turn this thing into a monster, and I believe him. I believe him. Burry sold his entire GME position. Wait, is that real? Chat, can you verify? Can someone verify that? Burry sold his entire GME position. Is this, can someone verify that? It's on Reddit. Yep, that's what I'm seeing 15 minutes ago. See, the stock could be down just because Michael Burry sold. He had a pretty large position. Says, I sold my entire GME position. Any which way I sliced it. The instant Berkshire thesis was never compatible with 5x debt to EBITDA. Never okay with interest coverage under 4x. I discussed this more in GameStop Makes Its Play from earlier today. As a result, GME is the first sale since I started this Substack. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. Yes. 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 Get Michael Burry out of here, bro. Get him out. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Yes. Fuck Michael Burry, bro. Fuck Michael Burry. Fucking grifting little bitch. Michael Burry, the ultimate grifter. Michael Burry, the grifting fucking master, bro. Grift master. Woo! Let's go! Let's go! That's hype, chat. That's hype. Get Michael Burry out of here, bro. Get him out of here! Get him out of here! Yeah, spam the Michael Burrys in the chat, bro. Spam the Michael Burrys in the chat. Spam him. I think there's only a few members in here, but... Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Hugh G. Do you have that article? Do you have access to that article? GameStop makes its play 14 hours ago. Does someone have access to that? Let me dig. I bet. 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 Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Paper-handed Burry, bro. Paper-handed Burry. Weak. He's weak. Weak little paper origami hands, bro. Michael Burry and his paper origami hands, bro. He's got paper swans for hands. That's crazy, bro. He's literally got paper swans for hands. We know now he was just using GME to pump his Substack. Yep. Pretty funny, pretty funny. I do not have it, not yet. Just saw the same screenshot. I don't know, maybe that was it. Just a message on his Substack. No, he made a new article. It's right here. GameStop makes its play. It's just locked. Makes perfect sense. Never confuse debt for creativity. When hundreds of billions are on the table, bet on craving greed. So the rumor was confirmed less than 48 hours after it was leaked. Wall Street Journal reports GameStop's offering to buy eBay $56 billion. Again, as you know, I've written... Oh, is this the same article? Wait, this is the same article you already sent me, I think. I never looked at the title of it. I think that's actually the same article. Or no, I don't think... I think this is a different one than the one you sent me last time. I think that's different. I think the one you sent me was this one, wasn't it? I thought it was Short Thoughts. That's the one you sent me. I don't remember. I legitimately don't remember. Because when was this? 5/2? Yeah, see, this was 5/2/26, so that was 2 days ago. This was uploaded 14 hours ago. Or this one. This was uploaded 14 hours ago, so this is new. Because 12 hours from now would have been 2 a.m., right? 2 a.m. my time, about, on 5/3. So, yeah, this is a new article. This one's new. The one you sent me, I think, was this one. Short Thoughts, May yeah, see, this is the one you sent me. So this other one's new. The GameStop makes its play. That one's new. But unfortunately, well, where's Mooma, bro? What happened to Mooma, bro? Fucking Mooma. Him and the homie Jake had a Substack. Whack. Let me see if I can find it here. I sent you that article as a copy paste. Yeah. Maybe, I mean, it was uploaded 14 hours ago, so maybe I can go a little deeper in this. This morning sent a link to the comment. Oh. Oh, okay. I see. Thank you, Hugie. Thank you, bro. All right. So this is that Michael Burry article. This is GameStop makes its play. I should probably I'll make a stream clip out of this. Let me go back to here. I'll try to set this stream clip up. Yeah, pre-Burry selling. Yeah, I didn't know that was I didn't know that was a full article. I thought that was just a Reddit post you sent me. I never read that whole thing. Yeah. All right. All right. I don't know. All right. Michael Burry just sold his whole GameStop position. He says, I sold my entire GME position. Any which way I sliced it, the instant Berkshire thesis was never compatible with 5x debt to EBITDA, never okay with interest coverage under 4x. I discussed this more in GameStop Makes Its Play from earlier today. As a result, GME is the first sale since I started this Substack. So, paper-handed Burry sold his GameStop position. And he did write this article before he sold his GameStop position. I'm not able to access it because it's locked because Michael Burry's a grifter and he's supposedly a multi-millionaire, but he has to have a paid Substack to fund whatever he's doing. I don't really understand, but someone on Reddit actually posted the article, so shout out to 9HDMG. And it says, GameStop makes its play, $56 billion for eBay. Makes perfect sense. Michael Burry made fourth, paid read an app. Never confuse debt for creativity. Oh, it says, make perfect sense. Never confuse debt for creativity. When hundreds of billions are on the table, bet on craven greed. Let me blow this up a little more. So the rumor was confirmed less than 48 hours after it was leaked. The Wall Street Journal reports GameStop is offering to buy eBay for $56 billion. Again, as you know, I have written extensively about GameStop, including just Saturday, when I speculated as to what the deal might look like. Wait, didn't you FOMO into the stock at like $25.50 or something like that, Michael Burry? And of course you've been writing about GameStop. You got to get more subscribers for your Substack. What other stocks would you write about? There's no other stocks that have a following like GameStop's. Unless you want to talk about terrible, overpriced AI stocks, which we all know you don't like to talk about. Unless you're shorting them, I guess. The 3 times before that, the Big Short Squeeze, Final Stop GameStop, and In a Short Thoughts February 2nd. So much for that. I think we've read all of those on stream. Now we have more information. The offer is $56 billion, 50% cash, and 50% stock. I do not believe $56 billion is anything more than an opening bid. I can only imagine eBay will reject GameStop's offer out of hand and relatively soon. Looking at the May 3rd offer, while it is extent, the offer shoulders more debt than I had thought was possible on eBay's EBITDA. Neither does this seem revolutionary or groundbreaking in nature. More dilution or more debt, really. The capital market strategy here could not be more pedestrian. I think there's also the outcome that Ryan Cohen comes in and does a stock offering the second he takes over eBay and raises tons of money. But either way, Ryan Cohen's going to do so much cost cutting at eBay that they're going to be pulling $7-8 billion in net income a year from GameStop and eBay that I think they could pay the debt down really fast, even if they don't do a stock offering from the eBay shares. High leverage implies high growth, and eBay is growing again. Ryan Cohen also apparently has enough credibility to get banks to go along. I contemplate a higher actual close, say $65 billion for eBay, and more like 60% cash. Below, I compare this to the opening offer as well as my own, not so happening, instant Berkshire creation from February 2nd. Why does Michael Burry think that it's going to be more? Ryan Cohen's offering them a very good offer. And if they don't accept his offer, he's just going to go and take it over through the market and force a vote and then potentially get it for even cheaper. A pinch too busy, I know, but suffice it to say, Instant Berkshire did not contemplate anywhere near 5x plus leverage. Well, you gotta do something. You can't just make GameStop into a multi-$100 billion company because GameStop has a cap. I don't know if eBay necessarily has a cap. Maybe in 5-10 years from now, eBay could be a company bringing in $15-20 billion in net income a year. But GameStop has a cap on how much their business can succeed from a financial standpoint. Obviously, with no debt, it'll consistently grow forever, but it's not going to grow at the pace a lot of us want it to grow. So this is the only way to really do it. And I don't think taking debt is necessarily a bad thing. It's risky. It's definitely risky, but I don't think it's a bad thing. Especially if Ryan Cohen thinks eBay's net income is going to outperform the interest on the debt. I don't think the debt matters too much. The more likely outcome at the higher price sees leverage rise to 7.7x, a level of debt that borders on distressed and tends to strip competitiveness and innovation from such stricken companies. Wayfair lived there for years, Carvana nearly died there, and still might from such a start. Bath & Body Works too. Those are survivors. They are few. Ryan must see low-hanging fruit, though if huge cash flow could be unlocked as if by a magic wand, one might expect eBay to have found it during its epic search for cash, with which to buy back slag of heaps of shares. They did $2.5 billion in share buybacks last year. You come in and stop share buybacks, that's an immediate $2.5 billion in net income going towards, eBay's balance sheet or paying off the debt. And I don't know how good Michael Burry's analysis is here. eBay reduced its share count from 1.2 billion shares 10 years ago to just 444 million shares today, one of the most prolific buyback programs markets have seen. Yeah, but eBay's assets have declined since 10 years ago. eBay was a much larger company 10 years ago. Sure, they did a bunch of buybacks, but for what? To make eBay's business worse? To make it smaller? Like, buybacks are not valuable if the business is not growing. Buybacks are only valuable if the business is growing. So, this just doesn't even matter. I really hope Ryan Cohen comes back in and does a share offering and gets rid of 10 years worth of buybacks and raises a bunch of money. Like, that's what I'm hoping for. Ryan cannot be after fat to cut, if only because no amount of cut fat makes this deal work. Rather, Ryan is pointing to a transformation to hundreds of billions of dollars of opportunity, and he convinced TD to give him the $20 billion committed financing, which is no small feat given the low single-digit billion-dollar EBITDA numbers sported by these two companies. eBay has already turned things around significantly, which no doubt will be one of the arguments made by eBay's board as it rejects GameStop's offer. eBay's business is declining. Actually, it's not doing well because of all the stock-based compensation and the buybacks and the dividends. Sure, eBay is bringing a lot of value to the shareholders and the executives, but eBay's business overall is declining for that reason. eBay has been growing faster lately. eBay projects forward adjusted EBITDA, whatever that is, at $3.7 billion versus $2.7 billion trailing, and revenues have broken out of decade-long doldrums with 17% quarter-on-quarter growth in Q1 2026. And eBay is going to get you up in those EBITDA tranches that Ryan needs for his stock-based compensation, so, you're not going to get to $2-3 billion EBITDA with GameStop, I don't think. eBay now has eBay Live in hypergrowth mode, and collectibles is eBay's leading category. Of course, GameStop's collectible category is also growing fast, and this is where the strategies of the two seem to dovetail. eBay is not all collectibles. eBay ads grew 27% last quarter, and the company, of course, is leaning into AI, below from the eBay's last earnings call. We see agentic AI as a real structural tailwind for eBay, and it plays right into our core strengths. First, our innovations leveraging AI are already having a meaningful benefit for our business today. Take magical listing. We've talked about the compelling stats I just mentioned that we're seeing, and sellers have created 0.5 billion listings under our AI tools. And our agentic search beta, which I realize I didn't fully answer that question, so I'll come back to that later. But what we've seen there is higher engagement and increased purchase behavior off of that early test. So we're going to continue to bring the latest agentic technologies to eBay to make it easier for sellers to list and for buyers to buy the things they know and for buyers to find the things they love. I see the structural change in eBay's trajectory, and I believe it or not, the above scenarios give credit for projected improvements in 2026 from each of GameStop and eBay. On trailing numbers, the pro forma numbers are much worse. Think of a negotiated close at 1x EBITDA interest expense. If one considered it, one would be among the first, because no one closes a deal at 1x EBITDA to interest expense. The rating agencies will of course look to trailing numbers as a base, so the final credit rating might be in the B or B minus junk range, perhaps 400 to 500 basis points over SOFR, which today is 4.35%. This speaks to floating debt expense in the range of 8 to 9%. Each 100 basis point rise in SOFR would boost the interest expense $300 million. A $300 million boost may be automatic. eBay's senior notes must be redeemed at 101 points if a change of control results in a ratings downgrade. This deal is virtually certain to trigger that put. In that case, $6.7 billion in investment-grade notes will be refinanced, perhaps to floating-rate syndicate loans, but certainly with a $250 to $300 million increase in total interest expense. If Ryan miraculously gets this deal at $56 billion, it works a little better. Still, tangible book value per share gets cut by 3/4, and there will be no transformational execution risk while balancing on the knife edge of 5x plus leverage. Competing with Amazon, think about what Amazon has become for a moment. Amazon locks its retail Prime buyers in the Prime Video and other benefits that none can match. 1,000 plus warehouses, over 525 million square feet. Amazon has 200 plus million Prime members paying $139 a year, with perks such as same-day delivery, Prime Video, gaming, pharmacy, Whole Foods, etc. Over 70% of its package are fully delivered by Amazon's vertically integrated logistics apparatus, 150,000 delivery vans, last mile reach matched by none. Amazon has it all and has been investing in itself at breakneck pace for decades. Current spend is in the hundreds of billions of dollars per year. Think about what eBay is. It has none of that and is not remotely close physically or temporally. GameStop's gambit, if Ryan really wanted to compete with Amazon, he would have acquired Wayfair. Oh god, here we go. It's always got to be, he should have done this. It's like, yeah, this is why you're not the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company, Michael Burry. This is why you run a Substack. Gosh, bro. He would have acquired Wayfair, 70% of its own last-mile deliveries and warehouses all over, along with a cash flow machine and a bunch of float. I heard someone was peddling such a deal back in early February. So Ryan's attempt to take over eBay cannot possess the actual honest and true intentions to compete with Amazon. Rather clearly, the intention must be to dominate collectibles and used goods for all ages. Amazon tried to do that, failed, and is not coming back. The category is a huge addressable market. Some say as high as 100 billion. Ryan might say hundreds of billions. If GameStop wants to do it with billions of interest expense and all manners of covenants restricting its movements, It will not be breaking new ground. It will be trotting in well-worn ruts on the road to capitalist hell. No new ground has been broken yet. To truly break new ground, Ryan has to execute and succeed in this transformation from this starting position, saddled with debt. I believe Ryan believes he can do this, and I do support the effort. As well, I do not predict failure, although it is certainly in the realm of a possibility. Of course, as I have said, I can think of many, many other ways this could have gone easier. The list above shows some big drops since February in some very good companies. The Big Bang ADP WAGO trifecta in aggregate would likely be $4 billion cheaper today than in early February. To be clear, I would not have expected GameStop to buy all of Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac, but I could see GameStop buying a good number of shares of both as an investment. The others I see as potential takeouts in various combinations of instant Berkshires. You're just thinking too small, Burry. You're just thinking way too small. You want Ryan to acquire companies that are making like a couple $100 million, if not losing money. Like, you're just thinking way too small, my guy. It is not too late, and Ryan may indeed fail at snatching eBay, and might look in the above directions. Ryan Cohen's not going to do anything you're saying, or anything anyone's saying on the internet. He's going to do what he thinks is best, and, you know, Ryan Cohen's the GOAT. He's proved himself. You're just some guy that runs a Substack, and you start in a movie, and everyone else is just YouTubers and Twitter people and Reddit people. Like, none of you guys know what you're talking about. You're trying to say that your opinion is more relevant than Ryan Cohen's? Okay, you need to stop huffing your farts, bro. A little bit too high on your farts. Still, at the end of the day, this play for eBay makes perfect sense. Wall Street does indeed mistake debt for creativity, and does so constantly. Wait, what are you talking about? GameStop's down massive today. Wall Street hates debt and dilution. I, of all people, should have known. Charlie Munger once said, when a manager with a reputation for brilliance tackles a business with a reputation for bad economics, it is the reputation of the business that remains intact. I mean, Charlie Munger's a smart guy, but I don't know, man. Charlie Munger's not all-knowing. I think Ryan Cohen's potentially way more intelligent than even Warren Buffett. I may not last the week with my GameStop position fully intact. I will certainly sell to an extent, perhaps all or some, but alas, no, not none, until next time. And then he ends up selling his whole position for a loss. Oh, man. Michael Burry is such a grifter, bro. He's just riding the wave so he can get some subs for his Substack. That's crazy, bro. That's absolute insanity. Wow. What a loser. What a loser. GameStop's down even more in after hours. Very volatile. The deal isn't even real yet and he sells. Send that article, let's see. Why sell if the deal isn't done? Maybe the deal is done. Maybe. I'm shorted on Burry. This means Burry is incorrect. Burry's analysis was incorrect. Now he's out. Anything new yet, or the same thing from this morning? Michael Burry sold his whole position, but I don't think there's really been anything else. There should be a Charles Payne interview with Ryan Cohen at some point. Probably tomorrow, maybe. Maybe later. I'm not sure. Grifter now, that's his shtick. Yep. Yeah, bro. All these large influencers and fake traders and stuff, they're all They're all definitely ruining their reputation in the GameStop community by going back on what they were talking about. Or, you know, talking negatively on GameStop when they don't really know what they're talking about. I think this move is definitely exposing a lot of people, that's for sure. What is the cash obligation of their call put pair at the current and range of prices? How much of the $9 billion in cash on the books has to go towards exercising the options for even those to settle? Like $3 billion. Depends on what the strike price is, but it's around like 3 billion, 2.5 billion, something like that. But all the shares they buy of eBay is essentially cash. He quoted Munger to justify his decision. I know, bro. Oh, what a loser. Why are people like, I don't know, man. I think, obviously, you know, I'm at the opinion that this is much more risky now, but like, the potential outcome, if it works out, is so much greater. So much greater. I like the I like this Michael Burry meme. Want to see me sell the stock? Want to see me do it again? I like these memes. Oh man, shit's funny. I think people are just underestimating what Ryan can do. I think people are underestimating how much he can turn eBay's business around. William, what's up, William? Hope you're good. Stay happy. What's up, bro? Instead of helping, but paper hand this Michael Burry. Michael, no integrity. No integrity. He got no integrity. No integrity. Burry built a GME position, sold, and now Ryan Cohen's trying to take over the board of a company. This some requel shit. Tony Hawk? Tony Hawk's in my chat? No. It's Tony Hawk? Here I am, getting older all the time. Looking older all the time. Feeling younger in my mind. It's Tony Hawk! So here I am, doing everything I can. Holding on to what I am. Pretending I'm the Superman. Oh, Tony Hawk, bro. Can you believe it? Tony Hawk's in the chat? That's awesome. What's up, Tony? What's up, Tony Hawk? Do you think if eBay and GameStop work together, they can get ahead of Amazon? No. Amazon's too big. But it doesn't mean that GameStop and eBay can't grow into what Amazon is. Amazon will always be ahead. But guess what? Amazon's stock trading at market cap is 10x above the assets. GameStop stock is trading at the assets of the company. So the big difference is, you know, the valuation of the stock price compared to the business. What's my opinion on 20 billion of debt if this deal goes through? I mean, if they come in and do a stock offering, they could raise all that money back instantly. But if they don't do that, it's going to take over 3 years to pay off that debt. Maybe they don't even try to pay it off and they just refinance it for a lower interest rate here in like 3 to 5 years. But it is risky. It's definitely risky, but I don't think it's as bad as people say it is. I think they're going to make eBay, into a company that's making $7 billion a year in net income. So you should be able to pay off that debt relatively quick. Got a doc appointment. All right, Ruben, much love, bro. Appreciate you, man. I was Tony Hawk's personal medic one time. He was a pretty cool guy, but just came off an injury. Oh, that's cool though. I didn't know that. Damn, you just do everything, Isaiah. You're just that guy. Volatility return premium on GME options is huge. There will be many call sellers who want to earn it, which can put downward pressure on the share price. Yeah, people buy, sell every single day, every single second of every single day. So I don't know how much that matters. People will also sell puts if the option premium is huge. So like that doesn't make sense. That literally doesn't make sense. People will sell puts too. Amazon Luna doesn't look that great though in comparison to Xbox Game Cloud. Hope everything gets better. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about a tiny little piece of a multi-$100 billion business. Like, I think that's extremely irrelevant. Holy shit. Bro, it's been 5 hours? This is a 5-hour stream? This is a 5-hour stream, bro. Soon. Hopefully he gets on Charles Payne soon. I feel like he'll give a better interview to Charles. Ryan Cohen actually likes Charles. So I think you'll get a better interview with Charles. The stream feels like the good old times. The good old days. Yeah, that's a pretty hype stream. Pretty hype stream. I'm sure the hype will die out again though, and then it'll be back to the good old dead stream with the dead chat. I'm sure we'll be back in no time. I'm sure we'll be back in no time. When his interview is supposed to be? He just says soon. That's all it says. It just says soon ... That's all it says. So I don't know. Anytime Corey gets ready to take a break from streaming, GameStop's like, hold my beer. That's such a good point. Literally though. It's like, wait. It's like, there's nothing to report on. This stream sucks. It's dead. And then literally like the next week, it's like, news. It's like, fuck. Yeah, I don't know what to talk about now, though. It's definitely winding down. I know there's a lot of articles and stuff to read, but I don't really want to read articles right now. Should we watch the interview again? For a third time? I kind of want to watch it again. I don't know. I don't know. What games do I like? I pretty much only play Rocket League, but not a huge gamer. Not a huge gamer. Rocket League and RuneScape. But I haven't played RuneScape in months. And Rocket League is like such an off and on game. But yeah, not a huge gamer. Not a huge gamer. If I don't hit the thresholds, then I don't get anything. She rolls her eyes. I finally hit diamond in RL. Nice. Nice. I think I'm like champ 2, but I haven't played in a while, so probably not champ 2 anymore. Don't flex on me. I mean, champ 2 is kind of garbage, if I'm just being honest. It's not really until you get into the grand champ levels that people actually start getting, like, really good. You can get to champ 2 just, like, with decision making in a lot of ways. I would say you could at least get to champ with decision making. Champ 2, you might need to start working on mechanics. Yep. I don't think there's much else here. Just, I like all the memes. I like all the Michael Burry memes. They're so funny. I was in Plat Tourney and got destroyed by a dude in Grand Champ. Almost never played again. He let us go up 3 in the third game and scored 6 goals in 2 minutes to beat us 6-3. Yeah. That's crazy. That's funny. Yeah, once you get to that high level, like beating diamonds and stuff is, I mean, just because like they're so slow. Like, no offense, but like diamonds are just so slow. Like, when you've played the game that much to be a grand champ or even like a champ 2 plus, like diamonds are just so predictable and they're just slow. So it's like it's easy. It's just really easy. Ryan Cohen interview with Savage. I kind of want to watch it again. What's your opinion on eBay offering to buy GameStop? That's not a real thing. That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. So I don't really have an opinion on it. This one's funny. Why there's such good memes right now? I think this is the best Super Stonks ever been, bro. This is the best Super Stonks ever been. This is hilarious. Alright. I gave them too much credit. I gave Super Stonk too much credit. Oh man, this thing's still going down in after hours. Whew! Whew! Losing 50, 60 grand in a day? God damn! God damn, bro. Oh, that sucks. It's kind of funny, though. It's kind of funny. It sucks, but it's funny. It sucks, but it's funny. I can't even be mad about it. I can't even be mad about it, bro. I say we watch the interview again. That shit's funny, bro. That shit's funny. Let's watch it again. Or actually, I'll edit my video. I can edit my video and we can watch it again. That's a good idea. Then I can kill two birds with one stone. I can watch it again and edit my video at the same time. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. He literally trolled us. Yeah, that's savage. That's savagery. What is that guy doing in a platinum tourney anyway? I think it's this one. 33 minutes long? I must have talked a lot or something.
The big deal news.
It's going to take a minute to edit this. There was a lot of ads and stuff.
The big deal news of the day, GameStop offering to buy eBay for $56 billion. The stocks are both up big in the last month.
Not anymore! Not anymore! The stock was up big. Get it right. The stock's down bad now. Oh, man.
Pre-market CEO Ryan Cohen saying that combined company will be a real competitor to Amazon. And joining us right now live and exclusively is the man himself, Ryan Cohen. Good morning, and thank you for joining us.
Let's go, Ryan! Yeah, this dude.
Joining us.
Let's go, Ryan! Yeah, dude, this is crazy. If he thinks eBay can be an Amazon competitor, that's impressive. That's all you really got to know.
Morning.
It's great to see you. So, there's so many questions.
I just can't get Ryan and his little smile, bro. He's like, oh, I can't wait to troll these guys.
About how this would all work. But before we get to any of that, just give us the backstory here and the rationale behind wanting to go ahead and try to do this.
eBay has the second largest commerce franchise, and there's a big opportunity to do something much larger and to pull costs out of the system, as well as accelerate revenue growth and leveraging our physical infrastructure, our focus on collectibles. Could be a much larger business, but bringing in an entrepreneurial mindset is what I plan on doing into eBay and building something much larger.
I mean, he answered that question extremely properly. A lot of people are upset about this interview, but that first question, he answered it perfectly. Like, that's what they're gonna do. He didn't give a lot of details, but you guys don't deserve details. Go do the research yourself. But I will give you a detail from my research. They're gonna potentially use their physical stores to create live broadcasts and sell stuff live, kind of like Whatnot or eBay Live. They're going to be able to use their stores as like broadcasting studios, which is really cool. You know, that's just one little detail I saw from my research.
Okay.
Damn. Thank you, Past Corey. Thank you for that explanation. Thanks. Thanks, buddy.
So you've built up a stake in this company already. You've had conversations with the company. You've tried. What's happened here?
No.
No. No. Oh my God.
We're just starting.
You're just starting. And one of the questions I had was, why not try to initiate conversations outside of the public sphere before putting this into a I don't know if we're putting it in the context of hostile necessarily, but unsolicited, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ryan Cohen's given them an extremely good offer, and if they don't take his offer, he will do a takeover, and it will potentially be a lot cheaper for GameStop to do a hostile takeover rather than the offer they've given them. And I also think it's really impressive that Ryan said they could increase revenues because obviously they think that eBay is extremely mismanaged. And if you look at the balance sheet, eBay is pretty mismanaged. There's a lot of cost cutting they could do to bring in multiple billions of dollars, not just the 2 billion they say they could cut. They could cut exponentially more, and eBay could be a juggernaut, and the debt might not be such a huge deal. I don't think they only have 5%. eBay should be a lot more. They filed the 13D, so there's no like thinking. The information's out there. Like I don't know why like people are trying to speculate or like, no offense, you know, I've seen you in the stream here a lot and I appreciate your support, but like there's no thinking, there's no speculating. They've given you everything. When if they deny the deal, then yeah, they'll probably have more than 5%, but there's no thinking, there's no speculating, there's no oh, they're going to do this, they should do this or whatever. Like they've given you everything. They told you exactly what's going to happen. So there's just no speculation to it.
For obvious reasons, eBay is a public company. There's all kinds of perverse financial incentive.
The only speculation is how are they going to handle that debt? How are they going to handle the 26 billion in debt? You know, the 20 billion from the bank, the 6 billion from eBay, because eBay has like 6 billion in debt, and then the other 7-8 billion in liabilities. Like, how are they going to handle that? That's the speculation you should be worried about. How they're going to finance the deal and what it's going to look like. They've already given it to you.
From the board to the management team. So there's only one way to approach something like this.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great answer, because if eBay doesn't take this offer, it's because the management team's just making so much, you know, controlling eBay, and Ryan Cohen will come in and take over and fire all of them if they don't accept his offer, most likely. This is so interesting. I'm so interested to see how it'll play out.
Invariably, the audience, and I know a lot of people are going to ask, how does the math for you? Given the price tag, $56 billion, given the market cap of GameStop, which is a fraction of that. I know you have this $20 billion financing letter from TD, but sort of walk us through how you could get to that price and how it would work.
It's on our website. It's half cash.
It's on their website. All right. If you have any questions or any speculations, go look on their website. I think they actually added something to the website, didn't they? Didn't they actually add something? Well, they have the eBay tab here, but wasn't there something? Form 8K. Oh, I haven't seen this. Is this GameStop? What is this? Non-binding letter. Company submit a non-binding letter. Acquire 100% of eBay. Oh, okay. Press release. What's this? Oh, I think we read that. Offer letter. Investor presentation. I'm pretty sure we looked at that. Yeah, I looked at that. Fact sheet. And I'm pretty sure I looked at this as well. What's this? Investor. What if Ryan Cohen Ventures files a 13D with another 5% tomorrow? That'd be whack. I don't think RC Ventures is a thing anymore.
Half stock.
That'd be pretty interesting if Ryan Cohen bought a bunch of eBay though. But I don't think RC Ventures is a thing anymore.
But the details are on our website.
Yeah, I mean, everything you would want to know is on the website for the most part. Obviously, the more research you do, the more questions you have, but I think it's simple, man. These people don't deserve Ryan Cohen to lay down the map and tell them everything. He's giving them what they need to know, and if you want to know more, go do the research yourself.
Can you help? I've read them, but can you help our audience understand them?
Yeah. Which part exactly?
Well, I think we can start with the idea that the market cap of GameStop is, call it, $11 billion. You have $9 billion on your balance sheet. Arguably, if you're providing effectively all of your stock, and then the cash that gets you to 20, you have this letter from TD. That's another 20. We're now at 40, but we're still off by, call it, 16. And the 20, as far as I understand, while it's considered a highly confident letter, meaning TD saying they're highly confident that they would provide the...
Wait, does TD Bank have like a letter about this? See, this is why you like double check stuff, because what if TD Bank has something about this? TD Bank... TD Bank GameStop letter. TD Bank has to have something about this, right? Maybe not. I thought they would. Maybe we can search GameStop. We didn't find any results. Maybe TD Bank Investor Relations? Because I think TD Bank's a public company. They gotta have something. Maybe not. I thought they would have something here. News releases. No, they don't have anything here. GME has a commitment letter to TD or something. Oh, that's what they're referencing. I thought maybe TD wrote something about it. But I guess not. I wonder if they'll talk about it in their earnings report, May 28th, 2026. I wonder if TD will talk about that. Because that's a pretty large loan. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. All right, back to this.
Financing, it's not locked financing.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
So funny. Dude, that is the funniest answer ever. We'll see what happens, bro. That is hilarious. I really think that they think the stock is going to go up and they're going to be able to do a stock offering while the stock's trading at like $50, $60 potentially, but I don't know, man. I don't know. It's pretty I just love how Ryan Cohen is just so vague about this part.
I hear you. I understand that. I'm just trying to understand where the rest of the money would come from.
It's half cash, half stock.
I hear you. I'm just saying that math doesn't get you to the price that you're offering.
Oops, it's your hormones.
An ad inside my edit?
You're offering.
See, I think they think that they're judging this off of what GameStop shares are trading at right now. Like, maybe they think that the stock's going to go up. Like, who knows? I mean, the interviewer is correct.
To the price that you're offering.
I mean, the interviewer is correct. It doesn't get you there, but I don't think they're factoring in what happens if GameStop stock goes up. Potentially, they could make a lot more from the shares they're going to issue than what people think right now because, you know, GameStop stock's not moving. Very interesting.
So, Brian, that's a pretty straightforward question. I don't get it.
That's a pretty straightforward question. Well, he gave you a pretty fucking straightforward answer, you dumb bitch. God. Becky Quick's a fucking bitch, bro. God damn. That's a pretty straightforward question. He gave you a straightforward answer. God. Idiots.
Like, where's the rest of the money coming from? Andrew laid it out pretty clearly.
I don't understand your question. We're offering half cash, half stock, and we have the ability to issue stock in order to get the deal done.
See it right there. He literally says we have the ability to issue stock to get the deal done. You know how many people in the chat today is like, he didn't want to say dilution. He literally fucking said it right there. We have the ability to issue stock in order to get it done. It's like people didn't even watch the interview, bro. It's like people literally didn't even watch the interview. What's up, Rickson? eBay shareholders get 62.50 cash, 62.50 stock. Number of shares they get is determined by price of GME at the time of closing. If GME is 25, eBay holders get 2.5 shares of go forward company. It's in the best interest of existing GME holders to be at a higher price when this deal closes. I don't know what you mean. eBay shareholders get 62.50 cash, 62.50 stock. I don't think that's necessarily how it works. But maybe. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying now. Number of shares they get is determined by price of GME at the time of closing. If GME is $25, eBay holders get 2.5 share. Well, if GME is at $25, you can't get to that $125 price point. So that's I don't think that's necessarily accurate. Unless they accept the offer while GameStop's trading at $30 or whatever. I guess, but you can't say you're going to buy something for $125 a share and then not pay that. Half cap. That's why they get 2.5 share, 2.5x, 25 is 62.50. Yeah, but if you issue shares at $25, you would have to issue like 900 million shares, and that's not possible. The shareholders voted on only being able to raise $1 billion in shares. So the minimum amount you can raise is 450 million. So the stock has to be trading at $60. You can't just raise 900 million in shares. They have to vote for more, but there's no vote for it. Unless that's going to be a thing when we vote for the compensation plan. If there's going to be more things to vote on, then sure, but I don't think that's going to be a thing. I think Ryan thinks the stock price is going to be up when this deal closes. Potentially. But I don't know. But yeah, that doesn't work. Unless we vote on it. If we vote on it, then sure. But I don't think that's going to happen. I get what you're saying now, though.
Issue stock in order to get the deal done. But the full details of the offer are on our website.
But you're on
I don't get how they don't just accept his answer. It's such a simple answer. Could they issue stock that's already could they is it possible to pay in stock that's already on the market on top of issuing more stock? Whoa, chat. Are they able to offer the shares that are already existing and issue stock? Think about that. What if they can issue the shares that already exist? Then they're going to call back all the stock. I don't know if that's a thing. I don't know if that's a thing they could do, but they would call back all the stock. And then it would squeeze, potentially. But I don't think that's a thing they can do. I think they would have to issue new shares. That'd be nuts. No. Explain. So there's 448 million shares on the market right now. Right? 448 million. The stock's trading at $25, $24. We'll do 24. That's 10.7 billion. If you issue another 450 million or 550 million to get you to that billion mark, because there's no dilution with the convertible notes and the warrants yet, so you can't really factor those in. But even if you do factor those in, whatever. So 550 million times 25, that's 13.7 million. And then you add that 10.7520000000. That's 24.5 billion. That's not a thing, man. That's schizo finances. Well, since you want to bring no relevant rebuttal and just call it schizo instead of being a fucking... And being an idiot, I'm just going to ban you because you have no value to bring to my stream. If you could explain why this doesn't work, sure, maybe we could have a conversation, but if you're just going to, be an idiot, I mean, I'm not surprised. So if they issue 500 million shares and then call back all the shares that are already in the market, I mean, that would get you there, but the stock price would go up a ton. So I just don't really know if that would work. I don't think that's really a thing they could do. Maybe they can propose the vote along with the vote to approve merger. I don't really know what you mean by that. Callback? You mean buyback? Yeah, pretty much. They could buy back all the shares, but they wouldn't have cash to buy back all the shares. So, but yeah, see, there's just so many questions. So many questions. Because that would get you there. Like, if the stock's not going to go to $60, this would do it. Yeah, I don't know. Half cash, half stock. Obviously, he thinks the stock price is going to go up, and that's how he's going to get the other 16 billion. Man, it's crazy because I think like 3 or 4 different interviewers come in here and ask him the same question, and he gives the same answer every time.
We thought we'd get.
So, but I don't understand your question.
So Ryan, sorry, it's Melissa Liebeck at the NASDAQ. Basically, you know, you've got 20 billion presumably from TD. You've got $9 billion of cash on your balance sheet. So that's 29. Have cash, have stock. You might issue more shares. That's what you're talking about. So it could be dilutive to current GameStop shareholders. I want to move on though in terms of your vision for this combined company, because saying that
half cash, half stock. Like, can they offer all their shares for this? If the stock isn't going to go to $60, can they offer all their shares? I don't know.
the combined company could rival the likes of Amazon sets the bar pretty high. How do you foresee that happening given some key differences between your model and Amazon's model? Notably, Amazon has a huge logistics hub, able to offer all this other sort of delivery service, and GameStop and eBay would be confined to the platform.
There's an opportunity to build a much larger business, to make the business much more efficient and to accelerate revenue growth. And eBay's a very strong business. You look at GameStop as an example. GameStop, very difficult business, should have been bankrupt multiple times over, and it's doing okay. It's making a few bucks. eBay is in a very, very strong position, but it could be in a much stronger position, and it could be a much larger business than what it currently is.
Gosh, dude. I love that part so much. Saying that eBay can be a much larger business, increase revenue. And him to just say that GameStop is okay, that's awesome because, if they're going to get to that multiple $100 billion valuation, like he says, GameStop alone is not going to do that. GameStop's business is too small. It doesn't really have much room to become much greater than it already is. Like, obviously, it's going to continue to grow for a while, but I think there's a cap on how much you can grow GameStop's business, whereas eBay and GameStop combined, potentially there is, unlimited upside, just like Amazon and Walmart.
Ryan,
Per Grok, it's typical and often required for existing shareholders to vote on increasing authorized shares or approving issuance as part of a large merger. We already voted on this. We voted on it in 2022. And you voted for Ryan Cohen to be the head of the investment committee. So we already voted on this. But using AI is a terrible resource.
you mentioned
Adobe Acrobat.
Amazon and Walmart. Let's see where this ad ends. What the heck just happened? God.
Because any car.
Come on, dude. I hate.
Offering to buy.
There.
It's Melissa, offer all this other sort of delivery service, and GameStop and eBay.
Much more efficient and to accelerate revenue growth. And eBay's a very strong business. You look at GameStop as an example. GameStop, and it could be a much larger business than what it currently is.
All right. I think this is where I stopped. So, all right, here we go.
Ryan,
Increase revenue, and him to just say that GameStop is okay. That's awesome, because if they're gonna get to that multiple $100 billion valuation, like he says, GameStop alone is not gonna do that. GameStop's business is too small. It doesn't really have much room to become much greater than it already is. Like, obviously it's going to continue to grow for a while, but I think there's a cap on how much you can grow GameStop's business, whereas eBay and GameStop combined, potentially there is, unlimited upside, just like Amazon and Walmart. I'll have to watch this again, unfortunately.
Ryan, you mentioned that, GameStop's in a tough business. I mean, revenues are down like 40% in the last 4 years or something like that. eBay's been a public company for a couple of decades. Where's the evidence that you kind of know how to grow a mature consumer business?
This part is so epic, bro. Oh, this part is epic.
I don't know. I mean, didn't you guys call for GameStop's demise multiple times? Like, it should have been bankrupt by now.
So it's not dead, therefore you know how to grow it? Is that what you're saying?
Well, look at our financial performance.
Dude, he just calls them out. So epic, dude. Out right there. And the dude tries to interrupt him. So funny. So funny, dude. I love this interview so much. It is fantastic. There's not much, really to this interview, but some of the responses are just so funny.
Is it better than you guys anticipated? Because you.
Is it better than you guys anticipated? So fucking good, dude.
Said it was going to be doing really, really poorly, and it's actually doing okay. Doing okay.
Oh my god. It's so funny, bro. Well, God, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Oh yeah, I think it's very interesting. Oh yeah.
Doing okay.
I think it's very interesting that Ryan Cohen says GameStop is doing okay, because GameStop is absolutely crushing, but in Ryan's eyes, he's like, it's doing alright. I think we can do better.
Ryan, let me come at this a slightly different way. Assuming that you were able to get this half cash, half stock arrangement effectively by diluting your shares, I imagine that's how you'd have to do it, but I still don't understand fully how that would work. And you were able to capture more cash, I guess, from others. In terms of paying it.
The interview's so nervous to ask him a question. So weird.
Down. Can you walk us through the math of that? Because if you look at both of these companies in terms of just how much cash they produce, it would be a tight bill.
Did you look at the materials that we posted online?
I have looked at the materials that you've posted online, but we also have an audience that I'm hoping is going to want to understand this and hear from you, so that you can walk through this, because people do look at these numbers and they say that they're trying to wrap their head around it. I don't think that everybody automatically says, "Oh my goodness."
Why do you think he even agrees to do these interviews with CNBC if he hates them? For the memes, bro. For the memes.
This absolutely makes 100% sense, and he can write the check tomorrow, and if he wanted to close the deal tomorrow, in fact, I am sure that if you were the CEO...
And think about it. Think about it through the perspective of someone who's not, deep into the story. You don't know who Ryan Cohen is. You still think GameStop's trash. And you see this interview. I mean, look at all the people that have came in the stream today. You want people to have that negative view on GameStop because you want to keep the shares lower so your real investors can continue to accumulate at lower prices. Ryan Cohen is doing this for the real investors out there. And also the memes.
Of eBay.
CEO guy, is he high or what? Well, you can be banned since you don't want to bring anything intelligent to my stream.
And the board of eBay.
Yeah, the multi-billion-dollar CEO of GameStop is the billionaire CEO of a multiple billion-dollar company is high. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. What a fucking stupid question. Holy shit. See, I mean, look at that. The average person who doesn't know anything, who's too lazy to research, who's too lazy to build a story for themselves, they're going to see this interview and be like, "Oh, GameStop." I mean, look at Michael Burry. They think GameStop's trash. Wouldn't you want to keep your share price low for your investors so they can continue to buy more, so they can actually benefit when the stock price goes up? If you only have like a few hundred shares of GameStop, I'm sorry, you're not fucking making anything. You're not making any money worth anything. You might make a few $1,000s, maybe like $10, $20, $30,000, but you're not making anything significant. Wouldn't it be better to have more time to be able to accumulate thousands of shares, tens of thousands of shares? Like, this is for the shareholders, bro. Don't be too harsh. Musk & Co. was multiple times high. This is new grounds to them. That's true. That's true. Very true. I just try to put my shoes in. I think that's a big thing a lot of people can't do. I think people already have like their set opinions, how they view things. Have you ever like tried to like get rid of all your biases, get rid of all your opinions and how you feel about the world and the stock market? Have you ever tried to put yourself in the shoes of another person and how they think? I think if you can like let go of your biases and try to see things through other people's point of views, I think it would answer a lot of questions.
Today you would say, I don't know.
And not just in this. I think it would in general, like in life, trading, anything, whatever it may be. I think if you're able to like see other people's perspectives, a lot more things would make a lot more sense.
Whether they have the money to be able to do this, and they're watching us now, and other investors of eBay are watching us now, and they're not going to call eBay's board and say, you need to talk to these people unless they understand how this all is supposed to work.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan Cohen doesn't deserve to tell you, or you don't deserve Ryan Cohen to tell you exactly how it's going to work. Go do the research, try to come up with a story yourself, get off TikTok and, do some research. You don't need to have your hand held through an investment. If you actually go do the research and you can form a story for yourself, it's very clear how this is going to play out. There's some unknowns, and there's some very interesting unknowns, like if they do a stock offering right as they control eBay and raise a bunch of money to pay off the debt. There's a lot of interesting aspects to this, but overall, do the research for yourself and build a story for yourself. That's, you know, what Ryan Cohen wants. He doesn't want to just hold your hand.
We have a 5% stake in eBay. It makes us one of the largest shareholders. So they have a fiduciary duty to their shareholders to evaluate this proposal. And in terms of the actual earnings power of the business, this is a business that is under earning and can make a lot more money. And GameStop is a good blueprint for that. Obviously, you know,
God, the ads were ridiculous. Shut the fuck up. Are you guys like babies? Oh, I was talking shit on someone. He didn't answer the question the way I wanted it to. God, I'm an idiot. Pussies, bro. That's a stream exclusive right there.
blueprint for that. Obviously,
Stream exclusive right there.
obviously, you know, you guys thought the business wouldn't be where it currently is, and eBay could be making a lot more money. So there's going to be some leverage.
I think that's where I don't remember where the ad went off. God damn it.
Blueprint for that. Obviously,
oh, excuse me.
Obviously, you know, you guys thought the business wouldn't be where it currently is, and eBay could be making a lot more money. So there's going to be some leverage on the balance sheet in order to make an acquisition possible, but it's also going to be making a lot more money in the future than it is today because it's going to be run a lot more efficiently. And when a business is not growing users and spending $2.5 billion in sales and marketing, there's a lot of fat to cut. And the earnings power, as we laid out in our investor presentation, could be way higher, double the earnings in a pretty short period of time. And so it's a business that can take on more leverage because it's going to be making more money in the future.
Savagery, dude. So savage. He just puts it in like such a... See, I don't know how people watch... I think people watched like the first 2 minutes of this stream and just like got butthurt. I think if you actually watched this stream, he gave you everything you needed. Like, that was so well said. eBay is going to be making much more money so it can be leveraged. Like, GameStop can't have leverage because GameStop's business is, in Ryan Cohen's words, okay. He thinks eBay is a fucking... is beast. To, you know, for lack of a better word. He thinks eBay is absolutely beast. And he thinks eBay is so beast that it can take on, you know, over $20 billion of leverage. See, I don't know why so many people in my chat are crying that Ryan Cohen didn't give proper answers in this interview. That was, like, the best answer you could give. Like, come on, chat. Like, seriously, it's insane how many people have come in my chat today and cried because they didn't get the answers they wanted. You got some really good answers in this interview. Sure, there was some awkward, cringe, funny moments, but overall, this is a really good interview. If you, like, stop being emotional about everything in your life. This is the second time I've watched this interview. You know, the first time I was just laughing the whole time, so I didn't really get a take in the interview properly. But if you actually watch it a second time and you put your emotions to the side, you would see that this is actually a really good interview and he gave you a lot of information.
My understanding is that in terms of running a proxy contest now, that would be uniquely complicated. Is this something that you would try to do in the future?
You cut out.
Another ad. You cut out what?
You cut out. Well,
The future.
Stupid ad.
From a timeline perspective, that would probably be very hard to do now. But in terms of trying to do that on a long-term basis, maybe.
Oh, that was him repeating the question. I gotta go back a little bit.
what?
I apologize.
What did you say?
I was saying,
What?
I apologize.
Ad. So I need to go back here. I need to do that.
You cut out. Well,
Then we go here.
what?
I think here. Stupid ads, bro.
Cut out. What?
I apologize.
What did you say?
I was saying, could you imagine running?
Mr. Jeremy. What's up, Mr. Jeremy? 40 million volume and down 10% brings me back pre-sneeze days. I wasn't here pre-sneeze, so I don't know what it's like. I'll just have to take your word for it. I don't think the stock's going to squeeze, but that's just me. You know, I've always had that opinion. But in order to fund this eBay deal, the stock kind of has to squeeze. They used others hyping and lying. So you're saying there's a benefit for anyone also except Cohen who could get up to USD 6 billion performance bonus for this deal? I don't think you understand the performance. It's not a performance bonus. It's not compensation. It's the option to buy shares if he, completes the tranches on the performance package. He's not getting gifted shares. He has to buy the shares with his own money. He has a leather jacket. I thought that's enough to invest all in. So, before you ask a question, go and read the performance or the stock option award and fully understand that, because if you think it's just like a performance reward and he's just getting free shares, you didn't do your research. Ryan Cohen unfollowed Burry. Yes. I didn't know he was following Burry.
A proxy contest against this board in the future. It looks like from a timeline perspective, that would probably be very hard to do now. But in terms of trying to do that on a long-term basis, maybe next year, if, for example, they don't come to the table.
Well, there's ways to do something before next year.
Before next year, chat. Before next year. Huh.
But we're going to do whatever we need to do in order to protect our investment and pursue this. I said before, it's a long putt, but there's a lot of upside potential in something like this. You have a very strong business, and if it's in the hands of a capable operator, it can be a much larger business.
And the only capable operator is Ryan Cohen, baby, because he doesn't have perverse incentives. He wants to make a large business, and he wants to benefit shareholders, unlike every other business who just wants to benefit themselves.
Since you put this news out yesterday afternoon, have you heard from anybody at eBay or people behind the scenes, advisors and the like?
I am sure they've hired the most expensive advisory firms and lawyers to help them navigate this. So, no, not yet. I'm sure we'll get a bunch of scripted responses and they'll load up because, of course, you're dealing with a company that is very entrenched. It's a very good company. It's maybe one of the greatest companies, but they're going to do whatever they can to, it's survival. So they'll do whatever they can to protect themselves. So no, we haven't heard anything yet.
Wow, Ryan Cohen saying eBay is one of the greatest companies. Whew, that is fire. That is absolute heat right there.
Ryan, you alluded to it before, but there are a lot of people who sort of were betting against you, let's say, in GameStop, and I know you don't appreciate that. There are some skeptics, though, surrounding this deal who will say that, oh, that Ryan Cohen, he wants to make sure that he hits a minimum threshold to receive his first tranche of compensation.
Dude.
One of the greatest companies, but they're going to do whatever they can to, it's survival. So they'll do whatever they can to protect themselves. So no, we haven't heard anything yet.
Ryan, you.
All the ads make this kind of annoying. It doesn't have perverse incentive. Let's see.
And they'll load up because, of course, I mean, you're dealing with a company that is very entrenched. It's a very good company. It's maybe one of the greatest companies, but they're going to do whatever they can to, it's survival. So they'll do whatever they can to protect themselves. So no, we haven't heard anything yet.
Wow, Ryan Cohen saying eBay is one of the greatest companies. Whew, that is fire. That is absolute heat right there. Absolute heat right there. Absolute heat, he says. Absolute heat. Dang, still going. Yeah, 6-hour stream, bro. See, all we need is a little hype, a little chat, a little bit of an active chat to bring some conversation. And we could be doing 6, 7, 8-hour streams. It's pretty tough to do streams like this when nobody in the chat's talking and, there's nothing to talk about.
Ryan, you alluded to it before, but there are a lot of people who sort of were betting against you, let's say, in GameStop, and I know you don't appreciate that. There are some skeptics, though, surrounding this deal who will say that, oh, that Ryan Cohen, he wants to make sure that he hits a minimum threshold to receive his first tranche of compensation, the minimum threshold being $20 billion market cap for GameStop or $2 billion in cumulative EBITDA. Is that the case, that this is a bid to make sure that you're going to get paid in that first tranche?
It's actually, he has to have the market cap and the EBITDA. It's not one or the other. These people don't even understand Ryan Cohen's compensation package. It's not even a compensation package. It's a stock option award. He gets the option to buy shares at 2066 whenever he completes one of the tranches. It's not a compensation package. He's not getting given shares by the business. He has to buy the shares with his own money.
To boost the GameStop's market cap?
I mean, I obviously want to build something much larger, but I don't benefit unless shareholders benefit. So my compensation package is aligned with shareholders, and I want to build a much larger business.
So just larger means successful. Larger means aligned with shareholder interests.
Larger means maximizing shareholder value and increasing earnings.
Yeah, Ryan, just to
Dude, another ad? Come on. I think I talk about it here coming up, but the fact that he thinks doing this deal maximizes shareholder value, that's really all you need to know. Straight up. If he thinks this deal is going to maximize shareholder value, it probably is.
Earnings.
Almost over. I know you guys keep saying go to YouTube, but it's already almost. Wait, it's already. What did I?
Yeah, Ryan, just to
Okay, perfect. I was just interrupting her. This is the most bullish news in over 5 years. Let's go. I think it's I'm indifferent to it because in the short term it is extremely risky, but if it works out, I mean, this is what is going to make GameStop the investment we all think it can become. Like, just GameStop's business alone isn't going to do anything. It could grow. They could make $1 billion, 2, maybe 3. Maybe they could turn GameStop into a business that is making like $3 billion a year, but that's probably the cap, honestly. I don't think GameStop's going to be a business that could bring in like $5-10 billion a year. So this is the only way that that's going to be possible, and this is the only way you're going to get exponential gain from this business. Already almost over.
I don't know all the details.
Maximizing shareholder value and increasing earnings.
See, I think it's... Oh yeah, see, I talk about it right here.
Increasing earnings.
See, I think it's super interesting that he's still talking about maximizing shareholder value. See, I think it's super interesting that he's still talking about maximizing shareholder value because he thinks even, taking on 27 billion debt and the liabilities of eBay is still going to be maximizing shareholder value. So that's a super interesting point.
Yeah, Ryan, just to touch on that point, I don't know all the details of your compensation package. Maybe you can clear it up for us.
If you don't know the details of the compensation package, why are you talking about it? Go and read. Isn't that these people's job to read before they interview someone? Aren't they supposed to do research before they interview someone? Come on, bro.
If you
Ryan Cohen should come on my stream for an interview. Someone get me a Ryan Cohen interview, bro. Get Ryan Cohen on the stream. Get Ryan Cohen on the stream, chat.
Get to a larger market cap by taking two smaller market cap companies and merging them together, or swallowing a much bigger market cap company, does that count? Because those shareholders wouldn't necessarily see the same gains that they would if you just grew market cap by, growing operating earnings. I don't know what the details of your compensation are, though, directly. Does it matter if you swallow a bigger company and that's how you get the market cap, or do the shareholders actually have to see the same gains?
Her question literally makes 0 sense. If they take control of eBay and the market cap goes up, GameStop shareholders benefit, because if you're buying shares at 10 billion market cap in GameStop, and then eBay and GameStop's shares like merge, if that's what's going to happen, and it's trading at a 20, 30, 40 billion market cap, guess what? You made 2, 3, 4x. Man, that's crazy. Yes, Becky Quick needs to stick with interviewing Warren Buffett. A 97-year-old man is more on her level.
I don't benefit, and I'm aligned. I'm aligned with shareholders. So, and unless our market cap increases substantially and earnings increases substantially, I don't get any salary, any cash, no golden parachutes, nothing. So it's pretty aligned with shareholders.
But the individual shareholders don't see that huge benefit if you're combining a lot more shareholders in with that and then diluting shareholders by issuing more debt on top of it. You see what I'm saying? Nobody
sees what you're saying, Becky Quick. I don't even think you see what you're saying. That shit's crazy.
If you grow your market cap by 10.
I love how every time Ryan does these interviews, the fucking interviewers are like laughing at him. It's so funny, bro. They like think he's so stupid. Yet he's like so intelligent. Look at my face. What the fuck? Look at my face. What is up with my face in that stop there?
times, sure, I think you should absolutely get gains, but not if you do it by swallowing a bigger company and just, kind of absorbing all of that into it too, because individual shareholders didn't see necessarily a huge gain from that.
Dude, Becky Quick has no fucking clue what she's talking about. It's actually insane how many of these high-level reporters or, high popular, I don't even know how you would put it, like Moist Critical, Meet Kevin, Becky Quick, like these people have no clue what they're talking about, bro. And it's crazy because these people have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of followers that just like are anchovies on SpongeBob. Like, meep, yep, I agree, Becky Quick, Ryan Cohen doesn't know what he's doing, meep. Like, come on, dude. You think Ryan Cohen doesn't know what he's doing? He turned GameStop from a company losing hundreds of millions of dollars to potentially making billions in the future. You really think Ryan Cohen doesn't know what he's talking about? And like I said, if the companies merge, if the stocks merge, if it goes up to 20 billion market cap, 30 billion market cap, you make money as a GameStop shareholder. Like, her question makes no sense.
But if I don't hit the thresholds, then I don't get anything.
Hey, Ryan, two final questions for you. One is just the
her stupid little face when he says that, bro. Look at her dumb face when he says that.
Two final questions for you. One is
she
just
like her little like blonde brain just cannot wrap it around, bro. It's like, what? It's fucking crazy, bro. Absolutely insane.
5% stake you have in the company is in the combination of stock itself, my understanding is, but also derivatives. Can you explain how that works?
It's currently mostly derivatives, and there's a little bit of stock that puts.
Oh, hey, look, another ad.
That's under the. And there's a little bit of stock that puts.
Explain how that works.
It's currently mostly derivatives, and there's a little bit of stock that puts us under the regulatory thresholds, but it's currently the majority of the position is derivatives.
And was that when you first began that process in February? Were you thinking that you wanted to get a stakeholder in the company to ultimately buy it, or were you thinking that this initially potentially just could be a good investment on the back of it? Obviously, by the way, on the back of even announcing this news, the stock is up now at 9%.
Yeah, so the interview said they were accumulating the options in February, but if you go on their website, they accumulated 12 million of the options on March 4th, so potentially they got the February options for a little bit cheaper than the March options, so they could be up extremely massive on their option position, like 400 million in unrealized gains, potentially.
It's a very good business. It's a very strong business, and it all depends on the future earnings power of the business. If I was running the business, I'd be making a lot more money.
Okay, and then here's my final question. Given the rationale for the transaction that you've laid out, which, by the way, I've heard relatively good things about, just the idea that, it's interesting to combine the idea of eBay and a GameStop, just as a concept. How would you feel if eBay called you up and said, we'd like to pursue a transaction with you, and we would like to buy GameStop at a, call it, 20% premium to your stock price? In that case, it would be, a different type of deal.
God, what a terrible question. This is about GameStop buying eBay. Why would you even ask that question? So awful.
I have the same obligation to my shareholders as eBay has to theirs. And so, if something like that were to happen, then I have the same obligation to maximize value for my shareholders as eBay has.
Ryan Cohen, we want to thank you for joining us, especially as this news is just dropping over the past 24 hours, and we do hope to continue this conversation as this continues to play out. Thanks, Ryan.
See, I don't know why people are so negative about that interview, because that was like a really good interview. There was, of course, there was some, weird, awkward parts, some cringe parts, but like overall, that interview was really good. He gave a lot of information, so all the people in my chat crying about Ryan Cohen not answering the questions the way they wanted, cut your emotional response and go watch the interview again. It was actually really good. But on top of that, go do the research. You have all this information. You can go on their investor relation website, and they literally have a tab for eBay, and you can go read all this information and get everything you want. All you have to do is put down your phone and stop scrolling TikTok and do some reading. It's pretty simple. It doesn't take any skill at all. Nice. Nice. All right, I'll just throw that up there. Alrighty then. What now? What now? This deal doesn't go through, on to the next one, we move in. I think Ryan Cohen wants eBay. I don't think we're moving on. I think he's gonna get eBay. Six, 7. It's the most bullish news. It's been a bet on Cohen for a long time, and this is Cohen's master stroke. Let him cook. Yeah, for sure. Wonder if Kitty's making a new meme movie. Kitty's still trying to put out fires, his little bro is setting. Were there any interesting... I heard he was on live like a couple days ago or something. Was there any interesting things that came from that? Did he get arrested again? Completely gay. Get Ryan... Agree. Get Ryan Cohen in here. Notice how they don't mention his vested share count in GME. Corporate analyst trying to pry info from Ryan Cohen. There's a history of beef between Ryan Cohen and CNBC. He should have went on Fox or Bloomberg. Oh, I'm sure he'll do a Charles Payne interview here soon. Worst case, Ryan Cohen sells his 5%, makes us a cool billion. Oh no. Good point, Jaron. Good point. Good point. Yeah, if they don't accept the offer and they can't do the takeover, I mean, they just make a bunch of money from their trade. Burry sold, yeah. He's live now, or at least was. He's been live more than me. Nonsense streams, but all the time. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, I tried to watch his stream, but I don't have Instagram, so I can't. Because they're saying he can't buy it. I'm sure it's making him want it more. I think if Ryan Cohen's coming on to an interview, I really think they have this deal in the bag, bro. Like, look at that. Look at how much the stock's down today. Like, they had to have done the deal. You think shorts push this stock this much without dilution? I don't know. That's tough. You really think the shorts pushed the stock down this much without dilution? I think the deal's already done. Personally. It's probably done. Burry sold. Someone was asking him GME questions and he had no idea about any of it. Dude's cooked. That's wild, bro. That's wild. Get Kevin Legend on my stream. Can I get a collab with Kevin Legend? Let me get a collab. I've been saying this all day. I do think the deal is almost done. Yeah, I think it's done. Like, the price action of the stock today just doesn't reflect, like, people just shorting the stock. The price action of the stock today was extremely similar to every time they've done, like, convertible notes or anything like that. I guess it could just be preemptive shorting, but yeah, I don't know. Very interesting price action today. Very interesting price action. I got on a video call for a moment, but he was having technical difficulties. You know, butthurt I wasn't a big booty Latina. What the hell? You got on a video call with him? Interesting. How do I get on a video call with him? He didn't even know it went down today. Wait, GameStop's down? Is it? Oh. I didn't know that. Just kidding. I got disconnected. Who's shouting control will be on GME today? Are you like new to the stock market or something? Stocks go up, stocks go down. I know if you're like a beginner, you might not understand that concept, but stocks go up all the time, stocks go down all the time. It's pretty simple. But I've seen you in here a lot, Calzone. I've seen you in my stream a lot. If you're just gonna bring no value to my stream, I can ban you if you want. I can just ban you if you're gonna bring no value anytime you come here. Cause I don't necessarily need you typing in my chat if you're not gonna bring any value. Be a big booty Latina. I mean, I got a pretty big booty. I'll be ripping that stair climber, bro. I probably got a nicer ass than most Latinas. If we're just being honest. If we're just being honest. I'm a big booty GameStop investor. That's even better. How did we do a 6 hour? Dude, I don't even feel like I've been streaming for 6 hours. That's how smooth this stream has gone today. I don't even feel like I've been here for 6 hours. Like usually when the stream's dead, those that 2 hours drag, bro. The 2 hours drag, but today I'm on one today, I guess. Fuck it, I'm on one. Fuck it, I'm on one. 2 white cups, let me get that drink. Could be purple, could be pink, depending how you mix that shit. All I care about is money in the city I'm from. Fuck it, I'm on one. 2 white cups, let me get that drink. Could be purple, it could be pink, depending how you mix that shit. Tomorrow we'll bounce back. Maybe. You might be flat for a long time again. You never know. But if the floor is now like 22, 23, 24, I mean, that's beautiful. That's a beautiful thing. Or even if, you do end up going down to like 20, 21, if it just bounces, that's just another higher low. So from a, price action standpoint, that's bullish. I mean, the chart's bullish as fuck anyway. You created a higher high like less than 24 hours ago. So the price action's bullish. You just have a massive sell-off because of the dilution in the debt. I just recently found you. You're just a long-term investor. Do you do any TA? I do TA sometimes, but I find it irrelevant, so it's not really worth my time. TA is for degenerate gamblers who think they're smarter than they actually are. And, I'm a degenerate gambler, but I don't think I'm smarter than I actually am. I just put my bet on the table and relax. I don't need to sit and analyze a chart. The price he set up for eBay also seems low for eBay's business. eBay has grown 100% in the past couple of years under current leadership. Why would eBay shareholders believe in Cohen? eBay's business hasn't grown. I don't know who told you that, but eBay's business has only been declining because of their stock buybacks and their stock compensation and their dividends and their obviously their marketing expenses and stuff as well. But eBay's business has only been declining. I don't know where you got that from. A stock price going up doesn't mean anything. Jacuz. We good. Have you gone through the details of what Cohen said what was on the website? Sorry if I missed it. Yeah, I went through it. It's just the proposal for the thing. There's a few different things, but like there's just a whole proposal, you know, the offer price $125 per share, 50% cash, 50% GameStop stock, premium to unaffected, 46% to 85.84 unaffected close. See, I don't really know what that means. Premium to 30-day VWAP, 27%. Premium to 90-day VWAP, 36%. Pro ration, shareholder election rights as to consideration type, pro rata allocation to extend oversubscribed. I don't really necessarily know what that means. Aggregate equity value, $55.5 billion. Financing, $9.4 billion cash liquid investments on balance sheet. $20 billion HCL from TD Securities, fully committed and signing. Fully committed at signing. Position acquired, 5% economic stake, Schedule 13 to be filed, HSR to be filed. And conditions, customary closing conditions. And then it just goes through like right here it says they spent $2.4 billion on sales and marketing, and Ryan Cohen thinks that he can come in and cut $1.2 billion. So literally the first year Ryan Cohen thinks he's going to come in and save $1.2 billion. Product development, he thinks he can cut $300 million. Corporate overhead and GA is $0.5 billion. So Ryan Cohen thinks he can come in and save this company like $2 billion, but I think he can save more if he gets rid of like the buybacks and the dividends and cuts a lot of stock-based compensation. He could potentially be saving like $5+ billion, and who knows what else they'll cut. You know, this is just a small thing. Like, these are only like 3 things. You got to imagine Ryan Cohen thinks he can do way more with this. He probably just wants to be low key, you know. And he thinks he can double their operating margins. He thinks he can double their EPS. So, yeah. And then it goes through what he did with GameStop. And this part's super interesting. Stores double as broadcasting studios. eBay supplies the inventory and the buyer base. GameStop supplies the physical footprint to compete in the live commerce category. Like, that shit's super interesting. Stores serve as drop-off and shipping nodes, a national fulfillment network without incremental eBay capital expenditure. And GameStop staff already inspects and grades hardware and trading cards every day. Sellers walk in, items are verified on the spot, and listings carry a trust badge. So there's a lot of interesting things in the works. And then this is all just like risk stuff. I don't think you really need to read through that. But yeah, there's really not. And there's some other stuff, but that's just a basic outline. You don't really need much more than that, to be fair. Maybe there's more stuff like hidden throughout, but for the most part, that's pretty much everything. All I care about is money in the city that I'm from. What time is it? 4:30? Oh, man. Oh, man. I would assume eBay, GameStop, and Pokemon would be a nice collab. It's not a collab. It's not a collab. They're trying to buy eBay. It's not a collab. Price went up. That's it. Yeah. I think eBay is a good fit for Ryan. Did you eat yet? Yeah, I just ate a bunch of pasta while I was editing that video. Is the Sultan the money backing all this? I have no clue what you're talking about, bro. Do you not know how to go on an investor like literally I just reviewed everything. Did that say anything about anything? It said TD Bank 20 billion, GameStop provides 9 billion, and the rest is shares. Where does it say anything other than that? Bro, why are people like trying to fucking like add more? There's nothing more. There's nothing more. Quit trying to like speculate on things that aren't even real, bro. It's crazy. They've given you everything. Accept it. Accept it. It's so simple. All these fucking Reddit kids are trying to make you think there's more to this than there actually is. No, it's very simple. It's very simple. Your little Twitter and Reddit tinfoil is irrelevant here. GameStop does same day delivery already. Yeah, true. I think it's interesting if they do end up doing the live commerce thing. Like you could go into GameStop with an item and they could literally sell it for you right then and there on their live show and then give you an offer based on how much they got paid through the live show. Like that's super interesting. If that's like potentially what they're going to try to do. Basically accepting my GME investment is gone. What? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Maybe you can accept whatever you want, but you're probably wrong. Your opinion's probably wrong. Your analysis is probably wrong. But I have no clue what you're even saying. Doesn't even make sense. Right after GME girl says there's something coming, eBay. Do you think that's the announcement? Or do you think there's more? Could there be more? Could there be more? Oh, this is awesome. What a great meme right here. It says Michael Burry sold his position. Oh, this is the perfect meme. I might need to save this. Can I save this? This is fire. I want to bring this up anytime someone says something stupid in my chat. I'm going to save this, bro. Bro, that's fire. That's fire. No one cares. Bro, that's hilarious. I love that. I love that. Oh, man. Oh, the memes on dude, the memes on Super Stonk are like the best they've ever been, straight up. This is the best it's been. It's kind of funny. Needs the trumpets. Dun 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 doo, 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 doo. Doo, 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 doo. Oh, Ryan Cohen unfollows Burry. Yeah, I don't know what else to talk about, chat. It's been a long stream. We're almost at 7 hours, bro. We're almost at 7 hours, chat. Ugh. Alright, whatever. I'll What's the eBay chat saying? Oh, I have no clue, bro. How does GameStop buy eBay? Are they going to dilute existing shareholders? Half cash, half shares. Did you not watch the interview? Half cash, half shares. Pretty simple, right? It's pretty simple. Pretty simple. All right, chat. All right, chat. You guys have anything else? It doesn't add up to 56 billion. Wait, are you a CNBC interviewer or something? Half cash, half shares. So simple. It's so simple. Crazy. It's crazy how simple it is. Deja vu. Oh, anyone got anything? I think it might be time. It's been a long stream. So if you guys don't have anything, it's been a long stream, bro. It's been a long stream. This is the longest stream we've done in months. Can you tell me I'll be rich one day? I guess it depends how many shares you have and how long you're willing to wait. So, I think you need to be able to figure that out for yourself. Tomorrow, then? Yeah, I think I'll stream tomorrow. Is there any, like, earnings or anything tomorrow? Oh, you had Planter after hours today. I didn't know that. You had Planter earnings today. AMD tomorrow. Oh, MicroStrategy's tomorrow as well. I don't know if we'll do an earnings stream or not. Am I going to be able to eat tonight? Nah, probably not. I think I have to sell everything. I think I'm homeless now. I think I'm homeless. You'll be rich one day. My math isn't great, but 1/2 plus 1/2 does add up. What's up, Leche? That's funny. 1/2 plus 1/2 does add up. That's hilarious. Invest long term, be patient. I have shares and a little bit of leaps. Well, all I can say is try to make more money to buy more potentially. That's all I can say. Because I can't guarantee. I mean, if you only have a few hundred shares, I think it's going to be tough to be what I would consider rich. If you have a couple thousand, even then, I still think it might be a little difficult to get to where what I consider rich, but doesn't mean you can't buy, doesn't mean you can't accumulate more. Like if the stock's not going to move for the next year or two, doesn't mean you can't accumulate more. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe the stock squeezes and we're able to take advantage of some short-term price action or something. I don't know, man. I don't know. We're just we all float on, right? It's like that Modest Mouse song. I'll float on. Are you gonna do an oh no short? I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if I'll stream earnings tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see what tomorrow brings. Hopefully there's an interview with Charles or something. Hopefully they did the deal. And then, Ryan Cohen comes on Charles Payne interview tomorrow and talks about the deal, since he actually likes Charles. I'm just glad something is happening. I hope it stays down under 22. Just keep adding when you can. Long term, you'll be okay if it all pans out. Keep up on the earnings. Yes, sir. You still believe in GME? Man, this stock feels like the biggest dilution scam in history. I mean, just because you don't understand business doesn't mean anything. If you don't think raising billions of dollars when the stock's up is valuable, I mean, you're probably just a trader who doesn't make money. So, I wouldn't expect you to have the patience for a long-term investment. I mean, I don't know what happened, but we can't be promoting people in my stream, bro. Can't be promoting people in my stream. I don't know what happened, but FUD out in full force. Yeah, I mean, this is typical. Even before, like, I get hate comments all the time. Uneducated people coming in my stream all the time. It is what it is. If you bought in 21, you're still on break even, but money eroded by inflation. I don't think you understand how inflation works, but that's fine. And I haven't been in the stock since 2021, so you can't just assume things. Like I said, just because you're uneducated and you don't understand business doesn't mean anything. And you obviously don't understand inflation either. $100 5 years ago is still $100 today. So I might not be able to get the same amount of product or things, certain things, because not everything goes up in value. Some things go down in value. But $100 today is the same $100 5 years ago. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where you get your perspective from, but it's probably why you're not rich. If you were rich, you wouldn't be in some random person's live stream talking about a stock you don't even care about. Crazy, huh? Crazy, huh? Sorry, you're good, Hugh. Just a lot of promotion of other YouTubers and stuff today. It's usually how it goes. Since they view bought all their views, whenever they see I have viewers in here, they got to come promote their channel because, you know, they don't actually have real viewers. A lot of us are up a bit because we got in at $10. Yeah, exactly. You can't just assume. You know, there probably is some people that are down or break even. But why does that matter anyway? Do you not understand how investing works? I guess you can make some money here and there, but good luck. I just asked you if you still believe in GME and you instantly started attacking me. You said GameStop is the biggest dilution scam in history. So you're just showing how dumb you are and how unintelligent you are. And then you said your money would be eroded by inflation. You think 3% a year is eroding your money? And also, you don't understand inflation, so that's just a stupid comment. So of course I'm gonna negate what you're saying because you don't even know what you're talking about. Maybe you should try having an intelligent perspective, and you wouldn't get attacked for being so stupid. Crazy, huh? Crazy. If you actually had like an intelligent take, you know, maybe we would actually be able to have a good conversation, but when you don't understand inflation, when you don't understand in business, you think it's a scam that they're offering shares to raise billions of dollars. Yeah, sorry, I can't have a conversation with someone who doesn't understand business. It's impossible. Don't play the victim, DP. I mean, if he can play the victim all he wants. Maybe he should try to be educated and bring like a interesting topic here instead of talking about things he doesn't understand. All right, can we leave now? I'm done with this stream. We've streamed long enough. We've streamed long enough, chat. Unless you guys got something else, but I think that's pretty much it, bro. We've streamed for 7 hours now. We've streamed for 7 hours. Ridiculous, man. Absolutely ridiculous. It's a long-ass stream. Long-ass stream. Alright, you guys don't got anything? Good. Good, because I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Much love. Shout out all my OGs. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for always supporting the stream. If you're new here, thanks for giving the stream a chance. And hopefully we see you again. But I appreciate all my OGs, and yeah, we'll see we'll see what happens with this. Just when you think you're about to make a bunch of money, Ryan Cohen does some fucking gangster shit. Just when you think you're about to hit a bag, Ryan Cohen's like, no, not today. Oh, not today. All right. Peace out, Isaiah. Later, Sabu. Appreciate you stopping in. Hopefully we see you again. Later, Jedi. Hugh. Ruben. Much love, bro. Appreciate you, bro. Later, Varley. Closing thoughts on GME's future in 2 sentences. How about 2 words? Have patience. There you go. Simple. Have patience. I don't know who else is here, but I appreciate you. Thanks for being here today. Really good stream. And hopefully we can have some more good streams like this in the future. I assume the stream's gonna be dead going forward, but hopefully we see y'all again and we can have some good conversations and, you know, enjoy our investment together. Escape all the wannabe traders and the fake investors like Michael Burry and, you know, all the YouTubers and all the fucking losers on Twitter and Reddit. Hopefully you can avoid all that and we can actually, you know, build a community where there's like real investors who have real conversations, and that would be a beautiful thing, but it hasn't happened so far. Everyone likes the tinfoil and following fake traders, and that's what people like to do, so I don't know, but I appreciate you all, and I'll see y'all tomorrow for another stream, and yeah, hopefully another Ryan Cohen interview or something tomorrow, but much love, God bless, I'll see you guys later, peace!